Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the San Ramon Valley Unified School District Board of Education meeting. We want to let the public know that we are video recording this meeting. The recording is being live streamed on the district YouTube channel. Now we'll take attendance.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Travis Hodges, and I'm the student trustee on the Board of Education.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. My name is Laura Bratt, and I represent Area 3.
Good evening. I'm Rachel Hurd. I represent Area 5.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jesse Van Zee, and I represent Area 1.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming out. I'm Susanna Ordway, and I represent Area 4.
Hi, everybody. I'm Shelley Clark. I represent Area 2. And Travis, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Everyone stand if you're able.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So we're going to start this meeting the way that we start every meeting with student recognition, the best part of the meeting. So if our board members will come up, we'll go to the microphone and call up. Tonight, during student recognition, we are excited to celebrate the 5th grade students who have successfully taken part in this year's San Ramon Valley Education Foundation Science Alliance Program and Science Fair. We are thankful for their advisors, their high school buddies, corporate sponsor PG&E, and our incredible Ed Foundation board and its executive director Vanessa Beristain, who have all worked together to make the Science Alliance program a great success again this year. Science Alliance is a program that pairs curious and motivated 5th grade students with high school student mentors. Together, they explore science and methodical inquiry under the guidance of a teacher advisor. This year-long program culminates with a science fair, the perfect opportunity to showcase the students' hard work, research, and creativity. Tonight, we are pleased to recognize the 2025 San Ramon Valley Education Foundation Science Fair winners. These students have demonstrated their commitment to deep learning and their desire to go above and beyond in their areas of interest. Students, when I call your name, please walk to the front. Arush Kinney, first place winner for How to Defeat the Yeast Beast 101. Abba Barawag, second place winner for saltwater distillation. Arav Gupta, third place winner for Catching the Wind, Science of Wind Turbines. Risha Karwa, honorable mention for Hoover Wonders. And finalists, Daru Vanish Bakanriha, the Ray Rover, Riley Yan, canned fruit juices cure food allergies. Naisha Hogg, lemon battery. Anika Padakunti, alternate sources of energy for gas-powered cars. June Hong, tracking the sun, maximizing the efficiency of a solar tracker. Nihan Bajpahi, sonar guard bot at work. Calvin Cordero, bottle rocket experiment. Kanav Garg, light, leaves, and bubbles, exploring photosynthesis. Shia Wan Chong, daffodils and unlikely liquids, will milk or Gatorade work? Luka Krupinski, the ground effect. And their advisors, Minu Basu, Elizabeth Lastly, Matthew Robeson, Andy Sue, and Oliver Tuggle. Advisors, please come forward. Corporate sponsor PG&E, represented tonight by Sarah Yole, come forward. And our incredible Ed Foundation Executive Director, Vanessa Beristain, and Board Member Sherry Pratt. Please come forward. Now we'll go on to staff recognition. Bright Lights is an awards program established by the San Ramon Valley Unified School District, SELPA's Community Advisory Committee, to recognize employees and volunteers who go above and beyond in how they support our students. Here are the Bright Lights winners for the 24-25 school year. Certificated employee Megan McCarthy. Speech pathologist at Bollinger Canyon Elementary. Classified employee Paella Banerjee. Special day class paraprofessional at Monterey Elementary. General education teacher Jackie Pratt, Windermere Ranch Middle School. Resource specialist Charlene Nasura, Diablo Vista Middle School. Special day class teacher Jill Reynolds, Coyote Creek Elementary. Administrator Kelly Walton, Walt Disney Elementary. Student volunteer, both of whom serve on SRVUSD SELPA's Community Advisory Committee. Sabrina Schran, Philip Bleeg. Community partner, parent volunteer, Amara Bashir and Julie Blinston. Please come forward. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so we have one thing to report of actions taken in closed session. May I have a motion to approve the stipulated expulsion agreement for student in case number 3/2425?
I move approval of that item.
I'll second.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote. Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so we're on to acceptance of minutes. May I have a motion to accept the minutes from the April 22, 2025 board meeting?
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes for the April 22 board meeting.
Second.
Motion was made by Board Member Bratt, seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
And may I have a motion to accept the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Board Member Hurd, seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Now we'll go on to the consent agenda. Approval. Consent items are considered routine in nature and are approved by combining them in a single vote. Only a member of the board may request that a consent item be removed from the consent agenda to be considered and voted on separately. The public may comment on a consent item before the board approves the consent agenda. Do we have any cards for?
We do not have any cards.
So may I have a motion to accept the consent agenda with the revision?
And I'm going to correct that. There is no revision. Our apologies.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Motion was made by Board Member Bratt and seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
So I have some housekeeping I'm going to do, and then we'll get right into our agenda. I'd like to take a moment to review how public comment works during the board's public meeting. If you would like to make a comment during the meeting, you can find yellow speaker cards on the table by the door. Please speak to a staff member if you have any questions. You will have an opportunity to make a comment on an agendized item when we come to that item. For comments on items not on the agenda, please submit your card at 10.3. Public comment for non-agenda items on tonight's agenda. Each speaker has a time limit of 3 minutes with a timer shown on the screen while you are speaking. This time limit will be enforced to ensure fairness. Please be aware that we may interrupt you or redirect you to the correct time to speak if your comment relates to a different agendized item or if it is not within our jurisdiction. As president, I reserve the right to announce a last call for speaker card submissions. Please have your speaker card submitted when public comment begins for the agenda item you'd like to comment on. The views expressed during the public comment are those of the individual speaker. The absence of a response from the board or district staff does not imply agreement. The district believes in an inclusive, welcoming, and safe environment during its meetings for all of our community. Please be mindful that students are in the room and watching virtually. We are all here to support them and to support their educational experience. Thank you for joining us tonight. We very much appreciate your engagement. And so we will start with reports to the board. 10.1, LGBTQ plus Pride Month, which is June, and that would be the Director of Educational Equity, Hong Nguyen.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, assistant superintendent, staff, students, and community. June is LGBTQ plus Pride Month, which is celebrated across SRVUSD. As a school district, SRVUSD models, advocates, actively supports, and promotes the inclusive and respectful treatment of all students, employees, family members, and community members. We are committed to creating a safe and welcoming learning environment. To accomplish this goal, we are engaged in efforts to create practices and initiatives to support students and staff who identify as LGBTQ+. And I want to take the time to actually thank our staff, our advisors at the school site, and also our community members, but especially our students. Really hearing from them and really providing that student voice for them has been great for us to be able to make things better at our school sites and in our district. June is a time to celebrate our dynamic LGBTQ plus community, raise awareness of services, and foster a dialogue to promote healthy, safe, and fulfilling school climates for all. In June, we are also going to be flying the Pride flag. And so in looking at our schools across our district as well as our district offices, we are going to be displaying the flag and it will be flown. SRVUSD celebrates LGBTQ plus Pride Month to further our equity goals to ensure that all students feel safe, valued, respected, and included at school. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have two cards for this, so I'm going to call them up. The first one is Zoli Fogelman, and the after Zoli will be Bob Allen.
Good evening. I just wanted to say thank you to the board and the district for continuing to accept and recognize Pride Month each year. And as a queer student, it means a lot, even though we're not actually in school for a lot of it. And Pride Month we're only in school for finals. And students don't really have a ton of time to look up and see the flag because we're all heads down in textbook studying. But we recognize that you guys keep on pushing it forward and that it continues to happen. And we're thankful for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, this is your super gay teacher with the semi-annual reminder that according to the latest California Healthy Kids Survey, 27.4% of students at SRVUSD have identified as something other than straight. I want to thank the district for letting me be who I am as a teacher. Not all LGBTQ teachers get this chance, especially given that many political leaders are actively trying to erase LGBTQ people, especially the T. I do not see this happening in our district, which is wonderful. Thank you for this resolution. As I've stated before, resolutions are amazing, and until we stop hearing particular slurs on campus, let's keep having those resolutions. It doesn't make it doesn't impact my day a whole lot, but it's nice to have. And lastly, some news that I will take. I don't want to take any credit for it, but I hope I had some kind of force in this. I had two former students come back and talk to me personally. They have transitioned after they graduated from high school, and they thanked me and the other teachers that supported them to have a caring, impactful place for them to develop. It is, for me, it's one of the most impactful things I'm a math teacher. Okay. When I introduce myself as a math teacher, I usually get, God, I hated mathematics. So it's nice to hear former students come back and say things about your classroom. And I try to have a welcoming classroom. I'm not 100% all the time. I make mistakes, but thank you for letting me be who I am as a teacher and letting these students develop into their real personal selves. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments?
Can I say something? So I think it was 2021 when we first approved this this resolution. We were one of the first in the Bay Area to fly Progress Pride flags across the entire district, and I'm really proud of that. I'm proud of us as a board for approving it year over year. I'm proud of our staff, our administration for supporting it, and I'm proud of our student body, and I'm especially proud of our LGBTQ plus community, students, staff, family members. You guys rock, and thank you for being a part of this beautiful community that I get to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, so 10.2, Special Education Annual Report, Executive Director of SELPA, Linda Rowley Tom.
Good evening, trustees, community members. Thank you for welcoming us again this year to give our annual special education report. I'm very happy to be here alongside our Director of Special Education, Amy Capurro, to talk to you a little bit about where we are and where we are heading. So tonight we celebrated our CAC Bright Lights, and that is always the highlight of our year as a SELPA, to recognize the contributions of not only our staff and students, but our community members. And as we look forward to the year, we continue to work in special education to really support and embody our strategic directions. We work very hard to ensure that all of our students have equitable access to opportunities across the district, as well as opportunities to not only reach their potential through deep learning and innovation, but also really support their social emotional well-being. That is at the cornerstone of the work that we do for all of our students. In terms of special education, we truly, as a district and a SELPA, are very committed to creating and nurturing inclusive learning environments where all of our students can succeed, where all of our students can feel a sense of community and can really thrive. Our sites do this by being proactive planners. They consider the needs of students in special education as they are building master calendars, as they are talking about and planning for the following year in what offerings and things that they can do to support their students. They also recognize that it's important, especially at the secondary level, when extracurricular activities really begin to be a part of a student's day, that we provide opportunities for all of our students, including our students with exceptional needs, to participate in the variety of different things that happen on school campuses. And our sites work very hard to include those students who wish to be a part of those activities. We also really have learned and focused and supported our sites in thinking of inclusion as the initial approach to recognizing a student's rightful presence to be with their typically developing peers. I commend our sites in the work that they've done around not only Inclusive Schools Week, but in supporting all of their students with increased inclusive opportunities. Because we continue to grow in special education. This is not just a local trend, it's a statewide trend. Numbers for and percentage of the population that does have exceptional needs and requires special education continues to grow across the state. In our district, we're approaching 14% of our students being in special education and requiring supports and services. And while we continue to welcome new families who have existing IEPs, where we're seeing the most growth over the last year and actually last couple of years is really in our own initial assessment completion. So we've seen our eligibility rate exceeding 70% over the past 3 years. We continue to identify specific learning disability, speech and language impairment, other health impairment, emotional disability, and autism as our top eligibility categories. But we're continuing to see the growth in initial assessments. To date, we've completed 651, and we still have 234 pending assessments. So we are busy doing the diagnostic work to see whether students require special education. We know that part of the work that we've done in MTSS has really supported our students' academic needs. We continue to need to look at the pre-referral interventions we provide, not only to support their academic needs, but also their behavioral and social emotional well-being. And we continue to refine those systems over time. In terms of our 2 goals, these still are our goals that we established several years ago. And really it is to create and sustain programs where students have that opportunity to spend as much time as possible with their typically developing peers, with their general education peers. We've had success in that. We continue to build on that. Amy will talk a little bit about some of the things we look forward to for next year. And the piece that we've done, I believe, exceptional work on, and our teams need to be commended, is really looking at individualized education programs that are designed to meet each student's unique needs and provide those necessary supports. We've done a lot of work with the concepts of least restrictive environment and educational benefit educational benefit, meaning the concept that a student's IEP is calculated for their needs. It's individualized, that we aren't just creating cookie cutter IEPs for students. And our teams have been working very, very hard in that and have committed to doing that. So even though we have increasing enrollment in special education, we continue to move forward and make progress on our goals. I'm going to turn it over to Amy.
So one of our goals, and it is in fact part of the law, is that we have students with IEPs with general education peers to the maximum extent possible. So this year, we've really worked on prioritizing that and thinking about general education setting as the default, and that any changes are the exception. So students with IEPs can be with general education peers as much as possible. This year, 71% of our students with IEPs spend 80% or more time in general education, which means their primary teacher for many of our students is the general education teacher, and along with the case management of special education and services. 17% of our students spend less than 40% of their time in general education classrooms. Our state target is less than 16.5%. So we're getting there. We're inching closer to meeting that target, but we haven't quite met that yet. We've been very excited for the last few years. We've been implementing an inclusion TK program. It's been so successful. We're going to be adding a second TK inclusion class next year. And we're really seeing the growth of those students, having that access to general education peers and to the co-teaching of the general education teacher and the special education teacher. We're also seeing a lot of growth in our TK programs in our SDCs, because they are having one-to-one spots in general education classrooms. So they are spending more times with their peers, their gen ed peers, and we're seeing such progress. And some students have been able to leave that to have very little special education service, and some students have exited from those programs as a result of that. We were very fortunate to continue to have our annual celebration of Inclusive Schools Weeks in January. It gets better and better every year. Every school site did something, and they expanded on what they did last year. There were some incredible things, some murals. Quite a few sites did ability awareness activities. There was at one of the middle schools, some high school students came and they led discussions with the middle school students around inclusion and what that means and what that looks like. Multiple sites did read alouds where there's representation of people with disabilities in the books, and also did different learning activities of different disabilities through videos and other ways. So we were very excited about that for this year and looking forward to continuing that for next year. Some of the things as we're looking at how are we developing those IEPs for the necessary supports is we have been refining a really clear change of placement guidance for the teams to really look at and ensure that we're using data to determine IEP decisions, that we're really looking at the services at their resident site as much as possible before we're considering moving a student to a different program and following all those processes. We continue to be in our phase of continuous improvement monitoring through the CDE regarding disproportionality for next year. And another thing we've been really working on, and Kate Nolda, our assistant director, has really helped refine this process, is our ongoing support provided by our mental health collaborative, who partners with school sites to help address the complex mental health needs of students. And we see those needs getting more significant and more frequent. We're also very excited. This year was our first year for the SRVUSD Teachers for Tomorrow residency program, and it successfully launched this year, where the residents spend 3 full days a week, every year, the whole year, not every year, 1 year, the whole year with one of our really fabulous, wonderful mentor teachers. And so we had 5 residents this year who are going to be teachers next year in our school district. And we have a new cohort that's beginning in 25-26. We're very excited about that. We're developing our teachers ourselves, which is just great. We continue, as I mentioned earlier, going into the next phase of continuous improvement monitoring. The focus is on over-identification of African-American students in special education with specific learning disabilities. So we'll be doing some work around that, some reflection, and looking at how we can refine our processes to decrease that over-identification. We also launched this year our Special Education Committee, which was negotiated with Servia. It was very successful. We had a group of staff members from all different areas and certificated. So there were teachers, there were SEC teachers, resource specialists, speech and language pathologists. We had a nurse, we had a general education teacher. It was just a really great group that met 3 times this year. And the key priorities that were identified was really dedicated job-alike collaboration time across across disciplines, across the district, and really us providing relevant training opportunities. So we're taking that feedback and insights, and it's going to impact and will adjust our structure of our job-alike meetings and other professional learning activities as a result of their feedback. And we believe that education takes on a beautiful shape when all students are included. And that's really the work for us ongoingly, and we'll continue to be doing that next year.
Questions, comments?
I wanted to say thank you. And since I've been on the board, one of the things that's been said over and over again by Linda and your staff is, special education starts with general education. They're general education students first. And as each year goes on, I see more and more of that, the action needed to make that happen. And with the inclusive TK and with the, just things moving forward, the PE stuff that's happening at the high school levels and the middle school levels, it's really wonderful, and I appreciate it. And I know that all students appreciate it. Every single student in our district that gets to be a part of it appreciates it. So thank you.
I also wanted to thank you for your presentation, but fabulous that we're actually growing our own teachers, right? Developing our own teachers, because I know special education teachers too are some of the most difficult to find, and by working right with to kind of develop our own, yeah, that's a great thing. And I know how hard special education teacher and staff, everyone is, because when I was on a school site and I roll my art cart into the room, I get to see all the work that was done, and I'm sure it's still that way. And no, it's been kind of a success story. So thank you very much.
As
So
I was reading,
go ahead. I personally have been benefited greatly because my son had an IEP from the time he was in second grade all the way through high school. And I've said this before, but he graduated from college and he's out working now. And I attribute much of his success to the help and to the support and the patience and all the time that all the special education teachers gave him while he was here. It made a huge difference in his life and in my life and my husband's life too, because it's hard for families who have kids who have special needs, and we need the support and help of the school system. And you provided that for us. So a big thank you from me. One question I have is, if a parent in the district has a child that's struggling and they're not sure whether they need special education or what they need, what should they do to open the door to find that out?
So I think a great start is to making sure they're talking to their general education teacher. They also can request something that's called a student study team meeting, of which a group of professionals meet at the site so that they can problem solve and determine whether the next steps might be a special education assessment, or there are other interventions that are available before considering something like that. So I would say that to me would be a good first step.
I think a lot of people don't know what to do when they get in that situation. So I think it's important that that message gets out there.
as I was reading the text of the report before I got to the slide deck, I was reflecting on, 19, 20 years ago was when we had our special ed education redesign team. And as I was looking at the emphasis on goals and the program development, I really had this feeling of, oh my gosh, we're finally doing it. And that just felt really great how you tied the MTSS work to the data on our identification rate. I mean, because I would sure hope as MTSS further develops, the identification rate, the numbers might get smaller, but the percentage will get bigger because, you really know these kids, need these services. I also wanted to add that on my site visit to Golden View, CJ and I walked through the inclusion TK area, and it was just amazing to hear the teacher talk about how many students are exiting to full-time general ed or going back to their for the next year to a less restrictive environment. And then to hear that it's being expanded to Montevideo to replicate, instead of just having one great program, but to replicate it and grow it and scale it, I think is just outstanding. So I just really appreciated the thoroughness of this report. So much better than reading through a table of we offered this and this and this at every school. So it just really looked focused and strategic. So thank you.
And I'll just add a quick little tidbit. I think the thing that really hits home and that probably the rest of the trustees enjoy is when we go on school sites and we see this. So it's not just a slideshow presentation. I know it's definitely not that for you, but for us, the connection of seeing this happen in the classrooms and, even seeing, moderate to severe classes and talking with the teacher and seeing just how much those classes have improved this year and the impact that we're having on these kids' lives. And the very fact that they're, mainstreaming into, general education classes as well. And you see that and honestly with, all the kids, and this is one thing a principal told me, he's like, you're not going to be able to tell like who's in here that is also getting special education support. And that's absolutely true. And I think it's because of the work that everybody's doing with them. So great work.
Thank you. Okay, 10.3 Technology Annual Report, Director of Technology, Kelly Hilton.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight. I just want to appreciate the time to share a little bit about what's been happening in the technology department. So thank you for having me. Tonight, I want to start by talking about our vision, and that is just aligned with everything that you see here in our classrooms as we're working towards using our resources, being smart stewards of our resources, and driving deep learning through innovation and as a culture across the district. And as an IT department, we're doing that operationally and also through instruction and supporting all of the systems to make that happen. So tonight I wanted to focus on 4 areas. First of all, I want to focus on stewardship of resources as our community and our district have been working towards that all year. And I was just going to highlight the impact of some of the decisions that were made here last year around what impact that has had. And then we'll dive into our cybersecurity, data governance, and AI initiative. So for starters, for stewardship of resources, last year we had many conversations around device initiatives for student and staff operations. And the impact of some of those changes that we made in spring had quite a significant impact on the budget. So the first one was the shift in TK first grade and SDC classrooms from 1-to-1 iPads to 8 iPads per classroom, which allowed us to generate a revenue of $296,000 that we were able to put back into our device operational budget. Secondly, we extended the refresh cycle for student devices from 5 to 7 years, and that allowed us to save $1.2 million this year. For our device repair replacement, this was a partnership with parents in the community where we sold device insurance, and we've been allocating fees for some of the device repairs. And then we also deployed an instructional educational program for students in 6th grade who were learning and getting their devices for the first time. And that allowed us to save close to $195,000 compared to last year because of that initiative. And then finally, we worked on trading in and refreshing staff devices this year, which generated about $70,000, totaling $1.761 million this school year. Next, we've been really asking ourselves to be relevant with which devices are best for classroom instructional use and operational costs. So we're just exploring right now. We're in the middle of something called the Chromebook Plus pilot. And the Chromebook Plus is a device that is created for staff members that is a similar interface of teacher or student devices with more power assigned to it. And it's also a little more affordable than some of the other devices that we have in operation. So as part of the pilot, we're asking technicians and some administrators and 25 different teachers are using them full time for this time period to give us some feedback on what they're like and to explore this as an option. There's been really positive feedback so far, but we will use this opportunity to do this again in the fall with a new set of staff members. And then probably this time next year, we'll let you know about the feedback and input regarding the Chromebook Plus pilot. We also made a transition for our network firewall where we were traditionally utilizing the San Ramon Unified School District purchased our own firewall and we transitioned to partnering with the county. And this generated a big cost savings in our annual networking fees from around $233,000 per year to close to $60,000 per year. Another shift that we made at the beginning of this year was moving from our past learning management system to utilizing Google Classroom, which generated about $180,000 annual cost savings. The IT team worked together to support tickets across our organization, which was around 925 IT tickets were generated. And what we did is we worked with our computer system technicians and trained them on how to utilize Classroom and how it might sync and integrate with Infinite Campus so that they could provide one-on-one support as needed. And then we've been able to provide some support in leveraging the developing features in Google Classroom for instructional purpose that have been released in the last year, and they keep releasing new features within that platform, and we'll continue to keep the group up to date on what those are so that we can help support our staff in understanding those. And in general, what we use to measure our own impact is our IT ticket system. And so what you see here is a chart of the different categories of tickets that we've had so far this school year. We've resolved or worked towards resolving close to 27,000 IT ticket systems since the beginning of the school year. And you can see the top topics are student support requests, Chromebooks, laptops, and audio visual. But also in there, you'll see the Google Classroom support. And we worked really hard to support the annual update shift this school year as well, which allowed us to have almost 97% of our community participate in the annual update this year. And our IT team is working towards getting ready to do that again this summer as well. So next, I just want to focus a little bit on cybersecurity and let you know what we've been doing in the realm of cybersecurity and securing our posture as an organization. What you see here is the dashboard of our endpoint protection program that is through the software called CrowdStrike. And this endpoint protection dashboard allows us to monitor staff devices. So each staff device that is issued has a vulnerability scan that happens 24/7. And then the dashboard allows us to, sometimes it mediates for us and fixes the problem if it can, without us having to intervene. Other times we have to intervene and mitigate the vulnerabilities that are on the device through our own intervention, such as updating a software. So this is sort of fluctuating throughout a school year. That's what you see on that chart at the top with the red line and the green line. The green line is the vulnerabilities that are closed and mediated, and the red line are the vulnerabilities that are opening. And this is just an ongoing process because of all of the different systems that our organization is utilizing. And it's dependent upon the other systems that we use and if they are updating their programs, such as, you know, a MacBook updating a program, or Chrome OS, or Adobe, whatever the program is. So we have some of our products that do have really high vulnerabilities that we identified at the beginning of the school year. And two that I want to point out was any Mac OS device that was not operating at 15.0 or above. And so we identified several that were at 12.0. And this required that our technicians worked individually with teachers to update them and or swap them out if they couldn't be updated. And this took several months. And then we've also been working on the Windows 10 upgrade, which is going to be end of life in the fall. With all of this, one thing that I want to share that we're very proud of is the results of this management and progress that we've been working towards all year. In this dashboard, I know you see a large number up there. It says 521,000 vulnerabilities, but at the beginning of the school year, that number was close to 1.4 million vulnerabilities. And so all of these efforts have allowed us to change kind of the groundwork of what we're looking at. In fact, I looked at this today and it was at 471,000. So I'm just really proud of the continuous efforts. We continue to find some solutions to make sure our posture continues to stay healthy. But it is something that is you know, a combination of our team working towards it and then the software itself mitigating those for the organization. Another effort that we worked towards this school year was really doing more training in cybersecurity. So in October, we did a Push for Awareness Month where we were focusing on 4 things we wanted everyone to be aware of, that being keeping your MFA up to date, using strong passwords, updating software, and identifying and reporting phishing. And we've had several like an uptake in phishing reporting, which is one of our biggest risks as an organization. So we're really proud of the staff members who have been reporting phishing, because every time they click on that within the email, we have it set up so that it identifies it and tells our IT department where we're looking for patterns, and then we will mitigate that way. It also reports it to Google directly so that we can be safe in that way. So next, I just want to highlight another software that we're utilizing called ClassLink. And this is really the portal for students and staff to get to software for instruction. And this portal allows us to look at analytics like student use in class and at home, and then student use of all of our products across the organization. The only tools that we put in here have been approved for student data privacy. This allows us to regulate it. Allows for single sign-on, and then it gives our administrators a portal as well to see which software that is being utilized at their school site, so they can make sound decisions when it comes to purchases. And then finally, I want to highlight some of the work that's happened this year with AI. This is our second year with our Embracing AI initiative. And within AI this year, we did another year with our instructional technology leaders led by the incredible coordinator, Jenny Hunau. And she captured some of the thoughts from some of our teachers and staff that you're going to see on this video here. And this was a portion of what was shared during the February PD Day to help people start thinking about how do we transition from staff learning about AI to using it more in the classroom operationally, which is something we're trying to gear up for.
So these are our AI tools. For example, our AI tutor. The students can go in at any point during or after school and check in with the AI tutor if they have questions.
I'm Sarah Faley. I teach 6th grade 4 at Gale Ranch Middle School, and I have been dabbling with AI for myself and for my students this year. And so far, the experiences that we've had with it have been really positive. We've used Magic School to give students more immediate feedback in their writing, and then they have asked if they can continue to use it while we're doing like a second draft of their narratives. And so that's been great to see that they see the value in it as well.
I've really enjoyed AI and using it in the classroom, especially with my English 10 class. We are working on poetry right now, and it's really neat to see for them to see how how AI can mimic and limitations of it for writing and for like what is human experience. And they're able to really have these like engagement as if there was 30 teachers in class, having conversations with each one. And it's something that I can't do. So it's really helped them become engaged in the material and have basically like a one-on-one teacher for a lot of the assignments.
I am Jen Sakata. I teach AP Statistics at Doherty Valley High School. And I am just starting my journey with AI, but I'm really excited about the potential. I'm excited about the ways it can help me make my job easier and more focused on the students instead of some of the busy work. And I'm really excited for the ideas that students can generate with AI. I know there's lots of problems that we'll have to navigate through, but I think that it is going to be a tool that can enhance education and enhance our lives.
In my personal experience, I found that, I guess, strategies, you ask the AI to like embody that person rather than just ask what are some questions a journalist would ask, like Teddy Roosevelt. You ask the AI to play as like Teddy Roosevelt and have a conversation. Ask for questions that would show the how or why of that person's ideology rather than just, do you support this ideology?
I think one of the main benefits of AI is that it really makes assignments less like stressful and less daunting. It gives you like a starting point. And so what I do with AI is like I don't necessarily use it for the whole assignment, but I ask it to give me like an outline and kind of just like organize my thoughts and give like broad like general ideas. And then from there I can like pinpoint my research and like look back at the textbook or any like resources we have and then try to like specifically search for like those key topics. And I think that just like helps me like stay on task and not like branch off from like what the actual like question was asking. But I did find like one of the major downsides of AI is that it isn't always accurate. So a lot of times, like if you have a historical figure that we're researching on, it'll like make up things about them that wasn't actually true.
So with that, after that training for secondary teachers, we're looking ahead to working toward with staff in high school to turn on Gemini for the fall, which is a large language model available through the Google Workspace platform, which is a feature now that is available. Additionally, we secured a partnership this year with Adobe Creative Express that has some AI features in it because we were one of the top 3 school districts utilizing this tool for creativity, which really helps develop the skills of the learner profile. And then finally, within our department, I just want to quickly highlight some successes where we were recognized. Landis Chan was recognized as above and beyond. We had 3 technology department members go through the classified professional development training and complete that. We had 2 members go through site certification, and then we launched something called the SRVUSD Tech Talks, where we're trying to partner with different people in the organization to have conversations live or recorded to understand the technology that we have available here in San Ramon. So this week you'll see some Chromebook pilot teachers talking on Thursday afternoon. And next week we are working with HR to talk about some of the shifts happening in technology in the HR world. So thank you for your time. Do you have questions?
Yeah, I do have a question regarding AI use. I know currently on our school sites, pretty much every AI model is blocked on the school Wi-Fi, and so it's impossible for students to access it. Are there plans in the upcoming year to potentially remove those blocks and look at other ways at potentially, I mean, I know we have academic integrity that we're trying to protect and make sure that students aren't misusing this on tests, but is there a plan going forward to perhaps open it up on school Wi-Fi?
Absolutely. That's the plan to roll out Gemini, which would be part of it. And then any other AI tools that are approved that go through our approval process, such as school AI should be open now because we did a research project with that and some other ones. If there's something that students want to use, we can look at the privacy agreement and then consider opening it. It just goes through the same regulation as all of our software.
Got it. And then one more question. I've heard from a couple students at school sites. I'm not particularly sure myself if this is the case, but that certain devices that might be purchased by third-party student groups like a club or let's say like an associated student body organization, like a leadership class, are getting seized due to insurance reasons after about 5-6 years and possibly not being replaced. And so is there a system in place where devices that maybe don't belong to a student or a teacher, but perhaps some third-party group that are taken due to cybersecurity concerns can be replaced?
It really depends on the situation. If it's something that our department is operationalized, then we replace it. Otherwise, we notify that third party that we need to let them know that it can't be on our network because of the posture of it. And then we just try to give them enough time to secure a different device for that would be up to date, that would be safe to be on our network.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
The tech talks are awesome. Can you let folks know how they can find them, how they're distributed?
Sure. They're on the SRVUSD IT YouTube channel. So the recorded ones are on a playlist there, or you can check it out and get notifications for upcoming tech talks as well. And we've just been advertising through the Thursday update or pushing it out through a class link notification.
Great.
To let people know.
Yeah, I've seen it on LinkedIn.
Yes, they're there.
And then I know that in these last few years, we've kind of gone back and forth. We had Schoology, we had, now we have Google Classroom. Is there an understanding that we'll be using Google Classroom for the next few years, or is it still kind of up for debate in terms of what happens next year or the year after? With learning management system?
Yeah, I think given the, the budget constraints and the fact that it's part of our operational costs already for Google Workspace, we're not looking to pilot new LMS systems at this time. But we do want to work with the systems that we have and make sure it works well for our staff.
Yeah, and it seems like, as a parent, I feel like it's, now that we got over the hump of yet another switch.
Yes.
Which was a big part of the struggle, I think, is just having to relearn something new again that was old before. But it feels like this, now that we're at the end of this year, are you seeing that with staff and, more than just?
I am seeing that. I'm seeing like anytime we transition an LMS, the first half of the school year is focused on how to utilize that.
Right.
I think just like with all technology, things evolve and get updated or changed, but hopefully we will have a smoother start of the year next year, given it being the second year.
Yeah, cool. And then I was really excited to see the class link and how you're able to gather that data in terms of usage to be able to better understand how, the return on investment of those licenses, right? And you mentioned that it's that school sites have that opportunity to see that. Are we seeing that at a district level as well? And is that dictating the number of licenses that we buy for specific district-wide or staff use?
We're using those analytics for our future purchases, and we're adding in not just the analytics for clicks on it, but price per student. We're adding that next year into the analytic dashboard.
Yeah, cool. And do you see like the usage of hours too, or just
you do
see it kind of on everything? Great.
Yep. As long as kids log in through ClassLink, we can see how long they're on each tool as well.
And then when you decide to implement a new software and buy a license, is it usually an annual purchase? Is there opportunity for a semester or a monthly in case it's not being used and it's just sitting?
Most of them are annual, and that's kind of why we've made so many changes in the last few years, because we're doing more high-level operational software. And then sites and individuals are kind of purchasing those supplemental tools. But I think what ClassLeak does is really help a site principal when they have several staff members asking for a tool, and then they can look and see how often it has been used and have some conversations about advocating for that software or maybe not,
letting it go,
depending on the usage data as well.
I have one more question. Sorry, so I know that making an assumption that there are, especially at the secondary level, that there are students that bring their own devices. And in bringing their own devices, they have access to different types of software than a student with a Chromebook because of, because of the guardrails that we put in place with the devices. So I'm just curious if that's something that we should be concerned about in terms of an equity, for example, like, like if there's a student that has access to, to a membership of ChatGPT, for example, and then, 3 students in the classroom do and 27 don't, how is that affecting their learning, and what is there even anything we can do about it? Because, I mean, it's their own device, but I'm just curious.
I think it's a wonderful question, and it's the right question around AI, because one of the reasons we've been working towards operationalizing it is for that equity question. And it kind of goes back to Travis's question as well. Once everybody has access to it, then we can feel better about that. As far as students bringing in their own devices, that would be another dialogue we definitely should have as an organization. It's kind of site specific or classroom specific, but that is why we operationalize devices, so that we had a kind of a level playing field for all of our students as well.
Okay. I have one more question, sorry, just about cybersecurity. Is there annual training for staff around cybersecurity?
So we've been incorporating Keenan training mostly around emails and things. And then like this year, because October is Cybersecurity Month, we tried to just push out training, but we're also working towards doing something called, we're not quite ready yet, but it's like it's called Red Herring. And it's where people a couple times a year get an email that may or may not be a phishing campaign. And it's just like a reminder. We plan to just partner with the community to talk about what that would look like, but it's just a quick reminder for cybersecurity training as well.
Thank you. I've asked all the questions, sorry.
Do you think that moving the refresh cycle out is going to be viable in the long run from the data that we have? Because we're moving it out further. Do you think that that's going to be a viable solution as technology advances so quickly?
Yes.
I mean, I guess I'm asking you to look into the crystal ball and, try to
No, it's a great question. I think hardware wise will be our biggest challenge. It was just why we looked at, repair and refresh and fees associated and education, so that students would be more aware as well. With operating systems, Google extended how long you can use their Chrome operating system to 10 years. So I think we're fine, which is why we made that recommendation last year. We just need to keep up with supporting the education on taking care of the devices.
And if older students or parents of younger students are curious about managing screen time and looking at things like that, are those reports on screen time and utilization something that they can sign up for and get feedback on to kind of give them? I mean, I know when I look up my screen time on my phone, I'm usually shocked. But it helps keep it in perspective of, exactly how much device time we're getting. Is that something that our software allows for the students to do? So we start teaching them that, kind of digital citizenship as well as utilization of screen time and off screen time?
That's a great question. Google just released in their admin panel some parameters around that we're just starting to learn about, and we'll probably take a look at that this summer. I think at this time, if it's like the other things that they have offered, it's an all or nothing. So it'll probably be a conversation with the Technology Advisory Committee to make a recommendation for, Chromebook hours, for at-home use and for elementary, middle, or high school. But they just added some of those features that we're just starting to explore as well.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Kelly, how many people are on the Technology Advisory Committee? And what composition is it made up of?
So right now we have some classified, certificated, and administrators. Our goal next year is to recruit students. So there's a lot of students in this room. We're going to be advertising that in the beginning of the year, because one of our goals for next year is really bring in more student voice. And I've had different groups of students reach out with different ideas. There's about 25 who are on the committee. We usually get about 15 in attendance. And then we had 5 meetings this school year. With the students next year, I actually, with the team, we've talked about this already. We want to take a page out of the Student Senate book and maybe have some subcommittees around our 3 groups of categories that we work on, like a cybersecurity group, an AI group, and a data governance subcommittee that we work with the tech advisory group. Thank you.
I don't have any questions, but just want to again recognize and thank you and your department because when we're talking about technology, it's everything. I mean, your presentation, right, showed us safety, cybersecurity, things like that to keep our families and students information and data and school information safe, but then also you're championing AI and education, right, around AI and technology and what's going on. So I just want to thank.
Thank you.
And I'd like to touch base really quick back on Trustee Bratt's earlier comment about educational equity when it does come to these AI tools, because that is something I've heard feedback from a lot of students, especially when it comes to internet access. So in regards to external devices, what people are often doing is they're using their phone's hotspot. And so all the internet blocks go away if you have a phone and you can bring it to the classroom. And so it's somewhat unfair for students that are able to access third-party apps, which are still free. Like ChatGPT is free. Some of these other ones are free. But if you have a hotspot, you can use it, and students who are stuck on school Wi-Fi can't. And so that's when you get the situation where you have, the 5 kids with a huge edge, especially in tasks like research, where it can really accelerate your pace of work. So again, that's something to look at. I know that there's been great progress made in how we can operationalize AI. I do have one follow-up question on that. What would the process be for operationalizing other AI tools beyond Gemini? And is there, perhaps a plan in place to do that, or a way for students to reach out to the IT team?
Absolutely. That is in place currently now. So we have it on our IT ticket system and it's in the staff portal. So you would work with a staff member to submit a request for an approval. And then we work with the site organization, which is the California IT and Education Organization, who partners with F3 Law. And they ensure that any software that we have opened is following those guidelines. And if it is, then we go ahead and open it up on the INST network, which is student access. For some of the tools, it's just for high school because it could be 13 and up and so that's the threshold that we use, high school or middle school and elementary, kind of in 2 buckets. With Gemini coming out, there's a lot of features that will be allowing that access. And I do just want to mention that free doesn't always mean free. You're giving your data to the companies, which is also an educational piece, why we want to provide it in a place that is safe and educate about AI so kids understand that, that free doesn't always mean it may be free in costs, but you're giving your information away to the software companies that are utilizing it in that way. So that's what we ask them when we work with them. What are you doing with the data that you put into your AI model? And we ensure that it's not going anywhere else, that we're protecting your data.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation, and the work that you're doing in AI and cybersecurity are so, so important. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're on to public comment for non-agenda items. This item is for non-agenda public comment, an opportunity for our community to speak on the record about items not on tonight's agenda. During the non-agenda public comment, the board cannot respond to comments because the topics have not been published on the agenda prior to the meeting. And I have 2 comment cards. First is Christopher Shazad, and after him is Kim Delaney.
Hi, good evening, trustees and so my name is Christopher Shazad. I have a daughter who is in 5th grade, and the reason for my appearance here is to raise a concern. So there was a missed deadline that prevented me from registering my fifth grader for the math advancement program, summer course number 2. The deadline was April 30th and the course commenced on May 7th. So I want to give you a little background. My daughter's fifth grade math assessment, she took the math assessment test at Creekside Elementary. She did fairly well. And per the district's rules or policy, if the student scores a 90 or higher, they would be placed in course 2 and have the option to advance to course 3. In order to advance to course 3, they have to complete an online course that starts in the spring, May 7th, and ends in the summer, July 24th. My daughter scored a 92 and qualified to take the online course stated above and try to get into course 3 when she goes to 6th grade next year. She's a highly motivated student and was very disappointed at the logistical hiccup that prevented her from taking this course online. It's worth noting that the course is one that it's self-paced, it's online, and does not involve instruction from a teacher. Thus, the late registration in this regard would be less of a matter in completing the course, given that the student is disciplined and motivated, as each of the students in this pathway already are. I know as well as everyone here that personal circumstances occur in life, and in my family, April was such a month that led to some personal setbacks and thus played a part in leading to missing this deadline for registration. I ultimately take responsibility for that as a parent. I am requesting that the board allow some flexibility in allowing late registration for my student and students of other families who may be in similar circumstances or predicaments. My daughter deserves a second chance, given the intense effort she put into this endeavor. So thank you for your time and consideration, and hope I can get some sort of favorable response. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Delaney.
Hello. My name is Kim Delaney, and I began working for SRVUSD in August of 2019. Before I start, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. This information will be meaningful in the future. I have a master's degree in business administration and worked in higher education for over 25 years. Before coming to SRVUSD, I worked at San Jose State University for 5 years as the assistant bursar, supervising dozens of employees. In April 2019, I left SJSU for personal reasons, and in August of that year, I started my career with SRVUSD as a paraeducator at California High School, working part-time for 3 years. In August 2022, I applied for and was offered full-time position as the college and career coordinator at Doherty Valley High School. This position was perfect for me due to my extensive experience with higher education. Sadly, in December 2022, just 4 months after I began my new position and 2 days before Christmas, I was displaced from my position by a more senior employee with rights to the position. Basically, the employee in the position before me did not pass her probation at her new job, so they gave her mine. I was placed in the office assistant position at DVHS, working part-time. As you can imagine, this was very upsetting for me, and when I brought it up, I was told I should be grateful I even had a job, even though I did nothing wrong and was excelling in my new position. This is where my experience with SRVUSD went from great to horrible. My experience at Doherty Valley High School was so bad that in October 2024, I demoted myself and returned to the paraprofessional position, this time at Pine Valley Middle School. This demotion came with few hours and lower pay. Over the next several months, 3 minutes at a time, I will tell you of incidences of discrimination, a toxic work environment, harassment, bullying, and illegal hire practices within SRVUSD. I will detail my experiences with SRVUSD's human resources, my former principals, one of which is the current director of human resources, 2 of my former assistant principals, assistant superintendent, and the superintendent, as well as my union president, about and how each individual who is supposed to be here for me to help me ultimately failed me. I will go over my 5 official complaints and how each was determined to be unfounded solely based on the respondent saying it didn't happen, despite the proof that I provided. Sadly, my being here could have been avoided if Human Resources, my union, and the superintendent had prioritized making me whole instead of just the employee who displaced me. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more public comment card from Yoni Liedersdorf.
Hey, board members, superintendent, and staff, I'm here again, this time to alert you to a severe issue. There's a social studies teacher sitting in this room right now. Actually, I think he just left out, named Mr. Jeff Davis. We have several students who wanted to share their experiences in class with him in this board meeting today, and they have cold feet for fear of retaliation in the class with him and through their grade. Recently, a student complained that he makes the student feel uncomfortable in class due to him politicizing the content. Mr. Davis responded in an email, and I quote, "I spoke with your student yesterday, and they were adamant that they felt safe in my classroom and at school. They were very clear that they believe that I respect them as a student and a person, so that they never should have felt a need to voice an opinion that was different from what I thought, or anyone else in class presented that they knew they could be heard, respected, and protected. I reinforce the point that I made many times before in class. If they ever feel that I disrespected them or crossed the line in any way, I presented information that they could and should speak up. They confirmed that they knew this and would have no problem, based on our relationship of mutual respect, of calling me out if need be. The teacher is expecting the student to call them out in class. Keep that in mind. We left it with the sentiment that if they had any concerns, that I will always be open to hearing from them and supporting them as best as I can." End quote. So, are we expecting a student to tell their teacher when they feel uncomfortable and for the teacher to handle it? Do we think students will be comfortable coming in front of this board to share their experiences in such a situation? I ask the board to pause for a moment here and consider the ability of students to speak against agenda items in the meeting today when they fear for their experience in class. At least one student has already retracted their yellow card for fear of retaliation from this teacher. Thank you.
Okay, we're on to 10.5, Association President's Reports. Tammy Castelluccio from the CSEA President.
Good evening. I'm Tammy Castelluccio, President of CSEA. I would like to congratulate all of our students recognized this evening for their outstanding achievement. We'd also like to congratulate the Bright Light winners. And I would also like to take a moment to thank our student board member, Travis Hodges, for the great work and care you provided to continue to elevate student voice. Good luck in all your future endeavors. CSEA management have been in reopener negotiations. We have another meeting scheduled for this Friday, and we hope to be done with contract language so that we can ratify before the end of the school year. Classified Employees Week starts this coming week. So please make sure that you thank all your classified employees for all the hard work they do for our students. We will also be recognizing and celebrate all of our staff that are retiring at the end of the year this coming next week. And we're in the home stretch of the school year. Let's stay focused. And we're wishing good luck to all of our students taking finals and graduating. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Laura Finko, Serbia President.
I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are gathered on the ancestral unceded land of the Bay Miwok people, specifically the Sassoma tribe, whose stewardship of this land predates our district and our institution. We honor their past, present, and future generations and their ongoing connection to this land. Good evening, President Clark, trustees, Superintendent Kamick, and members of our community. Before I start, I want to note that as a district, there is a process to handle concerns and complaints. I would hope that staff reaches out to the parent that just spoke and help alleviate or investigate the concerns that he has, as public outing of teachers is neither helpful or actually appropriate. My name is Laura Finko, and I am the proud president of the San Ramon. I am proud to serve as the president of the San Ramon Valley Education Association. I'm here tonight on behalf of over 98% of the district's certificated non-management educators who are SRVUSD. The teachers, the counselors, the nurses, the specialists who show up every single day for our students, like the students we celebrated earlier this evening, which, by the way, is a 38-year science teacher. I am very proud of the incredible and innovative work these kids have accomplished. Let me start by saying this. The tentative agreement that was developed by our teams was created in good faith. After months of difficult and, yes, sometimes contentious negotiations, we made progress. But even when we do our best work, sometimes we just don't get it right. And the vote from our members made it clear we didn't get it right. So what's the core issue? Trust. And language that demands a level of trust that simply isn't there anymore. Our members are concerned about the trigger language. As written, it only requires a discussion about financial changes, not a return to the table to actually negotiate when the district's financial outlook improves. That's not enough. Because in the past, we've been able to come together as true partners and negotiate. We did that because the trust was there. Now, our educators are looking at a 3-year MOU that lacks any contingency language. No real mechanism that ensures we'll reopen negotiations when new money arrives, and that was unacceptable. They also are asking for more information about what a retirement incentive would involve, because our members want to make sure that any new revenue or savings will be used to restore class sizes, the student mental health supports, and the programs our students rely on that are being cut. Right now, that confidence is missing. We spent years after COVID repairing damaged relationships and building bridges. We worked hard and we were successful because we kept our students at the center of every conversation. But when educators are chastised for standing up for their students, that breaks the fragile trust we worked so hard to rebuild. And let's be clear, we cannot separate our educators from their union. Our union is our educators. We are a democracy, and as a democracy, every SRVUSD member is a bargainer. And right now, our members are telling us, go back, fix what needs fixing. So let me say this clearly. No one wants to strike. No one. I've personally reached out to Superintendent Kamick, and I've asked him to bring our teams back to the table to fix the language. We don't have to pause impasse process to do this. We can still talk. In fact, we should still talk. And now I understand there are differences in opinion about what constitutes a last offer, but I urge you, do not go backwards. Do not walk away from what we built in the tentative agreement. If we're going to get back to a place of mutual trust, we must honor the work done in good faith, and we must be willing to fix what needs to be fixed so that we can get a ratified agreement. Because in the end, this is about our students. They deserve the best. They deserve to see the adults in the room work together even when things are hard, especially when things are hard. So let's not give up on that. Let's get this right, and let's do this together. Thank you.
Okay, student board member report. Travis, your last report?
I know, it's so exciting. Not in a
Wait, you're
negative way.
excited? You excited this is your last one?
I mean, you guys get the idea. So with the end of the year in sight, most of my work has been focused on catching up with various committees and wrapping up some of the ongoing projects I've been working on prior to this being my final meeting. It's been very exciting to see all the progress that's been made by our district committees, especially grade reform. I know that that's going to be going on beyond my time in the student board member role, but that's been very exciting. And again, one of the things I've been very passionate about. And so some great progress there. I've also been very happy to witness and check in on the success of our various AP testing operations going on at some of our secondary school sites. And it's been great to kind of see all the end of year events going on, especially in primary and secondary education, all the graduation ceremonies. It's a very packed and busy time, but also, again, very exciting. And so with this being my last board meeting, I also wanted to say thank you to the community as well as our board members for trusting me in this role. It's been an incredible honor, and I've really appreciated all the focus that this district has on keeping student voice as a priority. And so in preparation for next year, our Student Senate has already elected a new Student Senate Chair, and we're now entering into the final stages of selecting the next student board member, which will be joining everyone here at the June board meeting. And in addition to wrapping up some of these other projects, I've also had the opportunity to continue to connect with students and some of our educational partners, including by participating in the San Ramon Valley Council PTA's Advocacy Day, as well as a couple other events at our school sites. I've continued to meet with students and answer questions about a range of district topics. There's actually been a pretty big spike in questions about AI use, and so it was great that we had our IT team here today to help field some of those questions, and then also continuing to help students understand the impact of our budget decision and how it might affect planning for next year. So again, thank you all for the opportunity to serve, and that concludes my final update.
Thank you, Travis. Superintendent's report. Superintendent Kamick.
Thank you very much, President Clark. A few things to run through this morning, or this evening, it'll be morning soon. We want to thank PTA for allowing me to be part of the superintendent's panel at the PTA Advocacy Day. It was a great chance to work with some superintendents from our region that I enjoy working with and respect. My favorite part of the day, as is the case most often, was hearing from our student panel. Great opportunity to put student voice front and center at advocacy, and appreciated having elected officials in the room so that we could lean on them a little bit for some of the real change that we need to see in education. I also want to take a moment and thank all of the staff and administration and students at all of our schools. The reason behind this moment of gratitude is when I was first hired, I took it upon myself to visit every school site between the first day of school and about the middle of November to recalibrate around what has changed in this district since I served the community 12 years ago. And we had set forward a process under my predecessor where we had more structured school site visits, where a board member and the site supervisor and myself go out to the school site. We visit a few classrooms. We meet with the administration to hear about their progress towards improving the school. We talk with a panel of students, and we set time to engage with staff. And that creates a really dynamic opportunity where our board gets to hear directly from students. I get to hear directly from students. I love telling them that it is so important to hear their voice because it's been such a long time since I was a student, and they always freak out that I was born in the 1900s. But it's a great conversation to have with students, whether it's elementary or high school. The feedback is incredible. I think it's great to have our board members have that opportunity to see what's happening inside the classroom, to see what our teachers are doing to support students, to see what our paraeducators are doing to support students, and how the whole system works together. Friday is our last site visit of the year, so we have been to every school site from August to November and then back again from January until Friday. And I know that's a lot of work for sites, and I really appreciate the effort that they're putting into that. Want to thank everybody who was involved with putting together the SLAM Symposium. I had a chance to be a part of that at San Ramon Valley High School, hear from high school students from across the district. That was a really valuable and important experience. Thank our Ed Foundation for the Night with the Stars. Wonderful opportunity to celebrate the community engagement that happens in this district. And it's not just a donation of human capital, there's a donation of fiscal capital as well. And both of those are critically important to the success of our school district. I think in terms of where we stand with budget reductions and negotiations, I would offer a few remarks, and I think that the words we just heard about trust were really important. In coming in as a superintendent who's faced with a dire fiscal condition, I know firsthand how difficult it is to enter that space and try and build trust. And I'm keenly aware of how important it is. And I'm confident that throughout my work and my leadership, my actions have matched my words. And I think that's the most definitive piece of building trust. And I'm confident that we can do that. But I also want to be very clear that when we are operating under the conditions of cutting $24 million from the district, after 10 million were cut last year and 3.5 million cut this year, $35.7 million in less than 12 months. Trust is a really hard thing to hold on to because everything feels bad. And when it feels like that, people take things and internalize things at a deep level. And that's not a flaw of anybody's character. We're in this business because we are heart and soul people who love kids, all of us, the whole rank and file of the entire district. And so when we go through devastating reductions because of our financial challenge, it is deeply personal for everybody. And trust is usually eroded away at that because it's hard not to feel things at such a deep level. And if you go to sites as much as I do and you see the incredible work happening with our students by our staff, you can see how much heart and soul it takes and why the trust element of the conversation is always so fragile. And with that, I conclude my superintendent's report. And Travis, congratulations on finishing your last report. This is not my last report, but I'm very proud of you and very happy for you.
Okay, we're on to 11.1, consideration of ethnic studies curriculum adoption with review of BP 6146.1 high school graduation requirements. Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Deb Pettish.
You good, Cindy? Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, President Clark, fellow trustees, Superintendent Kamick, and distinguished members of Cabinet. Thank you so much for having us here this evening. As you mentioned, I am Debbie Pettish, Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and I am sitting alongside Dr. Hong Lian, who is our Equity Director. And then we will also be asking 3 of our teacher leaders to come up and speak tonight, and I am honored to call them colleagues, and that is Jeff Davis, Anastasia, Shranowski, and Casey Endicott, who will be coming up in a moment. So some background in terms of why we are here. Of course, AB 101 was passed by the state of California in 2021. And essentially it states that ethnic studies will be mandated as a graduation requirement for all students in the state of California by the year of 2030. They also proposed and eventually adopted an ethnic studies model curriculum. Again, that was adopted by the State Board of Education for California, and we use that as a model for our curriculum that we brought to you here this evening. The commitment statement that was created at the onset of this process is really, really important. So if you just take a minute to review that, I know some words that really stick out to me are words like inclusive, inquiry-based, critical thinking, diverse perspectives, and this idea of empowerment. And we do believe that all of those terms and many more are really embodied in the curriculum that we are proposing for ethnic studies. Again, in terms of a more detailed timeline, in October of 2021, again, AB 101 passed, and it says that for graduates in the class of 2030 and beyond, ethnic studies is mandated if they want to graduate high school with a diploma, and that districts must begin offering an ethnic studies class in the 25-26 school year. And so we took some time, did some research, and then November of 2023, we did a board workshop in ethnic studies where we went over all the specifics in terms of what it is not, and then the implementation timeline. So next up, really, and there's a lot of work done behind the scenes, but in terms of the Board of Education in August of 2024, so of course, the beginning of this school year, we updated Board Policy 6146.1. And that is essentially the requirements to graduate from SRVUSD. And we, of course, swapped World Geo for Ethnic Studies for the graduating class of 2029. So for incoming freshmen, 25-26, which is of course the class of 2029, and then beyond, they will, according to our current board policy, need ethnic studies in order to graduate from SRVUSD. And this is consistent with a lot of other school districts. It's definitely not limited to what I put up there, but oftentimes we compare ourselves to those districts. And so all of those districts will have ethnic studies as a grad requirement for at least the class of 2029 and beyond. Some of them already have this as a graduation requirement. So we're talking about Palo Alto, Acalanes, Pleasanton, Dublin, Mountain View, Los Altos, and Mount Tam. This past January, we brought a course proposal for ethnic studies, the 9th grade ethnic studies class that was of course approved. March 18th, per our board policy, we formally recommended that the ethnic studies curriculum that was created be available for preview for the public. Between March 18th and May 12th, that curriculum was available, including, we're really, really proud of the transparency with which we put the curriculum on display. All of it was available either online or in person. And then, of course, Hong and I and other members of the Ed Services team have met with many members of the community to discuss their input, which has been really, really valuable, and we greatly appreciate their time. At the April 22nd board meeting, of course, we came and we talked about adoption, and the board, of course, decided at that time to move a decision to tonight's meeting. Between April 23rd and May 8th, we revised the curriculum. We did some revisions based on the community input. And then, of course, we are here tonight for a decision around the adoption of those curriculum materials. So for an overview of the professional development, I will turn it over to Dr. Nian.
For our professional development, of course, we spent some time doing a lot of the writing in 23-24 school year and continue that into the 24-25 school year. Of course, we wanted to make sure that we were prepping our teachers and getting them more prepared. And so we did have about 17 hours of professional development on ethnic studies. A lot of that was based on community building, really emphasizing on positivity, joy, empathy, as well as understanding. We did community building, really learning about restorative work within that space, but really also looking at the actual curriculum and getting feedback from the group that was there. And so a lot of that was having courageous conversations about different topics that we're also within. And we know that we have to do more of that as we continue with professional development with our staff. And as we continue with professional development in terms of engagement, we gathered a lot of data from our students as well as our teachers that have taught the interdisciplinary ethnic studies and then really going into the community and presenting ethnic studies at different meetings. We will continue to do professional development with our teachers and gain feedback as we are implementing the course. We definitely have in the past connected with other districts, went out to see them, and then we've been working with our county office also. They have an ethnic studies work group that we've been a part of for the last number of years. And so that was an area for us to be able to gain insight, also work with other districts that have been attending those meetings. And as we think about our professional development for the upcoming year, adding additional time for our teachers to really come together to do additional professional development. We know that that's something that's ongoing and is important for us to continue to do with our teachers. We also know that based on budget cuts, all of those different things that are time is limited. And so really trying to maximize the time that we have with them, whether we're providing subs for them to be able to come out and do professional development or doing professional development after school or collaboration, which we've also been able to do. We'll be able to continue that with our group.
Thank you, Hong. We wanted to highlight 3 board policies that we think may be pertinent to tonight's discussion. And so one is board policy 6144, and it really talks about controversial issues and how teachers are expected to address those in the classroom. And it talks, and again, this has been a board policy on the books for quite a while, the importance of having all sides of an issue presented and that the promotion of a partisan point of view is not allowed. We, of course, in June of 2024, so about a year ago, updated 6161.1. And that really focuses on the use and selection of instructional materials in general, with a particular emphasis on supplementary materials, and really has expectations of teachers with regard to the materials that they are able to bring into the classroom. And then I earlier talked about our board policy on graduation requirements. And so we are now going to invite those 3 teachers up. If Anastasia, Jeff, and Casey could come up. Through the course of many conversations, email correspondence, meetings we've had with community members, local clergy, and the Google form. So of course, when we put the curriculum online, we also had a Google form where we have been receiving feedback for several weeks now. Based on all of that information, we came up with several themes that we wanted to really highlight tonight. And we thought no better way to do that than to put these absolutely amazing teachers up here to kind of explain our thought process. So we will turn it over to them.
Hello, good evening. All right, so here's what we've learned and here's what we've heard. We're going to start off with talking about teacher qualifications and training. So this course is going to be taught by credentialed social studies teachers. It was already mentioned that there has been about 17 hours of professional development with over 20 more planned for the upcoming school year. We want teachers to feel comfortable and confident with this topic. And so we are including a lot of PD from other districts, as well as the county office, which was mentioned. There's also a number of professional development opportunities for teachers through universities like Stanford and the UCs. Training includes facilitating sensitive discussions, maintaining instructional balance, and understanding the global context of sensitive conflicts. And teachers will be supported and have structured planning time and ongoing coaching. Also, for social studies teachers, we regularly have to navigate difficult issues in AP classes and in all of our classes, really. So while ethnic studies is a new course, talking about sensitive topics is nothing new for social studies. To continue with that, educators are, of course, going to follow board policies. We are teaching using standards aligned curriculum. We are ensuring that instruction is objective and inclusive. We want to stay free of personal bias. And like I said, ongoing professional development to keep supporting this fair, balanced, and inclusive teaching practice. Theme 2, ethnic studies as a graduation requirement. This was also mentioned, but I will briefly repeat that for the graduating class of 2029, students will need a semester of ethnic studies. And we know that there's a lot of benefits to ethnic studies when it comes to academic engagement, empathy, civic responsibility, and especially when it comes to historically marginalized students. Continuing with that, we see that some of those skills that were mentioned were also used in world geography. We want to ensure that ninth graders are getting everything they need to be successful in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade social studies courses. And so just a brief example would be from Unit 2, Lesson 8. We are doing research on media literacy. And in Unit 4, Lesson 5, there is a project researching social movements.
Okay. So another thing we noticed was that ethnic studies provides an opportunity for students to see themselves in the curriculum. It's really exciting, and we received some public comments requesting to have specific groups included in the ethnic studies curriculum. We are obviously most limited by the fact that the course is only a semester long. Obviously, it's our goal and the goal of every teacher to have all their students represented and feeling heard in their classroom. And so we had a couple solutions to this. One is that we are using content from the 4 core areas of study throughout the ethnic studies curriculum. That's based on the California model curriculum. But also we have a lot of opportunities for students to self-reflect and to have choice in their research projects. So we can't necessarily cover every single ethnic group, but students will have a chance to choose what they're learning about and self-reflect on their own identity and ethnicity. There are some examples in our slides. So Unit 1, Lesson 12, the first big project in ethnic studies is an autoethnography. Basically, students have the opportunity to reflect on their own experiences of ethnicity and think about who they are and where they come from. And obviously, that's a chance for them to integrate their own experiences. Another chance is the family migration story. Students spend time researching where their family has roots. And I just wanted to highlight that assignments like this have flexibility, and teachers deal with this every day. Teachers are thinking about, oh, well, this student was adopted, or this student's family has been here since the American Revolution, right? Like, teachers are thinking about that all the time, and there are some adaptations built into this curriculum. And also we know that our teachers are capable of adjusting that to meet the needs of all the students in the room. We have a really cool lesson on community counter narratives where students get to think about a narrative about a group and provide a research-based counter narrative. So there's some choice there. And there's also choice in this sort of culminating project in Unit 4, where students have an opportunity to research a social movement that they choose. I want to highlight one specific thing, which is that there was a slide that was brought up as lacking representation of all religions. And there's some context to that. It was a slide that showed examples of what religious identity could be. And so, of course, it was not like it didn't include every possible religion, but we did add Judaism and Hinduism to be more representative of our community so that students could see some examples of that. Another thing that public comments brought up was that people really wanted to be sure that the curriculum builds unity. And that was a primary goal of teachers developing this curriculum. Our first 2 units are identity and narrative and storytelling. And they really emphasize students and what they bring to the classroom, their culture, accomplishments, traditions, history. They're really great units. As Anastasia mentioned, the curriculum development is ongoing. It's intentionally inclusive, and we love feedback. I think as a social studies teacher, actually to have this dialogue is like amazing. And the curriculum's goal is to help students deepen their understanding of their experiences and other people's experiences. This class, I think there's a misconception that we should just be sort of celebrating lots of different cultures, and we certainly should be doing that in our schools, and I think we do that quite well. But ethnic studies goes a little bit deeper than that, and we get to talk about some really in-depth academic frameworks for understanding the world that go a little bit beyond just celebrating multiculturalism. So some examples of lessons, we do a culture tree, which is really amazing, where students come up with elements of their culture that are important to them, and we put them together in this metaphorical tree, and it represents the culture of the entire class. Students learn about the meaning and importance of community, and they reflect on who makes up their community, why that matters. They get a chance to interview someone who they think is important in their community. They do community research mapping, talking about places that matter to them and collaborating on that. They also get introduced to the idea of being upstanders and working in solidarity to improve their communities. And something I really want to highlight is that every time students are asked to research the experiences of people in these 4 core areas of study, they are asked to look for commonalities and apply those commonalities to their own lived experiences. So this is not about you are different than me. It's about how are we similar? What can we learn from people's experiences? And how can we use it to make our communities a better place?
All right, going off of that, talking about creating safe, supportive environments for all students. We've talked about community a lot because it is a central part of ethnic studies, and community circles are a way to help do that, to ensure connections as well as trust that is essential in this class. A lot of the lessons in Unit 1 specifically are designed to help students reflect, but also to get to know each other, which is perfect for 9th grade as they're entering high school. One other example is from the second lesson in the first unit, which is their name story. And they share a little bit about their first, middle, or last name, why their parents named them that, what the connection to it, if they like it or not. Otherwise, though, safety, the psychological safety of students is absolutely important. And we put a lot of these classroom norms in place before we delve into this content. So it's not like on the second week, we're starting to talk about some really difficult things. We build up to it. We understand that we have to build our class constitution. We have to talk about norms and values. And we also would give students opportunity to express, do you feel safe in this class? Do you feel as though your opinion matters, that your voice matters, not like shut down? And allowing students to do that anonymously as well. So giving students a chance to have ample feedback consistently about the culture of the classroom as well as the curriculum is really, really important to us. And students, we've also mentioned voice and choice. A lot of that is embedded into this curriculum. And so we want them to participate. We want them to be able to come up with inquiries and express their own learning.
Good evening. Do you want to mention that in addition to the what do they call it, the model curriculum, this course that we are offering to the freshmen is based in part on the interdisciplinary elective class that we offer to juniors and seniors over 3 years. And so this isn't just a hypothetically what might happen in classes. We have an experience with what happens and building community and having conversations. And there are actually former students back there who signed out cards. We're going to have an opportunity to talk to you about their experience. And what we've basically done is taken that experience, which the students found was incredibly valuable to them, and sort of brought it down to the freshman level, in part by working with teachers who have taught world geography, as well as talking with students in various ways to say what would be appropriate for you. So we have some experience with what this is going to look like, and those students can then speak to that. So just as a thing. One of the issues is about standards. And the fact is that 9th grade does not have a California content standard. World geography is not a required course. So there are not content standards for that. So in some ways, having this new ethnic studies requirement is producing standards that the state has said, this is what you are going to be teaching. And so there will be more direction from the state of saying, this is what we are expecting you to do. And if you stay within those lines, you're going to be okay. But when we were developing this, as Anastasia said, one of the things we wanted to do was saying, how can we prepare students for not just ninth grade, but 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade? And so the teachers who are involved in this have taught basically every social studies subject that we have. And so we thought a lot about the articulation from year to year. There were also middle school teachers that were there, and we thought about what were they getting in the middle school and what would they be prepared for in the freshman year. And so these standards about the critical thinking, about history and power dynamics are already, as Anastasia said, things that we covered in other social studies classes. It's not listed in the ninth grade standard because there is no ninth grade standard. So we took what we could from the 10th, 11th, and 12th, as well as the eighth grades, and sort of incorporated. And so the course is teaching concepts that are core aspects of fields such as economics, political science, history, sociology, psychology, and sort of bringing them all together in a way that is an introduction to these things. Obviously, students with these complex ideas are not going to understand every single one of them perfectly. I still struggle with intersectionality, for example. But we are introducing these ideas and giving them an opportunity through learning about others and themselves to develop these kinds of critical thinking things that will then be built on for sophomore year and then all the way through their lives. One of the specific concerns was about the lack of inclusion of certain groups, and in particular, the Jewish community. I want to note that the ethnic studies course is based around the idea of Asian American and Pacific Islander studies, not necessarily Asian American history, African American studies. These are fields of perspective as much as they are histories of communities. In no way is any group intended to be excluded from any of these things. These are not about when you're doing Native American studies, you're only learning about the experience of Native Americans. It's a perspective on society that can be applied to all groups. So from our perspective, we were certainly not intending to exclude anyone, but we understand that there are political issues and other issues in the world that people don't want to feel excluded from their schools. And we do not want that either. And so we went back through the curriculum and thought, are there ways that we can make what we intended to do anyways, which was include all of our students and all of their perspectives in every lesson? And how can we make that more explicit, right? How can we make it clear and intentional that every student in our school is included in these lessons? And sometimes it's having to look at like, well, there's these intense debates. If we have these four core groups and we're going to include Jewish Americans and Jews in general, where do we fit, right? So as a Jewish American, am I Asian? Am I African? Where do I fit? And so trying to like do that without offending anyone, of saying, well, you put us in the wrong group. It's like, well, but that's not what we were trying to do. We were saying, how can we make people feel included? And obviously we were not perfect in all of those things. And so we want to sort of recognize that failing on our part, but also hopefully make people understand that this was not our intention. Again, it was not explicitly stated that anti-Semitism was a form of oppression that would be explicitly explored in our courses. I think the teachers that were involved, some of us who are Jewish sort of assumed, of course, that's what we would be doing. That is a form of religious and ethnic oppression. It is something that we cover in world history. It's something that we cover in US history. It's something that we cover in government when we talk about the Bill of Rights. And we just sort of thought, well, of course people will know that's what we're covering, but obviously we need to be more intentional, more explicit. And so that has been added to Unit 3, Lesson 5, under forms of oppression. That has been made explicit that that is a form of oppression that needs to be covered. There was a video early on, I can't remember what unit it was, about San Francisco State and about student activism there. The reason why that video was being included was that ethnic studies as a curriculum was basically born at San Francisco State in the 1960s and 70s. And this was a history of both, you're in this class, you're a freshman, you're in this class, where did this class come from? And then also as examples of student activism. As part of that video, the way that it was edited, there was a discussion of modern in the sense that this video I think was 15 years old. So examples of contemporary when the video was made student activism. And they were talking about Black Student Union, and various groups. And one of them was briefly, in I think about 10 seconds, a new group that they mentioned called GUPS, General Union for Palestinian something. And there was a brief second of people waving Palestinian flags, and then it cuts. And we thought, well, that's weird that they wouldn't go into the discussion of what is the issue and present that with sufficient context, that a student is sort of it's an idea that's introduced and then they don't go into it. And we thought that that was not a video that in the context of the history of ethnic studies was necessarily the best use. And that if we are going to raise issues that are as complex and require nuance and require recognition of students' attitudes, such as Israel and Palestine, or any of the issues that we are going to present that are controversial. India and Pakistan, for example, and Kashmir, right? If we are going to do that, it needs to not be a 1 second brief mention of there's a group that exists. So we're like, okay, that's raising concerns about the way things are being presented. And we agreed that that was not providing sufficient context. So that we're going to replace that video with another one that covers basically the same idea, which is about where ethnic studies came from and why it's important. And so that's sort of the thing that we need to fix. And we also understand just sort of in general, context is important for us. So that's our kind of goal. So our recommended next steps are that this proposed curriculum be adopted. We recognize that with any class, there is always student feedback, and that we expect to need to revise things as things change, as student body changes, right? So in our my interdisciplinary ethnic studies class that both Anastasia and I taught, the curriculum changed based on student need. One year we had an incident, unfortunately, at our basketball game, and suddenly the spring semester became something totally different than what I had planned, because that's what the students were concerned about, and that's what we needed to do. The curriculum that's going to be taught, the content, might be very different from one classroom to one period to another. Those autoethnographies with different demographics of different students, you'll need to be covering very different things based on what the students need and what the students want. Some classes, community will be built instantaneously. You can move on to the next thing real quick, and others it might take longer. So we're going to be getting a lot of feedback from students, from parents, from other teachers. We will, and from the board, and we expect that we will be needing to make revisions sort of like we always do with all the classes that we teach. Obviously, we're going to need to do more professional development, budget considerations taken into account, and hopefully we can answer your questions after the probably 5 hours of comments that we're about to get.
Do you have specific questions now, or do you want to go on to hearing the public comment?
I think if there's that many public comments, I would just say move towards that and can adapt our conversation.
Okay, so I have almost 50 cards here, and I do want to hear from everyone, but I am going to invoke the board bylaw 9323. So I will be limiting your time to 2 minutes each. And I would ask that if there are others who have the same views as you, if you would be willing to come up in a group rather than to all speak individually. Of course, that's up to you, but in the interest of time. And I will use my discretion at this point, and I will prioritize students first, because at our last meeting, students did not get to speak because it went so late, and they have homework still, and they're still in school. So if you are a student, we have 2 podiums. What I want you to do, since I don't know everybody in here who's a student, I want the students to please get up and and make a line here, and each one of you take a podium, and one will speak first, and then the other one, and then the next person will come up, and please state your name when you speak so that I can pull your card. Yes.
Good evening, members of the board. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Avishi Agarwal, and I'm a student at California High School. I'm part of the student-led anti-racism organization. Tonight, I would like to advocate in favor of the implementation of an ethnic studies class in our district, which would be offered to incoming freshmen starting from the 2025 to 2026 school year. Ethnic studies is more than just learning about different cultures, but rather about understanding the history, contribution, and struggles of people who have shaped our world but are often left out of traditional history classes. When students see themselves reflected in what they learn, they feel seen, valued, and empowered. And when we study the experiences of others, we build empathy, respect, and unity. From an academic perspective, students will strengthen their critical thinking skills by analyzing power structures and social inequality. Additionally, students will be encouraged to question historical narratives and delve deeper into systemic inequalities, preparing them not just for college education, but to become informed, inclusive, and thoughtful members of the society we want to build. Research has consistently shown the positive impact of ethnic studies on students. A study conducted by Stanford University found that students who took an ethnic studies course in 9th grade had improved attendance, higher GPAs, and were more likely to graduate and enroll in college. These benefits were particularly pronounced among students of color who often see their experiences validated and valued in environments like this. By connecting classroom learning with real-world experiences, this ethnic studies class would be more than just a subject at school, but rather a means for students to develop civic responsibility and empower them to take a stand on injustice and racism in our communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay,
Go ahead.
good evening. My name is Esme, and I'm a student in the SRVUSD School District. Now let's begin with some statistics. The SRVUSD School District has 37 schools with a racial makeup of 33% white, 2% black, 47% Asian, 9% Hispanic, and less than 0.5% American Indian and Native Hawaiian. So how do we ensure that all of these students are represented? According to a Stanford report, 9th grade students assigned to an ethnic studies course had longer-term improvements in attendance and graduation rates, especially among marginalized communities. There was a point brought up last meeting that this course was too divisive, but the divide is already present in our community. Both middle and high schoolers have reported hearing aggressions like, "He's black, shouldn't he be good at sports?" and "There's so many Asians here." I understand that this is not easy to hear. And ethnic studies does cover difficult topics, but that is exactly why we need it. When I went to Stone Valley for SLAM, or Student-Led Anti-Racism Movement, I was able to see a change in the kids when they were given the opportunity to discuss issues about culture and race. They opened up about their own experiences, showing vulnerability and courage. If 8th graders can handle this, 9th graders certainly can too. America is a melting pot and has created a complex and long-lasting legacy. So how do we acknowledge the full history of America while also celebrating our achievements? Ethnic studies encourages these questions while exploring topics about identity, counter-narratives, and systems of power. These topics help foster understanding, connect history to modern-day issues, and empower all voices of our beautifully diverse community. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nihari Putnuru. I am a freshman at California High School, and I'm a part of SLAM, and I'm here to express my support for the Ethnic Studies class. As we know, the Ethnic Studies class can help students learn a bunch of stuff, like the people and the ideas that have shaped the history today, the gaps in contents in all the communities, learning about other people's perspectives of all the races, and even the courageous conversations, even if they're hard, are important for all people to learn, no matter the age. All of this is important because in order for this to happen, you need to have a safe and respectable environment. Having this class will help students make sure everyone is respected and treated well. As we know, California, also SRVUSD, is a very diverse society. And having this diverse society, it is even more important to understand each other and respect each other for who we are. The ethnic studies class would help us do this. By implementing this class, students can feel seen and heard. They might even encourage challenging injustice and also advocating for change. Not only in the ethnic groups, but also other ethnic groups that they can support. Thank you for your time. I hope you take all this into consideration.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, board members, educators, and fellow community members. My name is Anu Thompson. I'm a student at San Ramon Valley High School, and I'm a part of the SLAM program. Tonight, I want to ask a question that I think is the heart of this conversation. What do we want education to be? Is it simply memorizing names and dates? Or should it also help us understand ourselves, each other, and the world we live in? Ethnic studies is not about replacing knowledge. It's about expanding it. It's about giving students the tools to critically engage with the world, to ask thoughtful questions, and to better understand how race, identity, and justice shape our society. And that's necessary. Ethnic studies provides a space where we can learn about how to talk about these experiences in a thoughtful way. It encourages us to listen, to think critically, and to see history and society through more than one lens. This isn't about making students feel guilty or uncomfortable. It's about learning how systems have worked and still work so we can build a better future. World geography is an important class. There's no question about this. But understanding physical space, geopolitics, and global structures matters. But if we're being honest, the most urgent challenges we face as a society right now are not geographically, they're human. Issues of race, identity, and inequality are affecting our schools, our politics, and our daily lives. And if we want to prepare students, not just academically, but socially and emotionally, we need to prioritize the conversations that matter the most. That's why ethnic studies deserves this place in our program. You, as board members, have the chance to show students that their voices matter. You have the chance to create a curriculum that reflects the complexity and beauty of who we are. You have the opportunity to make education not just informative, but transformative. So tonight, I'm asking you not just to listen. I'm asking you to lead, to be brave, to be bold and vote yes on ethnic studies. Not just because it's timely, but because it's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, I am Ari Williams, a senior from California High School, and I've come to show support for the ethnic studies, being a requirement to graduate high school. This is as like mini classes. It's not necessarily about what you learn, but it's the skills that you get taught in it. If you take a lot of math courses, you don't remember all the specifics of algebra and whatnot, but you're like taught critical thinking and whatnot. And I think that's very important. What this ethnic studies will teach many students, and I think it's very, very important, is kind of how to be a human and like how to treat, like almost treat other people, and showing that there is very much a diversity around and how more people are valid, and how like there is many, many different ways of viewing the world. And though I do have a couple problems, which is mostly among the social studies department, which I have many issues with, involving not being basically a safe place whatsoever for this class. This is coming up in Cal High. We have a frequent issue recently of teachers playing PragerU and saying it is a unbiased source. If anyone knows what PragerU is, it is far from the truth. It is very much a right-wing biased thing that is funded by the Koch brothers, and they should not be ever presented as unbiased. While you can play conservative media, that is you cannot present it as unbiased, as I have seen several teachers at the California High School do. But we do have amazing social studies teachers at California High School, so I will give them credit. Secondly, I will point out that there still is like a double standard on some issues, especially Israel-Palestine, which has always been a very touchy topic, but it should be one that is covered over this, and not shied away. It should be, while you can't do both sides, but you actually do have to talk about it, and not to say it doesn't exist and sweep it under the rug, like it was appeared to be with the video that they took off because someone had a Palestinian flag. On the same rules, probably this video or the clip of me would be cut off because I have one. Thank you very much, and thank you all for the students who came.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Anshul Kale, and I stand before you today to advocate for a comprehensive education. I respectfully urge the board to consider the inclusion of Hinduism in the ethnic study curriculum. A chance to learn the discovery of the Americas as a landmass that happened because the Europeans wanted to find a sea route to trade with India and exchange knowledge from that civilization. The military conquests that followed this age of exploration for routes to India led to the colonization by the Europeans. Like America, India too was colonized by the same powers, and its people have parallels to the lived experiences of the Native Americans and the African Americans, which the world needs to know. I urge the board to consider including Hindu ethnic studies as a part of the curriculum taught in a school district which has a large number of students who follow the cultures and practices of their forefathers. I also respectfully request that the ethnic studies course remain an elective for now and that its content be carefully reviewed in collaboration with the local community. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Dear board members, my name is Samuel Shaman and I'm a Jewish senior at Monte Vista High School who proudly wears his kippah every single day to class. And tonight I'm here to voice my opposition to the ethnic studies curriculum being proposed for our district. I oppose it not just because of what's written inside of it, but because I've lived through what happens when identity is mishandled in the classroom. A few years ago, I was in a Spanish class led by a teacher who constantly veered off topic into political and personal issues. One day, I asked an unrelated question towards an assignment that she gave us, and instead of answering, she looked at me and said, "I hope we won't have any issues. You seem like the kind of person whose parents raised him better than that." It was only later that she initiated a debate about the war in Gaza, unprompted, simply because she knew I was Jewish. She singled me out to make a point on a topic I had not brought up. My identity wasn't acknowledged, it was exploited. Let me be clear, I'm proud of who I am. But when my religious and cultural background becomes a lens in which I am treated, when I become the Jewish student instead of just a student, that's not education, that's alienation. And this is exactly why I'm concerned about the proposed ethnic studies curriculum. You've already heard many criticisms and rooted in quotes, lessons, and biases embedded in the material itself. But I want to offer something more urgent, a lived example. When curriculum becomes an excuse for teachers to impose their personal narratives, students lose their voices unless that voice conforms. I don't need a class that claims to amplify voices if mine only matters if it fits the script. I've seen what happens when identity becomes the only framework, and it only matters when it fits the script. I ask you to consider not just the intent of the curriculum, but its inevitable impact. If the goal is to create empathy, equity, and inclusion, then let's ensure our classrooms are built on respect and intellectual humanity. What happened to me was a warning. If the curriculum moves forward, then what will happen in that Spanish classroom will continue to happen. And it won't be an exception, it'll be the precedent. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can we try to keep the clapping to a minimum so we can get through these because I want to hear these students. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Krishiv and I'm in the 5th grade at SRVUSD. I am here to talk about the new ethnic studies curriculum and how it talks about India, where my family comes from. I am really proud of my Indian background. India is one of the oldest cultures in the world, and most people there are Hindu. But this curriculum doesn't talk like yoga and the number zero in great books. And ideas that are thousands of years old. Instead, it talks mostly about the people who invaded India a long time ago, people who were not from India, and people who hurt our Indian culture by destroying temples and forcing changes. This is not the full story of India, and it's not fair to leave out everything that came from before and after. Also, the curriculum talks about something called the caste system and blames it on Hinduism. But that's not true. Hindu books teach that what matters is act, not on what family you're born into. And what people say wrong things, when people say wrong things about the caste system in Hinduism, it makes kids like me feel bad or get bullied. I want to learn the truth about my culture, the good and the bad, just like we do with other countries. But I also want to be honest and kind. So I'm asking you Please fix my curriculum so it shows the real India and includes voices, people like me and my community. Thank you for listening.
Selma, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Selma Barani, and I'm in 11th grade at Doherty Valley High School. I've spent 12 years in the SRVUSD education system, and while I don't remember a lot from freshman year biology or world geography, the most memorable lessons that I have learned throughout high school are the times when teachers taught about my own ethnic background or those of my peers. These are the lessons that I will never struggle to remember and I will never be able to forget. The ethnic studies curriculum will be able to consolidate lessons similar to these into an educational class. The way specifically this curriculum is structured allows for students to engage in perspectives that are different than their own, which is the first step in fostering empathy. This course will be the first place in high school where students will have open discussions about topics that affect their lives right now, like their own identity and the identity of those around them. Essentially, this course will serve as one of the foundations for how students in our school district approach each other's differences. This curriculum is not about a political agenda. It's about teaching students how to be empathetic, understanding, and culturally aware individuals. Every unit, lesson plan, and wording of this curriculum was written with the intention of achieving this goal. The amount of time and effort staff members like Dr. Nguyen and Mrs. Pettish put into collecting feedback and implementing informed edits to this curriculum are a testament to their commitment to this goal as well. However, it's important that we don't allow these edits to turn into erasure of cultures and ethnicities that have just as much of a right to be discussed as any other. Now is not a time to allow fear to hold us back from encouraging the perspectives of students to flourish. Now is the time to trust that our educators and this school district can navigate us through any challenges we face along the way in implementing this curriculum. In 2 years, my little sister will become a freshman in high school, and hopefully she'll take this class. And after her first day of school, I hope to be the first person to ask her what she thought of ethnic studies. And for all those reasons, I am in strong support of adopting the ethnic studies curriculum.
Thank you, Selma. Go ahead.
All right. To board members, faculty, and community, Assalamu alaikum. May peace be upon you all. I'm Ayan Akhtar, a Muslim student at Monte Vista High School. I want to offer my perspective on ethnic studies, one rooted in both American and educational values. I've heard concerns in our community that the curriculum is political, controversial, and divisive. This could not be farther from the case. What is divisive is homogenizing students' identities into a one-size-fits-all narrative. When we pretend everyone is the same, we never truly understand each other. Censoring classroom dialogue does not protect students. It indoctrinates them. This is how authoritarian systems operate, not the United States. Unity comes from recognizing our differences, hearing each other's stories, asking questions, and building connections that go deeper than tolerance. Ethnic studies nurtures this process, allowing students to explore identity, learn empathy, and build bridges. This is the heart of the American experience. Diverse people living and learning together because of our differences. America was founded upon resistance. We identified oppression under unjust rule and responded with advocacy and action. If we want to make America great, we must instill these values in our youth. This is not radical, it's patriotic. As mentioned by this community and the recent edits, ethnic studies should not take political stances. Removing material with specific ethnicities, such as Palestinian, politicizes this curriculum. Do not send a message to our Muslim and Arab students that their ethnicity is inherently political. Do not pick and choose whose histories are appropriate to share. Let's implement an ethnic studies program that does not discriminate our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, my name is Brad Sauer. I'm a junior at Monte Vista. When I first heard about the ethnic studies program, I was skeptical at first and didn't really see the point, but the more I thought about it, the more it grew on me. I started thinking about mine and Ion's friendship. We've been friends for years and we disagree about tons of issues, but because we took the time to understand each other, learn about each other's cultures, we understand why we see the world in such different ways and have stayed friends because of that. That's why I believe in ethnic studies, where students are given the chance to learn about each other's history and cultures and experiences. They understand where people are coming from and are able to see people who disagree with them as people, not just, oh my God, you disagree with me. How could you? I now understand your perspective. You're a real person, and I get that. Ethnic studies give students a safe space to be respectful and have these conversations where we can truly learn to understand each other. Look at the root of the tensions and problems in the world that we see today. That way we don't keep repeating the same patterns over and over again. If we make this course a requirement for freshmen, we'll start to build a community that understands each other from the beginning. And over the years, the school will shift to be more accepting of opposing views and be able to have actual conversations. As the world continues to retreat more and more into echo chambers of just same ideas and being completely opposed to other perspectives, a class like this, which forces us to learn and understand each other's differences, will allow us to have actual conversations and make progress. When students understand each other, they're able to collaborate and engage in more deep and thoughtful conversations. In the times where we all just keep going away, it's better to come together with a class like ethnic studies. Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Kushan Harandi, and I'm a senior at San Ramon Valley High School. As many of you know, I've been involved in the process of developing the Ethnic Studies curriculum. I was invited to the curriculum design sessions by Mr. Davis and sat with dozens of SRVUSD teachers to help shape a course that reflects real student voices. I wasn't just there to check a box. I was there to push for a curriculum that actually means something to hundreds of students in this district. This isn't about politics. This is about reality. Our schools teach students about Shakespeare, the American Revolution, the Roman Empire, which are all important topics, but what's missing is the opportunity for students to see themselves in what they're learning. For me, as an Iranian American, I've only seen my history mentioned in class when I brought it in. That's not representation, that's survival. Ethnic studies gives students the chance to learn about cultures and communities they may have never heard about. It also gives students from those communities a moment to breathe, a moment to feel they matter. That's not powerful. That's not just powerful, that's necessary. I know some people think this curriculum is divisive or uncomfortable, but discomfort isn't a bad thing. It's how growth happens. If school if schools if school is supposed to prepare us for the real world, then it should teach us about the real world. And what includes race, and that includes race, identity, struggle, and resilience. And, and for those parents who think this is indoctrination, ask yourself a question. Why are you so afraid for your students to learn about different ethnicities? You think your child is going to lose their culture or who they are? They're not. Passing ethnic studies isn't radical. What's radical is continuing to pretend that a one-sided version of history is good enough. It's not. I urge you to do what's right. I obviously won't be able to take this class, but we are relying on you to pass this for students who come after me. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Vidya Kiran. I was not too long ago, I was actually part of the school system here ever since I was in kindergarten. And currently I am pursuing my higher education. And I just want to, let's just think about this real quick, right? So they have an entire course called AP European History, but the rest of us are just lumped in ethnic studies. I mean, think about the optics right there, right? Europeans get an entire year where they talk about their history. All of us are just kind of lumped in as ethnics or whatever you want to call us. Are we DEIs, people of color, the coloreds? Not too long ago, we were called that. So my point here, right, is that if we want to talk about ethnic studies and think that all of them are the same, let's give every one of us ethnics a place to actually talk about our history, right? Really talk about the entire breadth of everyone's histories, Asian Americans, within Chinese, Hindus, Koreans, African Americans, Latinos. Let's give everyone a fair shot and not have this huge conspiracy that we're here to replace everyone and that people are taking over. No, we're here about equality, inclusivity for everyone, ensuring their history is heard. And for myself too, as a Hindu and Indian American, I just wanted to make sure that my history is being taught properly and it's not reduced just to Hindu nationalism and caste system, right? I have a question for everyone here. Are we ready to talk about what Abrahamics have done to India? Christian colonization, genocides made by Muslims in India, 1971 Bangladesh, what Pakistan does to India, what Hindus have to go through every single day, currently in Kashmir, in India, in South Asia. We ready to talk about that, or are we just ready to talk about Hindu nationalism? Are we only going to talk about what is going on right now, not the root causes for why this nationalism even occurs in India, and just paint an indigenous group of people as the oppressors and villains, and not talk about their real history. So I really just want everyone to think about that. And we're here just to spread ideas and show that everyone here is equal and valid. Thank you.
You can go over. Okay, you can go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Abir Amanda, and I thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak about my experience in high school. My experience in high school was one that I'll never forget and will be etched into my memory forever. It all starts in a class in Doherty Valley High called World History, and the current topic was about Hinduism. The class was going well until we reached a topic called the caste system in Hinduism. The teacher starts explaining about it and makes a game about it. The teacher passes small post-it notes, and in each post-it note was a name of from the caste system, the name of a class. The class you get from the caste system depends on where you stand in the classroom and in which corner you stand in the classroom. The lower class gets the minimum of the benefits, and the higher you go gets the maximum of the benefits. After the game was finished, the teacher was explaining out that this is how the caste system worked in India. I and a few other students in this class brought up the fact that this is not what the caste system represents, and it is misrepresenting my culture. By making ethnic studies a requirement for graduation, it leads to students not getting an accurate depiction and understanding of the Hindu culture and tradition. I urge the board to make ethnic studies optional until the curriculum is revised and accurately reflects Hindu traditions and its cultures. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Hi. Hello. Hi, my name is Anudeep Manda. I'm currently an alumni of DVHS, and I want to thank you guys for giving me a platform to speak. And I'm here to argue to make ethnic studies optional and not a requirement. And purely the reason is because the current curriculum doesn't accurately reflect Indian culture and Hinduism properly. High school students are at the age where they're making their political views right now, and in a couple of years, they're going to be the voters that are changing America. If ethnic studies provides a curriculum where they're not given the full picture of certain cultures and they're making their views right now about all sorts of cultures and it's inaccurate, it's not fair, right? When students are going to go vote, they're not getting a clear picture of what Hinduism is and what we stand for. There are people who will go on to change the country based on the views that are instilled into them in high school. Personally, I've gone through middle school, high school, and the curriculum hasn't changed. It's always been the same thing. The same narrative has been pushed through, and I haven't seen any changes happen so far. And if we're going to have an ethnic studies program, we should have it so that Hinduism is properly reflected and we should get a full picture of what's going on. We should have a balanced perspective where things are being properly shown to our students. Yeah, and I think we should make ethnic studies not required, but optional until a proper curriculum is revised and given to our students. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Figueroa, and I'm a former student of the Ethnic Studies course, having taken it 2 years ago. And there's been, some doubts and questions about the Ethnic Studies curriculum and its effectiveness, but I would say look no further for me to see its actual tangible impact. I was one of the first of the 7 students in the first Ethnic Studies course offered here at San Ramon Valley, and from my very first day, I knew that this would be different than the rest of my classes. Not only because of its small size, but because how much it's given me and helped me grow as a person. For ethnic studies, I was a student who would go to class and go home. I never went to the football games. I never went to the rallies, and I generally avoided any additional minute I could spend in class. I always wanted to go home. I was frustrated at feeling isolated in my classroom. There was a huge lack of representation, being the only Hispanic kid in the majority of my classes, and it's something that generally affected me. I always told myself that I would never come back after graduating. But here I am today, having drove an hour and a half in traffic during my finals week to speak on the class that I hold so dear to my heart, which is ethnic studies. I cannot express the gratitude and appreciation I have for the class and all that it's given me. In that small classroom of 7 students, I finally felt like I belonged in San Ramon Valley High School. It was through the class that for the first time ever that I felt my voice mattered, and I had the opportunity to share my struggles of misrepresentation and the racism that I've dealt with through my time here at SRV. Ethnic Studies was by far the most important and impacting class I've taken, and it created a safe space for my voice to be heard, and it gave me a community in San Ramon Valley High, something that I would have never thought I would have had before. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Samarina and I am a former SRV student. Being a student in the 2022 to 23 Ethnic Studies class with Mr. Davis at San Ramon Valley High was a fundamental part of my learning experience. Learning a detailed, accurate recounting of historical events and the ways that they have shaped contemporary society. Speaking through my lived experience in this class, it helped build community and I was able to make connections with people through learning deeper histories that required our critical thought and intellectual collaboration to process. As a South Asian and Muslim student at a predominantly white school, it was difficult to feel seen and accepted. But this class made a significant difference in my ability to learn about myself and my peers and feel seen within the school system. As someone who actually took this class, I can tell you it does not teach anti-Semitism, it does not spread anti-Hinduism sentiment, it does not villainize white people, and it does not overly victimize people of color. It does not push any false narratives. It allows for accurate understanding of events, allowing all groups to be perceived in their actions, beliefs, and choices accurate to the real history. It allows us to understand the role that each actor in history took as an active, living individual throughout time. This class is not indoctrination in any sense. The purpose is to provide students with facts and accurate accounts of events which they have previously lacked access to, and with this information they can engage in discourse and draw their own conclusions. Ethnic studies is about accuracy and understanding of various complex, truthful narratives. It's about making space for all students of all races, religions, ethnicities, and identities. This is essential so that we aren't threatened by the narratives of other groups. Instead, we are promoting the humanity of all. Ethnic studies is for the betterment of all people. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Mac Lunsford. I'm a previous student from California High School. Actually just graduated class of 2024. And I actually just took a ethnic studies class at both Cal High my senior year and at DVC, which was also mandated by the government as well. And through both classes, I think the importance of solidarity between people of color and the history of ethnic studies itself is incredibly important for students to learn. For myself, I'm mixed, and I think that the idea that white students themselves will feel upset or not included is far beyond the truth. And I think for people of color being able to see their histories for the first time ever is something that should not be taken away from them. And I also think that as a political science major, none of this is political, right? A lot of it is incredibly important, and I think students are able to learn how to connect with one another through the fact that people have experienced similar forms of oppression, and teachers and students can work together to make an inclusive environment that's representative of their students. And I think ethnic studies is just incredibly important. So, yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Hernandez. I am a former Cal High alumni and a current sociology major and hoping to minor in ethnic studies as well. I think my experience is quite unique. One of the students earlier mentioned that the Latino population in the school district is 9% or less. I've been here since elementary school. So growing up in this area, I really haven't been able to connect with my peers. I haven't felt seen in this district very well until I got to not high school, until I got to college, which is where I was able to take a class that represented my culture. And I was able to take a class where other people matched my identities. So because this is a predominantly white Asian community, I love my peers and my community, but a lot of the times I felt like I couldn't connect with them properly and I didn't really understand them. And this is where ethnic studies kind of comes in my experience. I was able to understand my peers on a deeper level, and I was able to connect with them past their identities as well. And I know Mac did mention that ethnic studies is mandated in college. So I think it is a misconception that here is where ethnic studies ends, because it does continue forth in higher education. So I think this curriculum is only providing a basis for future learning, because it will continue to be taught later and you will end up finding more solid information continuing on past high school. So it really doesn't end at high school. And when I left that classroom, the last thing that my teacher had told me was lead with love. No matter if the person is not agreeing with my position, they don't agree with my identity, just love them as they are and give them grace, even if they don't understand. And I think that is what the ethnic studies program really does promote. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I think that concludes all the student cards, so I will start with the remainder of the cards. So please, I'll call out two names. Please come up to the podium when I call your names. And then I'll call up a third person so that we keep it going, okay? So the first card is Yoni Liedersdorf. The second is Tiffany Stock. And the third is Annabelle Kasabin.
Sorry, I lost reception, so the thing I was trying to pull up didn't work. One moment. Sorry about that.
So if Tiffany is here, if she would come up to the other podium.
Trying to log back in.
Is it on? Hi, I'm Tiffany Stock. Thanks for volunteering for this. I'm a mom. My husband's the bishop of the Mormon Church, and I'm representing 123 mothers and families that couldn't be here tonight. And what they said sounded lovely. We want our kids to learn ethnic studies and we want our kids to learn history, but not the 800 pages of the curriculum that we read. It was quite the opposite of the presentation that I heard until the very end. Then I started to hear pieces of what I thought was not what I want my children to learn. I've had 5 children go through this school district. 2 of them have already graduated. They're successful adults and they are working out in the world. My son lives in Zimbabwe, Africa, and he's been there for 10 months and he'll be there for another year and a half. And he is loving the culture. He loves the people. And if he had gone through a class like this that taught him to see and judge people by what they are and not by the content of their character, just like Martin Luther King taught us, which really resonates with me, he would have a really sad time in the world. So I understand that sometimes we read stuff, but applying it in the real world is so different. And as you've heard from these students, I think this is going to create something that's very divisive in the schools, and it will turn more into a race, a religion, and a political agenda. It's not yet done. The curriculum is not yet ready, and I'm afraid that if you approve it now, we're not there. If you approve it, it's not going to have all the edits that we need, and we need more edits. We want our kids to learn to love different cultures, but this is not it. And they do need world geography, 100%. My son, when he got to Zimbabwe, didn't even know what countries were around him. So please, we're not ready for this yet. Let's just wait. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It works now. Board members, superintendent, and staff, first of all, this is the last time you're going to hear from me tonight, I hope. First of all, I applaud the students who spoke. Speaking in front of all of you is stressful for a 42-year-old, let alone a teenager. I'm speaking for a member of our community who couldn't make it today. She called the California Department of Education a couple of weeks ago to ask them if the course is indeed mandated, as stated in the district presentation back in April. An employee of the Department of Education called her back and left this voicemail.
Maybe a little closer to the mic.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if this is.
I think it's the bottom.
Require one semester of ethnic studies for all high school graduates beginning in students graduating in the year 2030. So it is not yet effective. It requires the one semester course. It doesn't have to be freshman year. It can be another year. It does not have to be a standalone course. It can be incorporated into other subject areas. The bill originally, the bill does state that this that courses need to be offered to all high school students beginning in the 2025-26 school year. However, that's dependent on funding being made available in the state budget for that, and that funding has not been made available yet, and it's sounding like it's not going to be made available for next year. And so that part that schools must start offering it in 2025-26 is not likely to be operative for next year. I'm happy to answer other questions.
My point is, I think it's an important course. I think the curriculum's not ready. I think we need to make it elective, give the community more time to weigh in. As we heard last time, there's a 50-50 split in the community. So let's work together and build a course we can all be proud of. Thank you.
After Annabelle is Janet Freeman, and after Janet is Anand Mandel. Go ahead. It's hard to read, and I'm not sure how to pronounce it. So Ananel Mandel, okay, sorry about the name. I'm just trying to do it phonetically. So you're after Janet. Go ahead, Annabelle.
Hi, my name is Annabelle Kasembi. I'm here to speak in strong favor of the ethnic studies curriculum. I have 4 kids in the school district. 3 of them are in an elementary school, Tassajara Hills, and 1 of them is in the middle school. So this is really personal to me, but it's also personal to me because I care about all those kids who just spoke and were super brave. You know, sitting here, I was pretty nervous and, you know, my voice is a little shaky. And frankly, I know I can't speak as well as all of you kids did. Like, I'm certain of that. I heard them speak and I was like, wow, I mean, this is incredible. They've just kind of nailed every single point as to why this curriculum is so important. So, I mean, I could go through my bullet point of why it's important. But I think they said it better than I could. I just want to say that the curriculum doesn't have to be perfect for it to be here. You know, it doesn't have to be the perfect curriculum because there is no such thing as a perfect curriculum. So we're all going to have opinions about what should be included, what should be excluded, and we could do this from now till the end of time. So my take is, let's stop talking and talking and talking, and let's push this forward. This is clearly something that the majority of the students want. And it's something that we've been waiting for a long, long time. And now's the time. So let's just make this happen tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board and to the community. I'm a longtime resident, having put both of my kids fully through the district school system. I'm also a member of the Jewish community and have been a member of their educational board at our local synagogue. I'm going to now move my page aside because, as the prior speaker so clearly stated, the kids that have spoken, who have actually taken the class, did a phenomenal job of clearly stating this is not a political class. They have gotten more out of this class than probably any other subject matter that they were presented with. I don't think I could more clearly speak to the importance of this in this current time period with all of the different factions, not only represented within this room, but within our country. And it is critical for our kids to have a foundational place just to see each other as human beings. that they are also able to express pride within their own ethnicity is a fabulous thing. It's a precious thing, and it's something we all should be able to do and to share in a safe space. I'm going to do a huge shout out to the people who have built the curriculum and within the last month have again jumped in. They have put in so many hours on this. I wish I could take this class. I only see this as beneficial to every single person that it's presented to. It's also a mandate. I believe in the mandate. The funding will come and that will get worked out. I thank you all for your time. Please, please adopt this.
Thank you. Next up is Anadi Apadya. And after them is Shri Suda. So go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for giving me opportunity. I am a father of a high schooler and some strong reservation on the subject. As everybody, as most of the speaker mentioned that this particular curriculum has to be vetted by a community member or a scholar person to ensure that nothing negative will be there or nothing kind of any political part would be there. So that it should be vetted. And unless and until it has been vetted completely, we need to ensure that this should be a not a mandatory subject for the graduation. It should be a optional. Second part is we need to ensure that like as a part of this curriculum that there should not be any negative or a derogatory portrait for any of the community. Third part is the main objective of this particular studies is to ensure that we build empathy among the students, but we need to really ensure that we are the curriculum should adhere to that rather than adding some controversial topic, especially the political part. So that we need to ensure that all the curriculum should be avoid of any of such negative portrait of any of the community. Thanks for giving me opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Michael Karatov. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Anadi. I am an American Hindu, a proud father of 2 children in this school district. First of all, thank you for giving parents like me the opportunity to speak and engage. We love our schools. We want them to continue being inclusive, thoughtful, and safe for all students. Tonight, I am asking you to keep Ethnic Studies course elective only, not mandatory, and review its content thoroughly with community members and subject matter experts. Because in its current form, some part of the curriculum risk harming, not helping our kids. Ethnic studies should build empathy and understanding, but when it comes to the caste system, references are going too far. They label entire communities as historical oppressors without context or nuance. But caste is not a mixed or uniform experience. It differs across regions, religions, and time. Many Indian American students, including mine, have never lived within that structure. Reducing them to stereotypes only replaces one kind of bias with another, which we should definitely avoid. Yes, caste discrimination is real. It should be taught, but with the depth, accuracy, and voices of Indian reformers and spiritual leaders who challenge it within the society first. I have also seen examples in some proposed modules where complex global issues are reduced to selective narratives. For instances, using articles from BBC, Fox, New York Times to explore Hindu nationalism in India without broader context or balanced perspective will intentionally and unintentionally present one-sided view of the entire Hindu faith and community and will result in increased Hindu phobia in community. Let us teach students to think critically, not carry guilt. Let's make classroom space of curiosity, not cultural shame. Let us make it elective only and reform its content before it goes mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Christian. That's all that's on this card. So. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. So I'm not opposing the ethnic studies course by itself, but I feel that the content is not yet ready and it's not ready for adoption immediately. Saying that, I definitely like the idea of implementing ethnic studies in high school, which helps the students learn and embrace other cultures and ethnicities. However, upon reviewing the proposed curriculum in San Ramon Valley District, the curriculum sounds more like liberated ethnic studies, pushing the ideology of resistance and characterizing and identifying groups into oppressors and oppressed. It seems to promote power and oppression rather than community, culture, and civic engagement. This is spreading hatred in the name of ethnic studies. Ethnic studies should be more constructive in nature by helping kids appreciate each other's community. I also agree that ethnic studies does not have to be all rosy and kids should be able to have difficult conversation, but they should be able to support each other in spite of those difficult conversations that they have with each other. Ultimately, we are all humans and we need to care for each other than trying to label anyone belonging to a certain community. The training and the supplemental material should not present the ideas of how or what to think, but instead they should encourage critical thinking. The instructors need to be provided with appropriate and approved training material so they are well informed about the current issues and they do not present any biased opinion, as these young minds take the words of their teachers to be Bible and ignore anything coming from the parents or the family members. And I also understand that the California model curriculum encourages districts to include ethnicities and reflect their local communities. As there is a sizable populations of Asians in the community, I wish the Indians, Hinduism, and other cultures like Chinese and Vietnamese were also part of the curriculum, along with Arab culture that comes under Middle East and still part of Asian American culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Deepti Mahajan. Go ahead.
Thank you. The kids who have taken this course before and do not like it are scared to talk today. They're scared for their younger siblings, and same for the other students today who oppose this course. They're scared of retaliation from their teachers. The students that are for this course fear no retaliation, and that's telling. Earlier, the board members said our curriculum is based on Palo Alto and Mountain View. Those school districts have several lawsuits pending against them right now, both for the ethnic studies curriculum and civil rights complaints stemming from this curriculum. It's not a good use of curriculum to base ours off of. We still don't know who will be training the teachers, how much it will cost. There's budgetary issues we all know about. And currently the only certification is through the Liberated Studies program. So we need to know who will be doing the 21 hours of training. Egregious board policy 6144 requires classes not be political. One teacher brought today to talk about and promote ethnic studies has violated this policy several times, and notice is being given that a formal complaint is forthcoming. The current curriculum needs to be revised and it needs to be delayed. Teachers have the best intentions, but lawsuits have stemmed from teachers who have gone rogue and have taught outside the curriculum. Our district has several lawsuits currently and in the past about teachers who have not protected their students. Santa Ana School District has been barred from teaching 3 of its teacher-prepared ethnic studies classes because they did not get it right the first time. They pushed it through, and now they're barred from teaching it. So we propose delaying it and revising it and getting it right and having the students take the class they deserve. Thank you.
Next up is Vaidya. That's all that's on the card. You already spoke on this subject already? Okay, well then it's only one time.
Yeah, I know, that's why I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Deepti Mahajan, and I speak today as a parent and a member of the Indian American community and a Hindu. I'm here to express strong opposition to the proposed ethnic studies curriculum as it pertains to India. As it currently stands, it excludes indigenous Indian voices and promotes inaccurate and often harmful narrative about Indian history, culture, and society. A 2,000-page curriculum was not provided to the Indian American community in a timely manner. 1 month is not enough time to provide empirical references and addendums to a biased curriculum. First, India's indigenous civilization identity is completely erased. India is not just a modern democracy, it is one of the oldest living civilizations on earth, with over 5,000 years of continuous culture rooted in Hinduism. Yet this curriculum makes no mention of Hinduism, the world's third largest religion, Sanskrit and classical Indian languages, foundational contributions to math, science, philosophy, and also things like concept of zero and Ayurveda. Instead, it centers narratives of foreign rules, especially Islamic invasions, while ignoring the lived experience of India's majority population, over 80% of whom are Hindus. This violates the ethnic studies model curriculum's own promise of accurate and inclusive representation. Secondly, the curriculum misrepresents India through a political lens, which my fellow member has already talked about, so I'm going to skip that. My third point was the curriculum grossly misrepresents caste as a religious and rigid hierarchy sanctioned by Hinduism. In truth, the word caste is a Portuguese origin and does not appear in any Hindu scripture. Including caste without this context not only misinforms students, it has led to documented bullying of Hindu children in schools across the US. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is George Ravotsky, and after him, Isle Simmet, and after him, Jenny Schneider.
Thank you so much. There are multiple claims we've heard today that simply aren't factual. So there's a claim that this curriculum is not based on the liberated ethnic studies curriculum that was rejected by Governor Newsom and the Department of Education, but that is factually incorrect. The majority of the content and the framework from the liberated ethnic studies can be traced to the current curriculum. Oppression is mentioned 62 times in the outline of the curriculum. The very vocabulary terms in the classroom slides link to the definition of the list of terms on the Liberated Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Consortium website. Okay. There's also this claim, right, that there is a significant revision that's been done in 2 weeks to address concerns that people have definitely heard. However, I have doubts that you can actually fundamentally change the framework and the curriculum and the teaching methodology in 2 weeks. But let's steelman that argument, okay? If you have fundamentally changed it, the district is going to be in legal jeopardy if it doesn't allow significant comment on a fundamentally changed curriculum. So you can't have it both ways, right? If you've changed the curriculum and you've revised it, right, then we have had all of 2-3 hours to look at it since it was published today. And so the district here, the trustees and everyone assembled has to actually listen to some comment and let us review it. If it hasn't been revised significantly, then you haven't really listened to our comments and our concerns. Okay, board policy can be changed, and the requirement that it is mandatory can be made an elective. I'll wrap here in 1 second. These lessons, the lessons that are here right now, they are destructive. They are harmful. There are 2,500 people: Hindus, Jews, Mormons, white people, black people, Jewish people, atheists, short people, and tall people who have said that they have extraordinarily strong concerns about adopting the curriculum as is, but the majority are not against ethnic studies, as I am not. The majority of us gathered here are not against ethnic studies. That's the thing. And so it is very important to first do no harm, to take a minute.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to pass this out to you guys. This is the script from the Department of Education. This is the transcript, and I'll send you a link if anyone doesn't have it. So.
Next up is Kantosh Kale. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Eyal, and I'm a parent of 2 children in the district. First, I want to thank the board and staff for listening to the concerns and engaging with the community on this important topic. That said, I'm here to ask you to keep the ethnic studies course as elective and use 1 more year to revise it. The core concern isn't whether ethnic studies should be offered. It absolutely should be. The issue is how it's being implemented. Despite the attempts to address our concerns, the changes are skin deep, and the current curriculum remains rooted in an ideological framework that is not educationally neutral and has very little actual historical content when you read the curriculum. You've been told the curriculum has been revised, but most of those changes are vague or unverified. There's no finalized version for public review yet, no transparency about how teachers will be trained or selected, how issues of bias will be addressed once the course begins. And unfortunately, the track record on this has not been great, as you've seen in personal testimonies with you. It's amazing to hear student feedback. The reality is many of the students who spoke tonight are either alumni, not current students, and the course that was taken in 2023 is not actually the curriculum that is being proposed here tonight, especially after all the changes. There have also not been enough students signing up for the elective course, so the data just doesn't back up those claims. Adopting a mandatory course right now before fixing these issues, to me, is like approving a car with unfinished brakes and promising to fix them when it's already on the road. So why are we rushing to push this through when the cost of getting this wrong could be irreparable harm to students in their most formative years? It's easy to speak about uncomfortable conversations when you aren't the one being singled out. Personally, we are a Jewish, Latino, and Israeli family. We speak Spanish and Hebrew at home. We want our children to feel seen and safe in this class, and right now we don't see our identities here. We don't want to fit into the narrow categories of the curriculum. It's scary to think about the assumptions that teachers or students would make when they're forced to place themselves on an identity wheel before they've even had a chance to form relationships with their peers. This isn't critical thinking, that's labeling. The brave thing here is not caving to what seems popular, it's remembering your fiduciary responsibility to keep the high standards and student safety a top priority. Thanks.
Next up is Anshal Kale. After him, Anastasia, I'm going to butcher your name. Shanowski, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Santosh Kale, parent of two children. One is high schooler, another is middle schooler with Sanborn School District, belong to Indian American community and proud Hindu. So looking at and after the review of this draft, I have various comments and concerns. Basically, this curriculum, I don't feel is ready to adopt as is. And it requires various edits, various reviews from authority, authority organization and authority body. So this curriculum looks various flaws. It has various flaws. It is biased. And it requires thorough investigation, how it can be reaching to this stage at all. It requires sufficient time for thorough comprehensive investigation, and it requires lot of facts. This draft is demonstrating lot of hates towards individuals of Indian American origin people. I will not, it is difficult to tolerate the propagation of such discriminatory sentiments within our education system. This draft in current form actively undermines the unity and cohesion of Indian Americans, fostering the division and discord instead of promoting and understanding the respect. This draft exhibits the clear unacceptable pattern of Hindu phobia, especially the caste system. I never told what is my caste to my kids. It is now difficult for them to ask which caste they are. It creates the hates and divide. See, this draft goes beyond the bounds of academic integrity, appropriately weaponizing the caste and political issues, as I said. So I would definitely require thorough investigation and edits.
Thank you. Anastasia. After Anastasia is Jeff Davis, and after him is Jill Seidenberg.
Madam Chair, how many at-bats did the teacher get after they laid out the course to begin with, and now step up during speaker time?
They get their public comment just like everybody else.
Hello, I'm Anastasia Shanowski. I appreciate the chance to voice my support for ethnic studies and the curriculum adoption. Citizenship skills are a core tenet of this curriculum and in this course. In fact, what we're doing right now is what I want to help students understand. A school board meeting like this is a powerful example of civic engagement and democratic participation, an opportunity for students, families, and educators to exercise their voices, listen to one another, and shape the future of our schools together. Do we all agree on everything? Apparently not, but that's okay. We can respectfully disagree, and we can recognize each other's right to make a public comment. In my experience teaching these topics, many students are unaware of the power structures beyond the principal or the superintendent. Our team wants to provide students the opportunity to learn about these systems of power in which we all live and in which we are actively engaging in currently. In many ways, these conversations are a reflection of the very values at the heart of the proposed ethnic studies curriculum. What we're doing here tonight, listening, learning, advocating, is what we hope students will be empowered to do through this course. As a member of the collaboration team, I can attest to this course being developed with transparency and care. We wanted to ensure trust in this endeavor and felt strongly that the curriculum be shared with the community to preview. We have welcomed feedback from parents, students, educators, and religious leaders. That feedback directly shaped the final curriculum, clarifying lessons, expanding representation, and ensuring balance. And like all of our classes, the curriculum will continue to evolve as we get more feedback from students and more from the community. We look forward to working with you, hoping that this curriculum is approved. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. After Jill is Casey Endicott.
Hi again. We started today with Superintendent Kamek talking about trust and fear. And I want to recognize the experience of the students and the families that have felt that they have been excluded and harmed in our schools. And that's real. And the purpose of ethnic studies is to address those problems. As Kashan talked about, he did not see himself in his classes until 11th grade, when he had an opportunity to do research on his own community. That's not okay for kids. These parents have said that they are not okay with the way that they have been represented and their children have been represented in their cultures. That is what ethnic studies is about, is giving students the opportunity to find out about themselves. Again and again, people have said that this curriculum is not ready. This is not intended as a brag. This is actually sort of sad for me to say. I have a bachelor's degree in history from UC Berkeley. I have a master's degree in history from UC Davis. I have taught AP US history for over 20 years, and I am constantly learning new things about US history from new perspectives, because that's how scholarship works. That is what is going to happen in this class as well. We are going to learn, and we're going to learn, and we're going to change, and we're going to learn, and we're going to make mistakes, and we're going to do better. We are never going to get it perfectly right, because things change, perspectives change. This class has had an enormous impact outside of the classroom as well. SLAM students, the assemblies at San Ramon Valley High, you may have heard of, our Circles program. I think I want to end with this. I understand the desire for this to be an elective class. The problem is that if this is an elective class, and the students who most need to take it will not take it. When we had an elective class for juniors and seniors, my first year was 7 students. Everybody needs this opportunity to learn about everybody else.
After Jill is Renee Ziemer.
I'd like to start with I'm incredibly proud to be a social studies teacher in this district tonight, listening to all of those students. They make me so proud to know that what we're developing is exactly what I hope we're developing. Couple of comments. So I'm in favor of the ethnic studies curriculum. They've covered it. Questions or comments I'd like to make. There is no other course taught in our district right now that has been exposed to the scrutiny that this course has been exposed to the daily lesson plans that are in this particular curriculum. There is no other class that's taught here that's had to stand up to this sort of examination. There is no other course that is perfect. My course, I teach AP Economics. We are teaching material that has not been used in monetary policy for over 20 years, and it's still part of it. So there's no class out there that's perfect. Other things than that, I want to make sure that if we do offer this class, our teachers are supported when there's a challenge. Currently, right now, they're not in geography, and we will never be able to get a teacher to teach this class if they're not supported by the board, if there is a challenge. I've got concerns about timing. We can't build a master schedule for next year until a decision is made. It's impacting my district or my department hugely. What's the plan if we don't? Are we reinstating geography? Because not a single kid signed up for geography. It's an elective. If you're going to put geography back in as a graduation requirement, do we need to then put that out to public comment and all of the scrutiny that goes along with the curriculum? Because guess what? Right now, we don't have one. We're still teaching it without one. The materials that we have are woefully outdated. Our books include Yugoslavia, Sudan without the other portion, or just Gulf of Mexico and Persian Gulf, which have changed their names in the past week as well.
Thank you. Next up is Nitan Mandale. Did you already speak? Yeah, I know. I was after her is Nitan Mandale.
You called my name earlier, but then never again. I was supposed to be up a few after Mike.
Yeah, so you can go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good evening, President Clark and trustees and superintendent. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I have 3 students in the district across high school, middle, and elementary school. Let me begin by stating clearly, I support students learning about ethnic studies if it fosters deeper understanding, empathy, and fair engagement with our nation's complex history without bias. But I do not support the current proposed curriculum. It is fundamentally flawed and potentially harmful. At this time, ethnic studies is not mandated by the state of California, and the state has declined to fund its rollout. Yet this district may move forward with a costly and controversial version that lacks transparency. We have not seen any of these changes. Broad support. We have 2,500 people who have signed in 1 month saying that they oppose the proposed curriculum, and it's lacking academic rigor. Since the first draft was released and the 2,500 community district members, including students, parents like myself, and other parents that may have younger kids that are not in the schools yet, have voiced their opinion, we've made it clear we don't want this curriculum at this time and mandatory. And despite all this public feedback and some changes that may have been minimal or cosmetic, we really can't comment because we haven't seen it. It's not transparent. There could be window dressings on a home that have cracks in the foundation. The curriculum still reflects the broader liberated ethnic studies ideology, which has caused division and legal challenges elsewhere, including many of the districts that were shown on the screen by those that modeled their curriculum over them. They're under intense pressure right now. It was never properly vetted. Diverse voices were not included early, as evidenced by the overwhelming support in our petition.
Your time is up.
Hello again. I'm Casey Endicott. I teach social studies at Cal High. That includes world geography. I want to first say that I really appreciate, as a social studies teacher, the civic discourse and being in this room and hearing from you all, especially our students, and especially our students who shared an opinion that was a minority opinion. I think that's really invaluable to our education system, and I really appreciate students speaking, and they just shared so excellently. As a social studies teacher, it's also one of my pet peeves when people quote the content of character quote from MLK without acknowledging that there's a lot more context, and he had a lot more to say. I think we need to consider the context, and that's what this course is all about. A couple things that he said. He said, if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. And I want to acknowledge, as someone who has worked on this for 2 years, I've missed a lot of time with my students to work on this because it's very important to me, and I think it will benefit students in the long term, that we need to move forward, and we can take into account feedback. And I love to hear the feedback. I think after hearing this that we may need to look at the coverage we have of Hindu people and consider the feedback that we've received tonight, because we want people to see themselves reflected and share their experiences. This course was written by teachers who are with students every day, hundreds of students. We know students are talking about these things, and we want to give them the academic framework they need to be successful when they're doing that.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am speaking here as a mother of a high schooler. I welcome the inclusion of history of Asian Americans in the ethnic studies curriculum. But it would be blunder if Hindus, who form the majority of the Asian population residing in San Ramon, do not find a place in the curriculum that's going to be taught to our kids. I thought by incorporating Hinduism in the ethnic studies program, our students will get the opportunity to explore the traditions, festivals, and philosophies that have shaped the larger population portion of the human history. I expected this inclusion would allow Hindu students to see themselves reflected in the curriculum, fostering a sense of belonging and pride in the heritage. But I'm disappointed to see the draft. I find the draft is head-filled towards Hindus and Indians. It goes out of the way by weaponizing caste and politics to harm our children. Hinduism is way beyond caste. In the name of ethnic studies, we are spreading hatred as a wholesale. I also demand the participation of local communities of Indian origin who follow Hinduism in making a neutral document rather than just bombarding caste in every other narrative. I understand that the board is tasked with making decisions that are best served in the interest of all the students. I urge to keep the ethnic studies course as an elective for now and review the content with the community so that it will be inclusive for all the students and won't be a reason for bullying for the Hindu students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is OG Strogatz. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Renee Zeimer. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the staff recommendation to maintain the ethnic studies graduation requirement and adopt the proposed curriculum with the modifications to address gaps in the content of on anti-Semitism in the Jewish community. And it sounds like there needs to be further refinement of the content regarding India and Hinduism. One of the things I heard tonight that I found disturbing and I'm concerned about is conflating what I heard as teacher misconduct, which there's clear cause for disciplinary action, with the values of this ethnic studies curriculum. I would strongly recommend that all teachers receive training on anti-Semitism. And there is a resource called Project Shema, which I strongly recommend. Personally, I am a retired high school teacher, a former Jewish educator, and board member of Contra Costa Midrashah, a high school program here in Contra Costa County that gives Jewish teens an opportunity to explore their Jewish identities, learn about their history, celebrate their culture and values, and build community with other local Jewish youth. You may know that education is foundational to Jewish Americans. And in that spirit, I I believe in deep learning, in cross-cultural enrichment opportunities, that a good ethnic studies program, when furnished with vetted anti-bias teaching materials and delivered with sensitivity, knowledge, multiple perspectives,
you.
and commitment,
Your
can
time
bring
is
out
up.
the best in
Thank
us.
you.
Thank you.
After OG is Nahari Potenu. Go ahead.
I'm OG Strogatz. Apart from serving as the DEI coordinator for the Danville Alamo Walnut Creek branch of AAUW, I'm an organizer for Lift Up Public Schools, a coalition from Contra Costa and Alameda counties that champions outstanding public education for all. I am Jewish, and I chair my congregation's Social Action Committee. I am so moved by the thoughtfulness and openness that the district staff and social studies faculty have brought to the development and implementation of ethnic studies. And I'm equally moved by all the students who have spoken of the meaningfulness and value of the course. I offer my robust support for ethnic studies as recommended by the district staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Lynn Swenson. And after Lynn, Rama Ronan.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak. I have a fifth grader in the district. I was born in Israel. I hear a lot of words being thrown around today: inclusivity, equalization, natives, indigenous. All of these words are great, but if we're not feeling it, then what's the point? I think at the end of the day, this ethnic studies thing, like everyone said, I love it. I think it's important. We are a multicultural district. We have amazing people from all over the place. I think we should give each other the time and the respect to really teach these kids the truth. I was born in Israel. My family has been there for decades and centuries. I feel like the things that are being taught and the anti-Semitism, and it's very political, and it shouldn't be, because I can't think of the word now. Thank you so much. Archaeology of the location, the history of the location speaks for itself. Okay. At the end of the day, that's what you're teaching the kids. The history, ethnic studies. Jews come in many different colors. Okay. We're not all brown. Some are Chinese. Some are from Africa. Some are from right here in America. So if you really want to talk about ethnicities, then really take the time to talk about all of the ethnicities. Otherwise, you're doing nobody a service. Thank you very much.
After our next speaker is Rena Eden Klein.
Good evening. My name is Rama Ronan, and I'm a parent of 3 boys at San Ramon High. 1 is a senior, and 2 are twins, freshmen. I'm also a clinical psychologist serving our community. I do really appreciate the transparency about the curriculum and the time that the board members met with us outside of this room. I am asking to keep the mental health of our students in mind while offering the ethnic studies course as an elective for now. I loved hearing the passion that students shared today about supporting the course. My concern is about the students that will have the exact opposite experience of what was described here today. As a therapist, I do get to hear and understand the gravity and the long-term effects of someone's negative self-beliefs they develop about themselves and about the environment. During the time engaging with the curriculum and hearing other students' reports of their experiences in the district, even before the course was officially offered, I was alarmed. My main concern is how can a student handle being labeled belonging to a certain group in a negative light, understanding that the teacher, the adult in the situation, the one that holds power over them by grading, is the one that put them in the situation. We heard the sense of creating a narrative, how a child can hold a negative narrative. What would be the long-term effect of creating that narrative? We do know the kids are struggling with emotional regulations and can be impulsive. I'm really hoping that we can pause and give this time not to put any danger, not to put our kids in danger. Thank you for
Thank you.
listening.
Next up after our speaker is Deb Becker. And after her is Micah Rada.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a mother of 3 children in our district, and I want to speak about the proposed ethnic studies curriculum, especially the decision to frame it through the oppressor versus oppressed, which again appears more than 60 times in the current draft. 2 years ago, my older child was in a world geography class where the teacher brought up the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and asked students whether it was right to conquer land. She was deeply uncomfortable being asked to take a side on such a complex topic, and the students didn't have the background or the context to engage meaningfully. And that was before October 7th. So since then, we know anti-Semitism and misinformation have spiked at alarming rates, especially on social media. And this curriculum expects teachers in good faith to pull content from the internet. But what are the guardrails? And who ensures what's shared? And that what is shared supports truth and projects and protects students, especially ninth graders, trying to find their footing in a new school. And we talk about courageous conversations. I understand it. It's not only about inclusivity. And those only happen when there is rigor, impartiality, and the right guardrails. And this curriculum does not currently reflect it. We need to get a chance to revise it and review it before it is taught to all students. And I ask all of us, all of you, will a ninth grader really feel safe saying, I don't feel comfortable or I don't feel safe in front of their teacher and peers? And would you, if you were them, put in that situation in a class, would you feel comfortable? So when I spoke to my child, who will be a freshman, they said, Mom, I think it will be okay as long as no one knows that I'm Jew. And you can imagine how I felt at that moment. Let's not do it to our kids. We need more time. Let's do ethnic studies at the right time.
I have one last card for Avishi. I don't know if that was a student that spoke before. That's the last one. Micah Rada's next. Deb Becker's next. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good evening. Hi, everyone. I just wanted to reiterate that all of the student comments were wonderful and that none of us disagree, or almost none of us, I don't think anyone in here spoke in disagreement for an ethnic studies program or an ethnic studies class. We're all in favor of that. I think the problem here is that the kind of ethnic studies class that has been drafted by the district. It's about the majority, if not 80% worth, liberated ethnic studies. And the liberated ethnic studies has those issues of critical race, intersectionality, oppressor versus oppressed. And I think that's where we come into the issues. So when you are categorizing people based on immutable characteristics like skin color into oppressed versus oppressor, good or bad, if you're a child who is labeled in the bad group, that's where we're coming into trouble, because those are the students who feel that they can't be themselves in class. If you're listening from the students who are categorized as the oppressed group, then those students won't feel uncomfortable because that's going to be the quote unquote good group. So I just wanted to point that out and kind of being sensitive to the kids who are feeling like they're being miscategorized. The other thing I wanted to bring up is that miscategorization can lend itself to division and a lack of empathy for people who are not like you. And in the real world, what happens when that plays out is one race always the oppressor in reality and another race always the oppressed. That's not how real world works. And so if kids are trained to not recognize that, where will their empathy be in the real world when they graduate high school. That could be a very dangerous place. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As shown in the first part of the sign, Curriculum Director Deborah Pettish said at the April 22nd board meeting that the new Ethnic Studies course is not about creating division and not assigning labels to individuals or individual groups. Equity Director Hong Nguyen added that we also talked about oppressed versus oppressors. That's not what we wanted from this course. And we made that clear from the very get-go when we were building the course. But in fact, the course is full of labels like white supremacy and whiteness. Versions of the word oppress appear 76 times altogether, and who knows how many more times in the 290 externally linked course resources. Meanwhile, a guiding principle for the course says it will critique empire building in history and its relationship to white supremacy, racism, and other forms of power and oppression. Other guidelines call for challenging racist, bigoted, discriminatory, and imperialist colonial beliefs and practices via multi-level transformative resistance. So your administrators' happy talk claims about not creating division, not assigning labels, not talking about oppressed versus oppressors are all false. One of the new slides introduced this evening says the curriculum explicitly states that students do not have to share personal information, but that's only apparently in the single case of a community circle discussion in Unit 1, Lesson 1, and after that, such an opt-out is apparently not mentioned again. Instead, students are later called upon to share dozens of times, if not hundreds of times, in many cases, personal information, if they are even to complete the course. As a petition of some 2,500 signatures has said, you should revise the ethnic studies course to reflect academic rigor, ideological balance, and genuine multicultural education. And since an ethnic studies course may not be required for next school year and is not required for graduation until the 2029-30 school year, the course should be reset to remain as an elective for 25-26 so its problems can be fixed properly.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Take a seat.
Good evening, board members and community members. My name is Uma Shankar Manda. I'm a concerned parent from this district. I'm here to speak about the introduction of ethnic studies, how India and Hinduism are being represented in this curriculum. A few years ago in my son's class, a teacher conducted an activity where students were divided based on a caste. Hindu students, including my child, were singled out and even mocked during this exercise. It caused real emotional distress and confusion, especially for young children still forming their sense of identity. We teach our kids to reject stereotypes, yet this kind of portrayal promotes exactly that. When it comes to Hinduism, one of the oldest and most diverse living religions, followed by over 1 billion people. It deserves to be taught with nuance, depth, and respect, not reduced to sensational headlines or one-side narratives. I fully support diversity and cultural education, but it must be done responsibly, using scholarly, accurate, and balanced material. No group should feel targeted or misrepresented in this process. Please ensure that this curriculum reflects the richness of Hinduism and Indian culture with fair and integrity. I will request to keep the ethnic studies curriculum as an optional and get the content reviewed fully and thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have cards in? Did you put a card in? Yes. Okay, take a seat.
Good evening, members of the board, educators, and fellow community members. My name is Vadiraj Katti, and I stand before you today as a concerned parent and a proud member of a richly diverse community. The intention behind ethnic studies to foster awareness, empathy, and mutual respect is something I fully support. However, the way this intention is being implemented through the proposed curriculum raises serious concerns. Parts of the syllabus, as they currently stand, misrepresent certain communities, including the Hindu community, in the ways that are biased and historically inaccurate. Such portrayals don't educate, they marginalize, they don't build unity, they deepen the divide. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." If even one community is misrepresented in our schools, it undermines the very goal of promoting inclusion and equality. I respectfully urge the board to keep ethnic studies optional until the curriculum is revised in collaboration with representatives from all affected communities. We must ensure it reflects accuracy, balance, and dignity for all. Let us not rush to mandate a program that may unintentionally cause harm. Let's get it right first for every child and for every background. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it.
Good evening, board members and my fellow community members. I'm here on behalf of my son, who's going to be a freshman next year. He couldn't be here because of the homework, but when he heard about this topic, he asked me, even after traveling 40 miles from my office, he asked me, Dad, can you please go? This is because he had the scars. When I talked to him about this topic, he's going to learn about it next year. He had the scars from the caste system that he learned about in his 6th grade. This was part of the California curriculum. And he was there with me. My elder son was there with me at Sacramento to oppose that. So I am here as a father of 2 children who attended San Ramon schools, and one is a rising freshman. I am here to express my concerns about including ethnic studies as a mandatory subject for next year, because it is going to cause more harm than what you are expecting. I don't know what is the hurry here if it is something which is not mandated until 2030. I don't know why there is a need to push something that is not ready. We have seen, we have heard, I have been hearing about some of the concerns here. It looks like it is going to definitely cause more harm. San Ramon is a big, um, big ethnic population here. We have, as far as Hindus are concerned, there is a huge Hindu population here, and there is no representation. I don't know where you got all your material from as far as the Hindus that has been included, the 2-page curriculum that you have included. It is completely misrepresenting me and my community here. So I strongly demand that it should not be included as a mandatory subject for this year. And it should be reviewed with the right authorities, with right community participation. Otherwise, it is going to cause more harm than help. And this is something which is coming from a parent who has already suffered this. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our public comment section of the meeting. And now I will turn it over to fellow board members and maybe ask that Debbie and Hong come up if they have, if we have questions.
Do we first want to extend the meeting? We're coming up to 10.
Yeah. So can I get a motion to extend the meeting until?
I mean, I say 3. Last time we
just go to 11 o'clock.
No, I'm not. I'm going past that.
10:30?
No, I'm saying 1.
Okay. Well, whatever.
To give us cushion, because at the last
last
meeting,
time we
and
had
we
to
have
stop.
agenda items after this, and we don't know how long this conversation is going to go. So I move that we extend the meeting to 1 a.m.
Second that.
Motion was made by Board Member Bratton, seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye, hopefully.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Who wants to start?
I'll start by saying something similar to what I said at our last meeting, which is, and I'll expand on it, the idea a little bit. I do hear from everybody in the room that they want this to be encouraging, impactful, build empathy, create positive action. I think everybody feels that, but I think there's a big difference in how people are seeing that this is going to play out. And I heard the terms, the intent and the impact. And so one thing too, I do want to thank the educators and everybody who was a part of the cohort to create this, and Deborah Pettish and Hong Nguyen and everybody else that was involved in that team. I think, one of the things that's got to be really odd about this job is the public nature of the feedback that you get from the products that you produce. And the only encouragement that I could give to you is, in my day job, my corporate world, I often take things to my executive team, and it's very rare that on the first pass that they're, that there's no criticism that comes back from that. But one thing that I always do feel even if there is a little bit of like, yeah, dang, we usually come up with a better product as well too. So if, if that's the nature of where this goes, I just don't want, there's no criticism on your professionalism or the effort that was put into that, even though I'm sure, it's hard sitting through a meeting like this for your job. So I also want to praise the district for being so transparent. That I'm sure there's a little double-edged sword with the transparency, but I do think that sunshine is the best disinfectant. It always gets us to something that is better and more honored by the community. So I think SRVUSD did a great job in providing that transparency, and it gave everybody the ability to view this material. One of the things that just setting the table on is the mandate, because I think we have a few mandates that we're talking about. We have one that is what is listed in AB 101, and then we have the mandate that the board created in response to AB 101. And this has been something that I've dug into a lot. I've spoken to Namita about it, who's, just for everybody in the room, that's our board lawyer. I've also reached out to our local assembly member, Rebecca Bauer-Cahan, just to get a little bit more insight from her. And we had a great discussion. I'm not going to try to characterize it or put words into her mouth. But ultimately what I asked her, and she was one of the original signers of AB 101, because she fully supports ethnic studies and also is co-sponsoring AB 1468 because she understands the need for standards in a course like that. One of the things she said to me, and what I perceived from our conversation, was that yes, there is it's mandated if funded. It was not funded by the governor, and she thinks that if it wasn't funded by the governor, when we thought we had more money, the likelihood of it being funded anytime in the near future is very low. And my understanding also from the voicemail that was played as well too is that the mandate doesn't currently stand. So, but I do also understand that we've created a board policy around it. I don't want to hijack this whole conversation if people have some other ideas. I think the hard thing that I'm having a hard time with this. Just because of my experiences that I've gone through on the board so far and trying to work this through, is I feel as a trustee, I have to vote on the curriculum that's in front of me and not necessarily of what it would become. And while I would hope that every single one of our classes we're constantly refining, I've also sat with many parents through a long process too, when they do have objections to individual things that are in our curriculum. And I don't know if, I mean, I can kind of give a Cliff Notes version of what I've seen it to be, but I also don't want to mischaracterize it. But if a parent does have a student in a class that has an issue with something that comes up that's part of the approved curriculum, could you walk us through like a brief description of what that process looks like for them to oppose it?
Well, there's so many different oppositions that they could have in terms of the curriculum. I would say that the first way to approach it, and the teachers kind of alluded to this, would be for the student or the parent to talk to the teacher about it and talk through their concerns. I mean, I think you saw with the teachers sitting here today, some of the other teachers that spoke and didn't necessarily present, they absolutely 100% want what is best for students. They don't want any student in any way to be harmed in their classes. And I can assure you of that. And so I think if a parent or a student, I understand some students don't feel comfortable, and we understand that, and would then encourage the parent to reach out to the staff member and just have that conversation, like what's underlying that concern and what can we do to kind of ameliorate those.
And so in dealing with a lot of, and it's not about next studies, it's about a variety of other things. But as the process that I've walked through with my constituents when they have these issues and encouraging them to follow the district guidelines for those complaints, I do get a lot of feedback of how long and arduous the process is, and a lot of them give up. And I'm not saying our process is bad, and I know that we do have to filter out those conversations. But it is approach the teacher. If the teacher is, if they're not feeling heard out, it's then approach the principal, perhaps with the teacher. Then there's a form that they can fill out for a complaint, and then that elevates it to a new level and an investigation is done. If they're not satisfied with that, they can fill out another form and elevate it to another level of complaint. Then I believe that even after that, there's a third form that they can fill out that might get it to the board's attention or superintendent's attention. And then the board has to vote on whether we followed our curriculum and our policy or not. And those are where the board gets pigeonholed into, if we approve this curriculum and it's followed and there's a complaint, I'm not really sure what action we have to do with it. And while I would hope that things are evolving and doing these things, I as a trustee have to vote on what's in front of me, right now. So these are just some of my concerns that I have right now.
But this is, you're talking about all classes, not just.
Well, I'm talking about with the, yeah, that's all classes. And so when I see the diversity of opposition to the current curriculum, and I see, and I'm also looking at members of my community that we're trying to support with this curriculum, and we're trying to create a better understanding of different ethnicities and cultures and backgrounds. And they're telling me this is going to do, that might be your intent, but that is going to have a different impact than what you want. That is where I'm tripping up, because I also believe that as a board, we are constantly talking about, hey, before we represent other cultures, we need to get their feedback and we need to understand how they want to be represented. I do think that this is probably one of the harder courses to put together. I do think the level of scrutiny is so high because it is, according to our current board policy, a mandate. So it's not something that is like there is student choice and voice in this, and it's now a graduation requirement. And I think that if that was not there, I think there would probably a little bit different of sentiment. I no, do you want to? I don't want to say, yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I don't want to keep talking anyway. So
I'm just wondering, because as I think Ms. Seidelberg, I think you're the one who said this class is really the only one that's really had like this scrutiny, right? Like, so my question, because I only have the standards, California standards to go by, are some of the history, some of the culture, some of the things touched on not only in like 10th through 12th grade history courses, but our middle school, 6th through 8th grade too, right? I mean, some of the histories and things like that. So it's not like a 9th grade student, because this is a 1 semester class, right? It's really, really short. It's not a year class. They're not just coming up and say, oh, this, you have to learn, all these histories and cultures and stuff in this 1 semester course. I mean,
That's correct. I mean, when you look, obviously students have social studies starting in kindergarten and 6th grade in particular. Some of the topics that you heard about today are integrated into those standards. So you're right. It's only a 1 semester 9th grade course, and some of the concerns we also heard, we believe are really more rooted in inherently what ethnic studies is and what is in the model curriculum. So for example, when we talk about the idea of oppression, who is oppressed, who are the oppressors, in the model curriculum, and I believe I mentioned this at the last meeting, that term is mentioned over 80 times just in the first couple chapters of alone of the model curriculum.
Can you confirm that when you're referring to model curriculum, which model curriculum are you referring to? Are you referring to the initial proposed curriculum, or are you referring to the modified proposed curriculum final approved?
Thank you for that question. And so just to elaborate that a bit, if you don't mind. So the state did go through several iterations of what they call the ethnic studies model curriculum. Eventually there was a state adopted model curriculum. And that's in part what we used to model our curriculum off of, because we really do firmly believe that the state of California, who created this as a mandate, put together a model curriculum that was adopted by their state board. And we feel it is incumbent upon us to somewhat follow that model curriculum in order to stay consistent with what with what we believe the state of California expects from us.
Did you also follow any of the initial proposed curriculum that was changed in the model curriculum?
No, we did not.
Okay.
And
no,
sorry,
you have a
it,
question on
it
that.
it piggybacks on that as well too. Is one of the things that I did notice as I went through the curriculum was that I know we pulled a lot of different content, especially our worksheets and the supportive materials from other districts. And some of those districts, and just doing some research on it, did adopt a liberated ethnic studies curriculum. So I do think that that's where people are seeing some of this of like, even though we're saying it's not a liberated model curriculum, it is very heavy on aspects of liberated. And I do think that that is because we've pulled in from that liberated, which was kind of the version 1.0 that got rejected and then moved around a little bit.
So then that would imply that in fact, we do have curriculum that was based on the initial proposed curriculum. Is that what you're saying? Or is there this idea of liberated curriculum? It sounds like it's binary, and the first one proposed was liberated and the second one proposed was not. But I'm making a educated guess that in fact, there is some liberated curriculum that's layered into the now approved state level curriculum. Is that true?
That's a really hard question to answer because it really depends on how you define that.
Okay.
We do not believe that our curriculum is liberated ethnic studies. We really do believe it's constructive. We believe that it would foster unity. We do believe it fosters critical thinking, and we do not take a liberated approach.
I have a question about, so there's a lot of resources. I mean, like I went through, right, all the resources that you provided. Again, this is a 1 semester course. So like, are teachers required to like cover everything in here in the semester? Or is it just resources that are, teachers can pull?
Yeah, I'm gonna actually have our teachers come up because they're the ones that really structure the course, and so they'll be able to answer that a little bit more fully. Of course, we want to be able to provide enough material and content for that semester. We also know that every class is very unique, and that within that class, depending on the students that are there, there may be lessons that are going to take longer than other lessons, but we wanted to make sure that we're providing enough contents for them to be able to cover a semester. And so I'll have our teachers come and share a little bit more.
Maybe the teachers
Maybe
can sit at
over
that
there,
table, so
so
we're
that way
not
we're not gonna
playing,
go back and forth.
we're already at 10.
I agree.
And as they're getting situated, if I could also respond to your question, Trustee Ordway, because it's a really good one. So what we did in the interest of transparency, really, and we've talked about this a couple times already over the last month, is try to provide as much information as possible to our community with regard to the curriculum. And in doing that, we also know that the teachers really have to make decisions about the curriculum and how to implement it based on the students sitting in front of them. And so within the course guidance, and I acknowledge it's a very dense document with a lot of really good stuff, but it's a lot to read. But within the course guidance document at the beginning, it does really say the expectations in terms of what teachers really cannot deviate from. So any reading materials is really what they're supposed to assign, key outcomes, guiding principles, etc. So some of the lesson plans as written may change a bit depending on the student sitting in front of them. Would any of you like to elaborate on that?
Yeah, I just want to add that one big part of what teachers are doing is differentiating, meaning that they are providing content that is appropriate for different students. For example, some students, even in their IEP, have requirements to have certain things in audio or video or at different reading levels. And so having a variety of resources for teachers to pull from not only allows us to fit who's in the room as far as content, but also who's in the room as far as the type of assignment that is being given to students who may have a variety of different learning styles.
To address your specific question about, are we going to cover everything? So as I'm sure you all know, all the departments have developed district-wide essential standards. And so there are things that every class in the district has done that says, these are the most important things. There are the state content standards that we guide by, we do our best to meet those. And then we have to say, well, what are the most important things? So are we going to necessarily be able to hit every single one of those lessons exactly as described? No, because spring happens and kids get squirrely, and then you have to take them on a walk around the classroom outside to get them back in attention. And so it is a guide for the best that we are going to do with, again, what we're focused on. Yeah, I think, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? So we're talking about impact versus intent, which is, pretty significant when we talk about a lot of different things, including some of the topics that will be discussed in ethnic studies. Within the curriculum, will there be an opportunity to explicitly help students understand the difference between impact and intent, and when perhaps at times their intention may not equal what the impact is, but acknowledging that and then knowing how to make that better, right?
Turn over to you three in a second, but what I would like to say is, if intent versus impact specifically as topics in the curriculum, I'll leave to you three. I think the importance of building community at the beginning of the semester, as they alluded to earlier in the board meeting, is really, really important. So building that community in order for students to understand somebody's intent, building that community in order for them to feel comfortable really voicing their opinions. And if they don't feel comfortable with something, is going to be really, really important and is an explicit part of the curriculum.
Yeah, and I would also hope that if someone's intent maybe doesn't equate to the impact, that the impact is also discussed, so that the person that has the intent understands that they misunderstood how that intent could have a higher impact.
Absolutely, 100%. But we believe that it might not happen unless you really build that strong classroom community. But what you said is extremely important.
Right.
Do you have anything to add to that?
We were talking about professional development before. One of the professional developments that was offered was on restorative practices and community circles. And if you look at the curriculum, that is built into, I think, almost every lesson plan is starting with a community circle. And that includes discussions about intent and impact. My colleagues were mentioning that another thing that we often use is something called the Courageous Conversations Compass, which is also about allowing students to say, I'm coming at this from a different perspective than you. How can we move to a common understanding? And so those sorts of issues of, here's how I'm coming at this, here's how you're coming at this, we're having a misunderstanding. How do we resolve that from an academic perspective, but also from a human and sort of experiential thing, is very much built into the training that we have done, and that was the center of the conversations of the curriculum, and is part of what we are trying to teach to the students.
And do we feel like in other social studies classes, 10th, 11th, 12th grade, 9th grade, World Geo, that these lessons are being taught?
Hopefully.
Are they part of the curriculum? Are they part of the standards?
No.
Okay.
They are, I can speak for San Ramon. One of the impacts of the ethnic studies class was the development of something we call circles, which is trying to teach students core characteristics, community, integrity, responsibility, courage, love, empowerment, and service. And so we have tried to implement across the school community circle building, both as the experience from ethnic studies and then to set that up what's coming next. So the hope will be that if in freshman year they are learning community building and they're learning community circles, that when they go to their sophomore year, they will say to their sophomore teacher, hey, we did this really great thing in freshman year. Can we do that too? And then those freshman teachers can instruct their colleagues on some of the things that they did.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm just kind of dialing into this because I feel like this is this is incredibly complex. A lot of the comments that were brought up, and I'm sure the questions that we all have, but one of the common themes was, this idea of intent versus impact. And from one person's perspective, there's going to be it's very complicated, right? So in this classroom, the way this classroom is being built, how it's been developed, if let's say that a student, we're having these restorative circles, this type of thing, but a student just feels very silenced. We've heard some examples about how that silencing has happened in the past and how it could potentially happen in those classrooms. What framework, what support system, what exists in the system to be able to allow that student to be safe? Is there, do we have that built in? Have we thought about that? If not, what can we add to ensure that that student who is completely shut down because they're feeling an impact, that the student that's, or the group that's saying has a different intention, but, and doesn't really fully understand at that point, let's say it's week 2. They haven't gone through, so much of what this ethnic studies class is about. What safety structures do we have in place for this class? And I would argue for any class in the district. To me, this transcends the curriculum in a specific class, but.
If I may, from my perspective, and our talented high school educators can offer another perspective to this, but I think what you're describing in terms of, do we have the system in place? I think it's about having multiple opportunities for that student to connect. And what I mean in that context is, if you're a student in a classroom who is feeling silenced or isolated, you may or may not have a rapport with that teacher to come to that class and say, I'm not feeling good. I'm not feeling seen. I'm not feeling heard. If you don't have that relationship, I think one of the things that is incumbent upon us as an organization is to ensure that there are multiple adults on a campus that that person can go to. And so it may be that they see their classroom teacher. It may be that they go see the counselor. It may be that they talk with their third period teacher who they have a great rapport with about something that's happening in first period. It may be that they have a connection with one of the site administrators. It may be for a student athlete that they see their coach. It may be for a student in visual or performing arts that they're talking to the person that oversees that program. And so I think in terms of, do we have a singular system that identifies the appropriate response when a student feels isolated? I don't necessarily see that we have a system. I think it is a systemic support structure, and each individual student is going to find their connection point in that. What we have to work on is the underlying issue of all the challenges we see in education, which is, do we have students on campus? And I know the answer is yes, and we want to eliminate this reality, but what do we do for our students who don't have that singular point of connection? That's my perspective, is we have a lot of places where a student can resolve this concern, but it might be a different place for each student.
Yeah, and part of what I see in this curriculum, and with, this bright light that's shining on it and all this conversation, is an opportunity to be able to create those safe spaces, because we're shining a light on the space. And I think perhaps in a different class where they're talking about other topics and something marginalizing comes up, and there's more of an, it would feel, I'm not a student, I'm not in the class, but the way that I see the class is the way that it's constructed. I feel like from my perspective, I feel like, we're losing sight of the fact that it actually allows for safety in the community, because the community is being built in a way that I think perhaps World Geo, for example, is not set up. And to that point, I think I heard mentioned, does World Geo have an approved curriculum?
Well, I mean,
Has World Geo?
There's an approved book. I mean, there are standards, but in that regard, we knew, we were going to swap out World Geo with ethnic studies, so our focus has been ethnic studies.
Right. But so what would stop a World Geo teacher from teaching some of the things that are within the ethnic studies class? Just.
Do you want to speak to that?
From my perspective, it would really be up to their site administrators and to see if there was any concerns, but it is really lax right now with world geography. So that's one of the things that we tried to supply with the ethnic studies curriculum as our team, is to make sure that there was very clear standards and plenty of lessons that upheld these standards as well. And as we're talking about trust and transparency in these community circles, as the teacher, I'm in the circle with them. I'm sharing stuff. I am very aware that we're talking about difficult things, and I try and let them know that learning is vulnerable, and sometimes we say things that we might not mean. So we do talk about intent, and the restorative practices are a great way to do that. But taking it back to world geography, there's really no clear standards. Some people use the textbook, some people do not. You might see more, you might go into a different class across our district and see very different world geography curriculums. And until a few years ago, Israel-Palestine was actually part of the world geo curriculum. And there was not a lot of review of that. So I think that coming in with as much thought, and this has been a years-long process, as much as people say we're not ready, that this, when would we be then? What does ready look like exactly? Because we're not going to please everyone, but having these conversations, super important and very much part of the new curriculum.
Well, and one might, I mean, the way I see it perhaps is that this ethnic studies curriculum has more guardrails than the existing World Geo curriculum. Is that correct to say? Okay.
I would agree with that, yes.
Well, and the rigor too, because I looked through the California state, social studies, history, right, standards, and just conveniently, every grade except for ninth. And there's no world geo. There's one for world history. There's one for US history, even that, again, middle school, right? But none for world geo, which is really interesting. And I think I got some information about, different world geo assignments. There's still coloring maps where, and maybe, I don't know, learning about where a country is, where actually, us, we can all find that out online. Really, like certain information, right, that we probably couldn't have before, and we have to do certain exercises. Now we actually can find out on the internet, and I think that hopefully the ethnic studies class is actually more rigorous because we're having the students think and speak and discuss about certain topics, right? That's because I heard I think a couple of people talking about the rigor. So
Trustee Ordway, I do appreciate that comment you meant there. Because this is a really important opportunity for us to recognize that this is our chance to make a more structured curriculum for freshmen. I took World Geo when I was a freshman. I can definitely agree that the geography part is a little bit unnecessary and felt very redundant at times. But we also had a part where we talked about cultures. And that was very interesting to me. I think it brought the class together. It was a very helpful conversation. And I'm hopeful that ethnic studies will bring a lot of that into our district and make those conversations a key part of our learning environments. But back to what Trustee Van Zee was saying, I think that since we're approving this curriculum and we're putting the structure in place, it's very important that we get this thing right. And when we have one chance to approve it, I'd prefer as a board, we felt that we were in full transparency with our community and we had the proper amount of time to work through this before approving something. And so we do no harm in pushing this back a year, but we do if we disappoint our community and create a situation where there's a lot of requests to change the curriculum. We put ourselves in a difficult position. And so perhaps what I would like to ask the rest of the board and perhaps some of the people in front of us right now, what might our options be should we say not approve this, just so we can make an educated decision?
So I think there's a lot to consider there. One of the things that I would want to offer as a consideration, and I recognize when we get to moments like these, the staff has a responsibility, and I want to compliment staff for the work that they've done collectively and individually. The responsibility of staff is to try and give the board everything that they need to make an informed decision, and that is further guided by community input. The place where I want to offer some remarks in terms of, we heard different things tonight from our community about transparency and changes to the curriculum. I think as Trustee Van Zee said, and from my perspective, looking at other districts, I think our process has been more transparent than almost every other district. A lot of other districts put a version of their curriculum online, not the entire scope and sequence in every document. So I think we meet the standard in terms of transparency. I also want to recognize that in the last meeting, we talked about modifications to the curriculum. And I believe I said in that meeting that in that time span, we cannot make wholesale changes to the entire curriculum, nor should we. And we heard public comment tonight about our responsibility to provide the community an opportunity to weigh in on that. And we said in the last meeting that we could make slight modifications to the curriculum in that time period. And if we made wholesale changes to the curriculum, we really should go back to the process from the beginning where we had a committee, and that's in our board policy, and that's our established process. The scope of change that I think is made also fits within transparency. It aligns with what we said we could do, is make some minor modifications to the curriculum based on community feedback. In terms of what options we have, I want to clarify a few points, and I recognize there's multiple perspectives. We heard public comment regarding a voicemail from somebody from the CDE that was, I think, shared via email. I know it was shared with me, maybe other board members. We'll hear the governors may revise probably 10:30 tomorrow morning. It doesn't seem to me that he's going to include it in his budget based on what he said in January. I don't know what the state legislature will do or not do. And we won't know that outcome until mid-June. And I think there's ample consideration that it may not get funded. And thus that takes away the mandate under AB 101. As superintendent, I'm not ready to say that the mandate goes away until the budget is signed, sealed, and delivered, and we see the trailer bill. And frankly, we don't usually see the trailer bill till July. Thank you. And I respect that they have a difficult job at the state. With the best of intentions, I don't always trust what's going to happen up there. And so it doesn't appear that the governor's going to allocate funding for it. I don't know what's going to happen when the state legislature sends their budget to the governor. But we won't know definitively until mid-June, end of July. I think we need to take that into consideration and understand what the mandate is. We heard some public comment that it's not a mandate until 29/30. Under AB 101, if it is funded, we do have a mandate to offer it next year. That's in AB 101. It becomes a graduation requirement in AB 101 for the class of 29/30. Why offer it to freshman students? Because we're proposing this to be a one semester course. There are not very many one semester courses, and so we pair it with health. If the board elects to not approve this curriculum tonight, then we need to take some other actions. We would need to, in my opinion, would be my recommendation, we would need to implement another version of an elective class for it. Now, that could be the previous elective that's already been board approved for 11th and 12th graders. But I don't want the board to be in a position where if this does get funded in the middle of June, we don't have a course because it would be a mandate that we offer it. We do have time, if it is funded under the mandate, to revise it by the time the next group of freshmen comes in. The way AB 101 was structured, I don't know the rationale behind it, but required to be offered next year. And then the following year's freshmen, it would be a mandate for graduation. If we don't approve this, I would say the safest thing to make sure we comply with AB 101, if it is funded, is we'd have to put an elective course back in. We would also have to go back and change our board policy on graduation requirements because we adopted a board policy that steps earlier than the AB 101 mandates. In terms of the funding from the state, just so we have full transparency on the conversation, this is not something that is a big funding problem for us. We're not hiring more staff because it's replacing World Geo. This is not a English language art, easy for you to say, CJ, English language arts curriculum for K through 5 that's a $6 to $8 million price tag. This is a semester course, 9th grade. And I would say in the scope of our budget, it is not a meaningful impact because we're not hiring more staff to teach the course. If we were a district who changed our board policy to add an additional graduation requirement and we didn't take a course off the list and we had to hire more staff, probably a significant fiscal impact. So I just want to kind of lay that out for the board as our student board member asked what the options would be. If we approve it, we're aligned with our board policy. We would move forward with a semester course. If we don't approve it, I would say we need to consider an elective and we need to change our graduation requirement. I don't think it's practical to look at making this an elective as a semester course because offering world geo and ethnic studies as options is likely going to create additional staffing. We're going to have to very quickly also, if we don't approve it, go back out to our students and address the course request process. If we don't approve it, I would recommend that we supplement or move World Geo back into that spot. And the sooner that we do that, as we heard tonight, the more clarity would provide for our school sites.
With adding the ethnic studies elective though, the year long, wouldn't that change the students?
Yes, and so that's a good point that I forgot to mention. Creating the elective to be a year long for the course that's already approved. In full transparency, I talked with our student board member about this when we met. I think the likelihood of students signing up for that is virtually nothing. And I say that because they've already lined out their course plans for their 11th and 12th grade year. It was an elective course for 11th and 12th graders. They've already laid out their path. Maybe a handful of students would be willing to go back and change their course request because the course request process has already been completed. So in understanding the decision process, if we move back to offering a year-long elective, I don't foresee students signing up for that course.
Well, and 11th grade, I think they're required to take most 11th grade US history, right? And I can't see very many students wanting to take 2 history courses unless that is their topic.
And I do see what, student board member Hodges is saying. It's the same sentiment that I've been saying for over 9 months now, which this could and should be the most positive, impactful class if done right. And I also firmly believe you get one shot to make a first impression. Ethnic Studies 2.0 is not, nobody's going to listen to, hey, we made changes, we did it differently. So one shot to make a good first impression. And I am concerned about that. And well, I don't think it's, highly likely that we get embroiled in a bunch of lawsuits or anything like that. The fact that that exists also is something that I'm considering and weighing in as well, or that we would lose students. The diversity of feedback that we've heard. I mean, we've heard from LDS community, Hindu community, Indian community, Jewish community. We've heard from, so it's not even just a one, like there's one issue. And while I do also appreciate the feedback that you gave of like, hey, it does sound like, from the feedback that we've even heard tonight, there's some things that we can modify. And while I love the spirit of that, when I approve a curriculum, for me, I'm kind of signing, verbally a contract of, yes, this is what I'm approving. And I want this to be a great, impactful class. And I do have concerns that with the feedback that we've gotten, and I did not hear that people don't want ethnic studies. I hear that they do want ethnic studies, actually. And I think that we also have one shot to take that goodwill as well and go, like, if we're playing the long game and not the short game, there's some stuff that I think that we can do. No, we're not going to get 100% support. What I'm worried about right now is that it is 50-50. And I can do 80-20, I can do 90-10. I think we can address some of those outliers. This feels very divided, which is not the intent of the course. I would be more comfortable entertaining, sorry.
No,
Okay.
go ahead.
I would be more comfortable entertaining one of these options where I appreciate what Superintendent Kamick is doing is he's protecting the board from a potential liability and also acknowledging that it's potentially like a very small risk. Offering an elective giving ourselves the time to really perfect this and get it right versus being in a position where the community does not trust us on something that's just so important. I mean, that's what I would ask maybe the board to entertain tonight. But I'd be willing to make a motion for that, but I do want
I
to.
still have lots of questions, so sorry, let's not make a motion quite yet. Susanna, you were
Oh,
gonna.
no,
say
I was just gonna offer a different perspective as ethnic studies class, I think, right? Would be. So as I understand it, in studying even the state model curriculum, it took them 5 years to get to the current curriculum.
Approved.
Approved. And there's still, I think, pushback at the state level, community-wide level for what they have. So I think one of the students had said that I I I I appreciate that we want to do something really good, something perfect, but I don't think we can get perfect, and especially in 1 year. Again, because the state, right, has a lot spent 5 years and it's still being. So for me, again, it's not, we have a lot of different history courses, social study classes, right? For students to learn about certain areas. For me, the most important, a couple of things is balance. It's good, but balance not, that's hard to get. Again, perfect. So when I say balance, I don't mean like, whoa, we have to gather everyone, meaning all groups in the world, because there's no, again, 1 semester course. Balance as the teacher, the adults, allow the students to form their own perspectives, right? Giving all sides, both sides, or maybe even more than all sides, and allowing again, it's the skill of building the skills of critical thinking and discussion, disagree, so, civically, right, civilly, civil discourse and all that. I think those are the skills that I'm hoping, I'm looking for this class, and not really the content, but the skills built. Also very important is, well, yeah, I just mentioned it, perspective, and I think that for me, it's almost kind of related to, I think someone had said also, mental health. I think that kind of certain really difficult issues like discrimination, low self-esteem, bias, and all that are probably manifest even more if you don't speak out. So just like mental health, I think that the more you talk about it, the more you, right, opportunities of doing that, I think it's actually would make students feel better. Yes, we want to make sure that, intent versus impact and all that stuff. But yeah, so anyway.
Well, and yeah. And I hear you on the mental health. What I'm hearing also on the flip side, including speaking with students from our schools who have been through, various courses, including conversations on ethnic studies, is they are telling me there's an asymmetrical balance of power, and that's just natural, especially we're not even talking students who are in 11th and 12th grade. We're talking about 9th grade. So it's an even bigger difference there. And what I'm hearing from the some students and some of our parents is actually the flip side of that, of this is decreasing their mental health. I heard from a student who's now in college, and she described basically what was happening as I think it was a tag on to a social studies class that they they entered into some of these conversations that surrounded around ethnic studies because there was additional time to discuss extra work. And she described what her mental health would look like during that whole entire 2 weeks. And it's still something that she remembers to this day as a very negative experience. And she said, and that was 2 weeks. I can't imagine what this would be like every day.
Right. But I would argue that that was before there was guardrails and curriculum. And so now this is an opportunity to be able to have those conversations in a constructed way rather than just having it be, okay, I'm in or I'm in, AP Euro and we're going to talk about colonialism, and not having it built into the curriculum of how to manage and critically think about these issues around ethnicity.
But I think also what I'm hearing from the community as well, not everybody, but the very large portion of the community that spoke tonight is the actual proposed curriculum. So we're not talking about guardrails within it. They're not even for the proposed curriculum. It's exposing things that are about the caste system, about all these other sort of things, and they're already saying this is already the proposed curriculum, regardless of the guardrails. It's going down a road that they do not appreciate.
And if we approve today, would there be opportunity to change these concerns, or is this now baked in and it will be taught on day one, next semester, fall semester?
Well, we can absolutely 100% continue to gather feedback over the course of the year of the implementation and report back to you whenever you'd like, either after the first semester, after the first year when it's completed.
But what I'm asking is before the first day of class, would some of these issues that came up and issues that came up at the last meeting that you've made some edits to. So for example, when we talk about how the level of information around Hindu Americans and their experience and the specifics that are built into the curriculum now, that there is great concern, would there be an opportunity for that to be changed prior to the first day of the first class?
Yeah, that's something that, as we're looking at the feedback, we actually and our team read through 200 plus feedback. And, that was not something that stood out to us because we actually didn't get very many. And so I'm glad that our Hindu community actually came out tonight because that's something that we're just like, yes, we would definitely want to make sure that we're including that information in our curriculum, right?
And I would think that you would have to do that continually because
right.
again, the Hindu, community came out because they saw something. I can tell you, there are so many different ones that we haven't even talked about. There's also a large community of Chinese, right? And Taiwanese. Guess what? China and Taiwan, not friends. So if they might come up. So I think that it would be, right, again, if we change something, it won't be perfect. It won't be like the great, this greatest curriculum.
If I can,
It have to evolve because the world evolves.
I think, and Dr. Pettis and Dr. Nguyen can maybe state this a little better than I can. I think we need to be mindful of changing the curriculum in a silo as we're going and unintentionally changing the scope of the course. I think we also have to lean into our trust in the talented staff that we have teaching our students. I think in terms of where we might be able to fine tune things, in my opinion, would probably be through the professional development process. When we talk to our teachers about when this subject is coming up, here is what we need to know and understand. And that may inform how our teachers are constructing their lesson. In the same sense, we've heard tonight that our teachers, like all teachers, are going to construct their lessons based on what's happening in front of them. If I was teaching in the classroom still, no matter what my pace and sequence guide said I should be doing, I couldn't go faster than my kids were ready for. And at the same time, I had the responsibility for differentiation. So while a third of my class might be a little bit behind, a third of my class was 2 grade levels above. And so that kind of differentiation is always going to happen. And I just think we want to be transparent in that the curriculum we approve is going to serve as the base. And like every curriculum that we have approved and every piece of instruction that happens in our schools on a daily basis, our teachers are going to respond to what's happening in front of them. And they're going to respond to the level that students are demonstrating comprehension of the skill or the standard. And so I don't want to misrepresent that everything is locked in isolation and it's set in stone and it can't be changed. But I don't think we can midstream allow a lot of massive fluctuation. I think if we approve the curriculum, we come back after we've gathered feedback from students, from staff, from community, and we say, what do we need to change for next year? I think if we approve the curriculum, there are opportunities in the year through professional development and training where we can say, here's an area that we might need to be very careful about how we're addressing this conversation. An example would be the caste system. How are we engaging in that conversation with our students in a way that honors different perspectives and that is safe and feels recognized? And there are opportunities for us to do that,
And I wanted
in my
to,
opinion.
and I wanted to address that, within the first unit, the students are doing research about themselves. They're telling their own stories and then going out and actually doing research. And so depending on their background and their own identity, they are going out and bringing it into the classroom and sharing it with their peers and their classmates about their identity, as well as things that are really important to them. And so the students will definitely have that opportunity to be able to do so.
Can I go?
Yeah,
So
waiting too.
I absolutely think ethnic studies is needed. I think the years I've been on the equity committee and the over and over and over times we all read emails about this slur or this symbol or all of this just racist, discriminatory rhetoric that our kids are dealing with. We need this. And the idea of putting it in ninth grade, I think, is the right thing because of all the things that were shared about creating community right from day one and the idea that it can funnel all the way up through the grades. What concerns me about what's in front of us is small, but it's kind of philosophical big. And I think it's the part about why some members of the community feel like liberated ethnic studies is woven in here. There's an anger and a power, the way some of it is talked about. I think we can talk about oppression in the past without criminalizing the people in the present. And I think it's critical that we get that right. And it's also critical that we get that right when it now comes to identity discussions, which are now in the present day and involve all the various conflicts that we heard mentioned tonight. Because it's not just Israel and Palestine. We heard about Pakistan and India, and we heard about Taiwan and China and all of that. So as kids are talking about their identities, I think before we get to that, we kind of need to set some stage about what is racism and why it's a flawed theory and why we're stuck with some aspects of it because it affected our history. But let's dismantle it as fast as we can. Then focus on ethnicities, which can be a lot more about culture and where you're from and how you migrated here, and you can make that connection to how you and your people are in America. And so I noticed as I was looking at some of the other curricula, that the order is slightly different. Palo Alto, I thought, did a nice job with kind of level setting. What is ethnic studies? What are we talking about? There were some things we read about with all the vocabulary and all the different ways we refer to people. And it was lighthearted and like, can we ever get it right? And how can we not offend each other and give each other grace and things like that? I also saw other school districts where the whole course is framed by the 4 ethnic groups. All the other pieces about identity and narratives and systems and power and social movements are in there, but it's carved differently, right? I think I like how you guys carved it. I liked how you did it with identity and then it can really be about the kids in front of you. But I just think before we jump into identity, you need to have some level setting about who and why and respect for all of the reasons people have said tonight. There's stuff in the approved model curriculum about anti-racism, anti-Black anti-Semitism, Islamophobia. We could bring in the caste part. So it's so that everybody is seen. And I know with this construct of the 4 different groups, forcing the people who originated in the Middle East is a little forced with Asia. Are we stuck with that? Maybe along the way we can come up with a name for the people who originated there. But I think there's a way to do this. I don't know if we can flip it that fast. I look to your team. Are those little things I was suggesting and other people have suggested, or are those big things turn it upside down? I defer to you guys.
So I'll say again that the referencing back to the elective class that we had, the reason why we structure this way is having had some experience with students. How do you build community? How do you ease them into it? When we talk about identity, we're not talking about necessarily what is your race, what is, it's what kind of ice cream do you like? The community circle stuff is that we start on low level things and then we build to that. So it's not going to be the first day. It's not going to be the first week. It's not going to be the second week. So I think that is built into the curriculum, that having that progress is not a change. I think also something I want to sort of address to some things that were said is, and back to the autoethnography, we can cover everybody who's in our class, every ethnic group, every identity, every mixed group, every possible permutation is what the students are going to decide what they want to share about themselves. And so we can cover far more than what is written on the page, because one of the projects is tell us about your history and your past and the food that you like and what songs you like to sing and what was the nickname that your grandfather gave you that you're embarrassed to tell people about because it doesn't apply to you anymore. And then the second thing is the other sort of question about specifically about caste and about the ways in which students are coming in and having these experiences. This doesn't need to be changed. We can address that with no change whatsoever, because one of the central projects of the course is a counter narrative project. And what that involves is, and Michael or Samarina could speak to their experiences, this is what people say about me. And this is why it's not true. That could be people say that I'm because I am an athlete and because I'm blonde and because I have a lot of money, people think I'm happy and I'm actually dealing with anxiety and depression. It could be people think that my culture has this value and we don't. That's not what it means. And so in addressing some of the specific concerns, that were raised that are legitimate concerns that I, again, want to acknowledge and say, none of us want a student to be taught a lie about themselves. And this gives them the opportunity to say, this is something that is said that is not true. Here is why it is hurtful to me. And to share that with their classmates so their classmates can now know this is not true. We did a cultural fair last year and as part of the ethnic studies class. And one of the things that came across was one of the students overheard a student, we were doing the food part, and they overheard one of their classmates say, I always thought Asian food was gross. And now I've had it. I think it's delicious. And it's that kind of thing where those interactions between the students to share their experiences and their truth, all of them will be seen. All of them will be able to correct these false narratives if they choose. And if they choose to say, I'm just going to talk about this because I'm not comfortable in that class, we have failed in some way, but that's the student will have that option to speak up for themselves.
So can I just chime in?
Yeah.
What's really difficult about this is that I've heard from a lot of community members, we've heard from a lot of people tonight, and all of us bring our own history, our own experiences, our own lens to what we see. And what I hear and what I see, and it's not to discard anybody's feelings about this or their opinion, but I hear a lot of fear about how we're portrayed, fear about what's going to happen to my child if they take this class, and it's damaging. And while those are legitimate, a lot of the experiences that people have talked to me about are in the past. And granted, we haven't always been able to navigate these things gracefully, or maybe there's been times when students have felt uncomfortable or been damaged by something. But when I look at the experiences that that students shared with me in the ethnic studies curriculum, in the ethnic studies elective, in those 2 years that we had it, their experiences were so powerful, and they were so much the opposite of what some of these fears that we're hearing about. Because the way the world is now and the way it has evolved, it's kind of pitted people against each other. And what we're trying to accomplish here is the very opposite of that. And I believe that this course will do that if it's put into the hands of our trusted educators, and that the teachers are given proper professional development. I'm not discarding that, I wish that there was a way that all ethnicities and everybody could be included in this. And as you said, in a classroom, you probably would be able to do that. But the curriculum was written specifically for these 4 groups. It wasn't meant to, I don't think, exclude people intentionally. It's just that it's a finite curriculum around these 4 groups. And so that's something I think that's misunderstood. It does concern me that the Hindu community was not included in a way that some of the other ethnicities were. But other than that, I've seen what it can do, and I believe in the way that we put it forth. And I know that there are a lot of concerns. I'm not trying to discard those, but I think a lot of it is built on people's own experience and their fear of what might happen. And I don't know if that's how we want to make a decision on this, at least for me.
Yeah, and I want to kind of name something in this conversation. So well, since I first ran for the board, and I was working with some students, and what they drove home to me was, we want diversified curriculum. We want diversified curriculum. And that's a battle cry that I've heard these entire 5 years that I've been on the board. For the entire K through 12 education, history, this is a little general, but in general is seen and taught through the lens of me. Well, actually probably more of Jesse, because he's male, but he's also white, and you know what I'm saying? But me as well, because I'm white and female and cisgender. And our student population and the world's population is not, that's not the majority. But when history was written, and the books and the people that wrote the history had the power, right? So now we're talking about a semester in an entire K through 12 education that's going to flip that lens to the perspectives of other people. I think all of us would agree that that's a good thing. So now what we're doing is we're trying to figure out, this is a seismic shift in how we look at culture and how we look at history in the classroom. And so now we are grappling with how to make it perfect in a year and a half, with people that have 10 other jobs and 5 board members who are not experts in ethnic studies, and a population that has a lot of deep-rooted and understandable concerns around their own identity, because they live that identity. And so, this idea of we have one shot, or it has to be perfect, or, to me, there's no way that's possible for us in San Ramon, for this group in this room, to make it perfect. What's possible is to aspirationally work towards ensuring that every student in that classroom is seen and that their perspective is heard, ensuring that the curriculum is taught in a way that it's safe, that it's supported, that it's easily understood, and it's not confused by political ideology or by misrepresentation or by stereotype or assumptions. And when I look at in Unit 2, and I look at counter narratives and breaking apart assumptions and stereotypes. It's built into the curriculum to really focus on how are we going to see these different perspectives, that it's not my perspective, but it's the person across the room, it's their perspective. And so I think that we need to think about that when we're deciding, are we going to approve this or not? It's incredibly complex, just like diversity is, just like every single individual perspective in this room and every single individual perspective in that classroom. And so I think that's part of this equation.
Yeah. Wha- a, a few things that came up. The feedback that I got from the community, I would say largely was very specific to the curriculum, not fear of how it would be implemented, with very rigorous detail. So I also don't want to characterize it as a generalized fear. There was a lot of specificity that was brought to me. And then Laura, something you said, and I totally know it was there's no bad intent in it. It's something that actually is a part of this curriculum, and I do think that we need to be cognizant of it. That is the structure of how these conversations are going to go. You're a white straight male, and you've had your privileged perspective on history. Therefore, it's now time to shift that balance of power. And I'm not just saying for me, but for
expand
people,
the balance of power, I would
but
say.
for people, when I look at this curriculum, I do see shifting, and I do see challenge those power structures. I do see these identity driven focus things. And while I can take that, I'm 42, even that is the perspective that I do see. I don't know if a 14 or 15-year-old can take that. And that's why I do think that while I appreciate some of the fixes that we've done in the past few weeks, I think CJ characterized it correctly of there's only so much we can do. Because I still have other laundry lists of things that I could talk about, but I don't want to get in the weeds. But I do think that there is the beauty of AB 101 is understanding the benefits, contributions, migration patterns, like historical oppressions for ethnic groups. I think we are off model curriculum, and I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, that we shouldn't do that. I'm just saying that I'm hearing from the community that in us doing this, we've created some issues. What I'm also hearing from our superintendent is don't imagine, at least this is how I'm reading what you said, you're approving this curriculum. Don't imagine that it's gonna, we're not buying, Pixie Playland and hoping it turns into Disneyland someday. We're buying this curriculum, and we'll hope to make changes. But just like you said, we can't promise that we're going to do wholesale changes from last meeting to this. There's no written in promise of what this curriculum is going to end up. I have to look at what's in front of me.
I have some questions. So just some questions about kind of how things are going to be implemented. So when we talk about PD, will there be training for the teachers that teach this class around anti-Semitism and Islamophobia? I think that, that's key, and I want to name that.
Yes, absolutely. We've already talked about that as a team, and have already met with some potential people who could offer us, not necessarily their services, but could connect us with some appropriate people.
And then as we're bringing in other perspectives and identities, will there be opportunities either in the classroom or in building out more developed curriculum within that, the response to who's in the classroom? Will there be representatives of those affinity groups that are, either experts in the study of their own ethnicity or have the lived experience to be able to speak about it from their perspective, not from someone making assumptions about their perspective and teaching it that way?
Absolutely. We want to get as much voice as possible.
So how might that look? Does that come at a cost? Is that just inviting speakers? Is that making sure, have we thought about how that might work?
Do you want to speak to that? Oh.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we actually had done, even with interdisciplinary ethnic studies, really thinking about like how do we bring in community members, right? How do we bring in more people to be able to tell their stories? And that's really important for us to have. We do have connections, in terms of just our partnership with more local folks that can come into that space. I'm sure they'll be glad to do it free of cost, right? To be able to come in and speak to our students. We've done that with symposiums as well. Of course, one of the things that I think, some parents may raise some concerns, like who are these speakers? Who's really going to come in? And so we definitely want to make sure that, the people that are coming in are really going to represent our school district, our students, and be able to share their truth to the students that are in front of them. But we want to be able to gather more. We've been doing a lot more outreach and connecting with other folks as well. And I know that we have more opportunities to connecting with other districts to see who else we can actually bring into that space. But I think that bringing in people to share their stories with their students, it's a valuable experience for them.
And then one concern that I'm having is, we're making some significant cuts to our district, to mental health support, to our equity director position, will no longer exist. These types of supports that we have in place that are natural fit for helping to ensure that this specific class is supported, that those individual students have the support that's needed. How are we looking to kind of, shore that up with the upcoming budget cuts that we have?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify, my position's getting combined.
No, yes,
Student
no, I know,
services.
but two jobs versus one, and
Yeah.
both jobs are big jobs, and so there's going to be some.
I'm still very committed to being able to support our teachers through this process. We have a really good team that came together and very dedicated teachers that we've been really working with. We've, pulled them together to do professional development at the start of this year because we know that this is something that we really wanted to make it successful. And so continuing that and providing opportunities for them to also do their professional development because we know that our teachers need to plan, right? They're going to need to make sure that they're going to develop like their own pacing guides and all of those different things. As teachers, naturally, you want to be able to prepare yourself for a class. And so I'm really trying to give that time for our teachers to be able to do so and then building that into the school year. Right. And so with our teachers, we've done so this past year. We were able to pull them out of class, but provide substitutes in place. Those are plans for us to be able to do so and then plan the day for our teachers to have different folks that are coming into that space, giving them time to do that planning within that space, having conversations. We did restorative circles and restorative justice within that because that was something that we wanted them to experience in order to build it into their class. And so we did a lot of that in terms of start. We also know that we're going to get new teachers that might be coming into the space, right? And so we want to make sure that we are providing time for them to really delve into the curriculum too.
So do we specifically know which teachers are teaching this class and how many is it like 2 per school site or? What?
It depends. It
group?
varies
Okay.
between, I would say 4 to 6.
4 to
depending on-
6
yeah,
teachers per school site are
depending on
teaching
the
this?
site.
Yeah, because it's, okay. Okay, so we're talking about 16-ish
Yeah,
teachers.
and I think to try and answer your question briefly, that is the $24 million question that we're all trying to solve is how do we all do more with less?
Right.
Right. And I think unfortunately, the state funding model places us in this position where we have to triage in education. And so what we do inevitably is we identify what needs the most attention at the time. And other things are going to have to come down on the list. So when we think about ethnic studies, if approved tonight, obviously staff's going to dedicate a lot of time to that implementation process. If it's not approved tonight, it means the work project continues and staff's going to dedicate a ton of time to that as well. So in either outcome, this is still going to be on the forefront of the work that we're doing. As we decrease in staff, both at the school level and at the district level, other things will fall down the list. But that is what we're processing right now is how do we all handle that differently in terms of the structure for mental health support. As the board is aware, when the board adopted the budget reduction plan, we protected high school counseling to the highest degree because high school It's not to say that there aren't mental health issues at every age, but high school is the most complex problem that we solve on a daily basis. And so that is why I believe we made that recommendation and the board supported it. So I think we have a pretty protected structure at the high school level. The budget reduction plan does include increases in class size there. But in terms of district level staff, priority will be given to the things that are on the top of the list. This will remain on the top of the list for our team in instructional services.
Yeah. So there'll be concerted eyes on what's happening in the classroom as we're looking at rolling this out. It won't be just, okay, here you go, you're off. We've
And I'll
given you
go ahead
training.
and turn it over to our teachers too, because they're on the ground hearing what's happening at the school sites and perhaps also really thinking about in terms of next steps too.
Before I turn it over to them, I just wanted to also emphasize that an administrator, at least one from all of our high schools, has attended all of the training. Just so they're really, really intimately aware of what the teachers are learning in terms of what the class is, what class isn't, what the curriculum means. And they will continue to be included in the professional development so that we can support the administrators in really understanding and supporting their staff and students as well.
Going back to board member Hodges' experience, world geography includes a cultural component. And so for teachers of world geography, this is not a radical shift in things that they already do. So the teachers who have taught that class already have some of that training, at least on the content things. Anastasia and Casey hung out at my room last Tuesday and took time off from their schedule to talk about some of these changes, and we spent the day doing that. I'm assuming that's kind of what it's going to come down to, is that the teachers across the 5 high schools who helped develop this curriculum are going to be tasked with doing the training at their site of, this is what we're doing. Let's meet over the summer. Let's give up some of our personal time like we always do. Let's do some reading. Let's take this course online, and we are going to get ourselves ready. Whatever supports happen, we are going to do what our kids need to do, and we will work together to make it the best that we can. Also, world history, US history, all those classes contain these elements already. If you're a world history teacher, you can help your colleagues learn about, what do I need to know about this group? Because you teach that already. If you're a US history teacher, you can talk about migration patterns of the United States. We have teams on the ground of teachers who are going to collaborate with all of us and help make this work. It's just what we do.
Would add, just for context, that because of the training that teacher programs have started to provide, a lot of the teachers who are more comfortable and better equipped to teach ethnic studies are younger. And younger teachers, a lot of us are or temporary or probationary. So I know that there's a significant impact on the teachers who are going to teach this with the budget cuts. And I think that's something that everyone is super aware of, and there's professional development that will be in place. But I just wanted to put that on the radar as well.
I'm sure we could probably talk about this till one. I still come back to the 30,000-foot view of, everybody wants an ethics studies curriculum. They want it to be part of our school. They see the benefit in it. The groups that we say that we're going to serve that are getting harmed by swastikas getting written on our bathroom walls and things like this are also telling me that this curriculum is going to harm them, and vice versa for other things. And from the African American community, I've heard similar issues being brought up. I do agree that we're not going to ever address all of them. I'm just concerned where it's at right now. I think the risk of taking additional time is small. I think the risk of pushing it through right now with all of these questions unanswered, like even as we're just talking here, these are great discussions. They're kind of discussions that I wouldn't feel good about, like, hey, we're we're doing this in August and we're doing all the professional development right now. To me, this just does not feel ready. I have very strong feelings that this first step forward is going to be legitimate. There's going to be some negative implications from it. Not saying from everybody, but I think you have some very organized groups who have met with us today, who organize very quickly, and I think that they've made their desires heard. I think the risk of moving forward too quickly is big, especially when there's not really a mandate versus the benefit of getting it done right and acknowledging the feedback from our community and doing it right. Long game versus short game. I truly believe that this is not ready for prime time. Even as I went through some of the curriculum and I was just looking through like, okay, like where are we at? Like, have we made changes and updates and stuff? Just interesting things that kind of have come in there where I'm like, it just doesn't feel fully like a finished product yet. And that's kind of almost what I'm hearing. There's, yeah, this one's a little bit more silly, but there's a lesson plan that includes a supplementary material that says that SRVUSD is actually one of the least equitable districts in the state of California because we get funded too much per student for the area we live in. It's a wallet hub. There's a part of this curriculum. I thought that was ironic considering our budget implications. And then other things too that are included where I'm kind of going, I don't understand what this has to do with ethnic studies. There's a component called 172 conversational debate topics for teens, where it's encouraging teens to have controversial, like uneasy issues to discuss. But some of the things, there were some good suggestions on there, but some of the things that jumped out where I'm like, I know I'm getting emails on this as soon as it hits the classroom. Encourages teens to have debates on what age is it appropriate for teens to become sexually active? Should teenage girls terminate pregnancies? Should teens date older people? Don't know where that one comes in. Teens shouldn't keep secrets from their parents. Agree or disagree? Should prostitution become legal? Religious symbols in schools should be forbidden in schools. Most religions are essentially sexist. Agree or disagree? And there's things like that that are in there that I think if we refined it a little bit, we might go, maybe it's not. That shouldn't be ultimately included. But this will be what I have to approve.
Is this a standard that has to be met, or is it a resource that?
It's a resource.
I just feel like, if I may jump in here, I feel like we're not really just dealing with kinks that were minor edits. I know that there were multiple comments that were brought up about this idea of perfection. And, by any means, I'm not trying to say that we need to hit perfection. I think perfection in education is basically impossible, right? It's the reason that we always try and strive to do better. But I do feel like we're not chasing perfection. And while that is impossible, we do need to deal with some of the structural issues we've seen. And these aren't things that we can just approve the curriculum and then hope they get fixed later, because I think they're too serious to do that, and we can't get it wrong. And that's really what I would, in my opinion, I would love to approve this curriculum right now, but with these structural issues, we need to be 100% certain that we're nailing it and that we're doing it right. And so if we say no, this course is still going to be offered in a year-long format. Students will still be able to take it, but we're not going to be mandating it, pushing on everyone, and then kind of nailing this curriculum in while it still has what, many of us believe are some serious flaws. And that saddens me because, I really do wish I could approve this. I know it's kind of my last day on the board. It's something I'm very passionate about. I talk to a lot of students. We love ethnic studies. We want it in our classrooms. We want to learn about each other's cultures. It's something that I deeply wish I had the chance to learn about when I was in high school. But if I was learning about it, my peers were learning about it, we want to make sure that it's done completely right.
And it's with that I would make a motion that we have a go back on the curriculum where the staff can continue to develop it, incorporate with other local, a wider group in the community, to incorporate that feedback, not to get it perfect, but to get it better. And bias the time to show our community that we trust them and their feedback as well too. And then bring it back to us in the fall or winter so we can evaluate it. And if you think it's feasible that we can offer this in second semester, then we can offer it in second semester. But if you logistically, we might not be able to. But I do make that formal motion that we would go back on this curriculum and we take table action on.
Can I, and I just want to clarify something with that, with the what the effect of that motion is that there will not be an elective ninth grade ethnic studies class. All those students will shift into World Geo automatically. And we might be able to provide, correct me if I'm wrong, junior, senior level, year-long ethnic studies based on the curriculum that we've approved. Is that correct? And then asking all juniors and seniors to redo their course? Is this part of this?
That is what I'm motioning. I'm motioning that we would offer it, so we would be potentially in compliant with a small chance that it is funded. But there would be a go back on the curriculum. We're not changing this as an intent and desire to develop an ethnic studies course, but likely we would have to push back the board policy that mandates it for 29 graduation, push it back to 2030, and which would still be in compliance with AB 101. That's what I'm formally motioning.
Would it be a valid option for us to have a semester-long course and then have it as an optional alternative to Geo, and then both could satisfy a graduation requirement?
I think it's a budgeted.
All things are possible. Not all things are probable. I think when it comes to looking at a master schedule, staffing, clarity for the teachers who carry a remarkably heavy load of designing their course content and preparing for the year, and thinking about our counselors and administrators designing the master schedule, I think that is not the most productive outcome if we're going to consider a one semester elective for ethnic studies and world geo and having students choose. I think it's also the most likely scenario that it negatively impacts our budget by requiring us to add staffing. If we're going to offer something, I think we need to do it with the intent of delivering on that offer. And so if I can paraphrase your motion back to you, so that I can make sure that staff can operationalize that motion if it's seconded and approved, it would be to not approve this curriculum tonight with direction to staff to go back and revise it and bring it back at a later time, to offer a one-year elective ethnic studies class, being the class that has already been approved and offered. And that would be for 11th and 12th graders based on their prior approval. And we would make a corresponding adjustment to the graduation requirement, pushing it back 1 year and moving World Geo back into its original place in both the graduation policy and the operation of the master schedule.
Nailed it.
Might there, and sorry to interject again, might there be a way, if we were to go through this option, to integrate some of this curriculum into our world geography and culture classes so that students aren't missing out on that opportunity to learn? I would still like to see some of this curriculum piloted and we could get feedback that way. Because I do think that this is really important, but I want to make sure, if we're finalizing a curriculum, it should be right. Perhaps another alternative is that we could revisit the curriculum next spring, and potentially make revisions should we choose. Superintendent Kamick, or any of the other board members, do you have thoughts on that?
I would say two things. One, I think we need to be mindful that the scope of the agenda item in front of us is ethnic studies. It does carry a component of it. There are outcomes that relate to World Geo, but I don't think in this context, this setting, we can start reframing what the World Geo curriculum might be. And then I think if we have that motion clarified, then I think we need to go through the step of addressing that motion.
I agree with your feedback, but I had to make a motion specific to what we had agendized, but
Can I clarify just which class, or what class, if it's not approved, would our ninth grader take? Would it be World Geo or would it be a whole? Because
I would say that's going to ultimately depend on the motion. I understood the motion to be that we would be putting World Geo back in the place that it has been historically. So when our ninth graders come in next year, they would be taking World Geo as the corresponding class that is a semester-long class with health. There's a component that we heard from public comment earlier that we have to go back because students didn't sign up for that. I'm not sure that they're signing up for it now. I think it's automatically scheduled for them as World Geo. So that's a master scheduling issue that our staff would have to operate under. But as I understood the motion to be made, it is in essence not approving the curriculum tonight, asking staff to revise the curriculum, replacing the current board policy where ethnic studies becomes a requirement, pushing that back a year. So World Geo remains the requirement next year. And for consideration of AB 101 potential funding, we would be offering the year-long ethnic studies course, which has already been board approved, both course and curriculum.
Correct.
And that course would be for 11th and 12th graders.
Yep, that's my motion.
All right, well, I'll second the motion. If the rest of the board is ready to move forward.
The motion was made by Board Member Van Zee and seconded by Student Board Member Hodges. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Hodges?
Aye.
Board Member Bratt?
No.
Board Member Hurd?
I think this is the hardest vote I've ever voted on.
You're going to have to give us a go here. Yes or no?
I'm going to vote yes.
Aye.
No. No. Well, the motion does not pass with a 3-2 vote.
And just to clarify for our audience, we respect the student board member's voice, but under the education code, the vote is advisory. It's a 5-member board and an official vote. The student board member's vote is advisory. As you heard just in this conversation, the student board member retains the right to second a motion, to make a motion, but in a vote where it is 3-3, the student board member's vote is advisory. And so Ms. Fisher is correct that the vote lands 3-2.
So I appreciate the advisory vote and I actually appreciate the fact that we did not come to not that we didn't come to consensus, but that we were able to share our voice on this. I would like to put on the table a motion that we approve the ethnic studies curriculum with the intent of updating it, adjusting it with the information that we've heard tonight and gathering other information, and that it becomes a curriculum that in this first year shifts as needed with the students that are specifically in each classroom.
Would you consider an amendment to make it not mandatory? Would that change?
No, that's not the motion I'll make.
Just, I don't think we can do that because then these kids would be stuck with no class to take to balance their health piece. That would be,
I think there's a lot of things that we could do to acknowledge the feedback from our community. I mean, I do appreciate the conversation. I think where this is going is it's not going in the right direction. I think we are showing our community that we don't trust their feedback. I think we are rushing something we don't have to rush. We are shooting ourselves in the foot in multiple ways. And we are going to feel this. And we're going to feel this. I am really, as a trustee, trying to avoid the imminent backlash that will come from this. What we are talking about, the people who are for it, nobody here is against doing ethnic studies. It's not ready for prime time. It's not ready for prime time. And I don't want to expose ourselves to, the litigation, the loss in ADA that will ensue because of how we're moving forward. That's why I voted the way I voted.
You guys talk about trust.
I've made.
Not trust. That's the problem.
I want to just acknowledge that I appreciate the emotion from the community and the crowd. And I don't mean this in a negative way, but this is a meeting of the board that happens in the public. And there is a structure for public input. And that structure has been offered and remarks were given. It now remains the meeting of the board that happens in the public. I would ask that you allow the board to conduct their meeting.
For the trustees that voted no on my motion, would there be any modification that would get us closer to something you would be comfortable with? What's that?
I just want to keep us, I don't mean to cut you off, trustee Van Zee, and I apologize. I want to keep us in appropriate protocol. And I understand what you're asking is, could there be a modification to your motion? But we have a motion from trustee Bratt that is going to need to be resolved, either seconded or it could be amended through a friendly amendment by the board. But I think we have to.
Or an unfriendly amendment too.
Yeah,
I think I
mean,
tried, I didn't mean
Yeah.
friendly or unfriendly, but I did
and it could
ask about
sorry,
amendment.
and it could be dropped, but I don't want to cut your conversation off, but in proper meeting protocol, I think we have to address the motion that's here first.
Yes.
Well, if there's any way that we could have an amendment to your motion that would, say that in a future board meeting, we bring the curriculum back up and do a formal review of its efficacy. I don't know if that's something we're able to do. But I think that's, I'd be more comfortable voting yes on it if I knew that it was going to come back and we are going to review it and it wouldn't be a permanent thing that we just, forget about and only be able to make small tweaks on.
And would that be an asking for an action item on it or informational?
I think that'd be informational, and then I'd perhaps like to propose an amendment to your original motion. So either Superintendent Kamick or perhaps Ms. Fisher might be able to know more about that.
Well, except that we've already approved the curriculum.
It's approve or no approve.
Oh, wait, no, we voted down your motion. Your motion is to approve. Right.
The-
So yeah, you could make an.
So I could make a motion that says a motion to approve the curriculum with the July or early August meeting where we have an informational item where we see the revisions to the curriculum.
I want to manage expectations for the community and be transparent in the process. I think if we're approving the curriculum tonight and the board wants us to come back and have a further discussion about curriculum, I think we can talk about how we are refining our approach to the curriculum, which serves as the base of the course. We can talk about how we are designing and implementing the professional development around topics that we've heard community feedback on. But I think we want to manage expectations of making large wholesale changes. I think we want to focus those around what exists within the curriculum, how we can tie in the community feedback to the existing framework of this curriculum. And I think if we want to then bring it back, it would be operationally appropriate. I don't mean to put a value judgment on it, but giving time for students to experience the curriculum, staff to teach the curriculum, and we could come back after the first semester. We could come back at the end of the first year and say, here's everything we've learned at this point, and here's what we recommend modifying for next year's curriculum. So I think there's two options there. One is we can come back in July or August and say, of the framework that exists within the approved curriculum pending board action, we are focused on a few things based on community feedback, and we want to highlight how we're integrating that into the existing curriculum. And then a secondary follow-up would be after either the semester mark or the year mark, we say, what did we learn? What's the feedback from students? What's the feedback from the community? What's the feedback from staff? And do we want to make changes in that curriculum for the next year?
So the July, August meeting would be informational and then the January or June or whatever would be perhaps an action item if that was what
Yeah,
was right.
I would recommend that we structure it to the July or August meeting. Dr. Pettis and Dr. Nguyen can let me know if I'm making it an impossible sequence of events for them. But I think the July-August window is we can further highlight how we're integrating community feedback that we've heard tonight and that we'll continue to hear into the framework of the approved curriculum, if the board approves the curriculum. And then I would set up an informational item for the end of next school year, which then, if based on board discussion, would drive an action item. We would report out to the board, year one of ethnic studies, first year of implementation. Here's some of the pain points. Here's some of the success points. Here's feedback that we've gathered from multiple community groups, student groups, staff groups. And then board discussion would drive if we make a modification, significant modification to the curriculum at that time.
Are we gonna give the opportunity for feedback like this again? Like, are we doing this again?
Do you mean like July and August?
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
public comment is.
This July and August, or are we talking about second? Wait,
Well, I
which
think-
July and August are we talking about?
Yeah,
25 or 26?
I think anytime it's on the agenda, we have to recognize that this level of community engagement is likely.
But
And I
will there
think
be-
the advantage of doing what CJ is suggesting is it's an opportunity to show the community, these are we heard you in these ways. And then if you truly are, okay, now I feel okay sending my kid to take this class versus, no, I'm going to go for another option. It's one more information point.
So
I don't see a substantial difference between just waiting and taking that feedback now and then doing the course versus doing the harm that they're saying it's going to do for a year and modifying after we've blown our first shot at doing this right. I stand there. I do not feel.
But I'll make that motion with the amendment. So, and we'll see if we get a second. And
I second.
The motion was made by Board Member Bratt and seconded by Board Member Clark. Roll call vote, Student Board Member Hodges.
With the amendment, aye.
Board
Aye.
Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
No.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, so we're on to action item 11.2, consideration of approval of resolutions number 72/24-24 and appreciation of student board member, Superintendent Kamick and me.
thank you very much. This is a resolution number 722425 in support of consideration of approval of appreciation of our student board member Travis Hodges. I'd like to read that out. Whereas Travis Hodges was selected as the third student board member of education for San Ramon Valley Unified School District for the 24-25 school year. And whereas during this time, Travis Hodges has given extensive time, energy, and consideration in representing the interests of the students of SRVUSD to the administration and the Board of Education. And whereas with his leadership, the SRVUSD Board of Education has accomplished much, continuing opportunities for student voice by communicating with students from elementary, middle, and high school on issues such as student leadership, equity, deep learning, and innovation, social emotional well-being, student achievements, and student well-being. And whereas Travis Hodges has made significant contributions as a student leader, has demonstrated remarkable leadership and extraordinary character, and whereas Travis Hodges has been a valued and important member of the Board of Education, serving earnestly and dependably, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Education of the San Ramon Valley Unified School District. So this comes to the board for action for approval. And I will leave it to the board to consider that action, and then I think we can offer some remarks and provide Travis with the certificate he's been longing for all year.
Whole life. I'd
Should
make
we,
a-
should we do remarks first or I can? move
Let's
them?
do the motion first. Can I get a
I'll
motion
move
to
the motion.
approve the resolution?
I'll second.
And the motion was made by Board Member Ordway and seconded by Board Member Van Zee.
Correct.
Okay, roll call vote. I'm not going to let you vote. Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
It passes 5-0.
All right.
So Travis, we're happy to present you with a certificate, and I'll let the board members make their remarks. Your vote was advisory, but this appreciation is a directive and it has to go on record. It's been a pleasure to work with you, to meet with you each month. I think you're a great representation of our student population. I know how hard you worked to carry that voice into this boardroom, and I appreciate everything you've done for the district. And I'll turn it to our board members for Board President Clark as I walk over the certificate to you.
I so appreciate your contribution this year. You have been so articulate and so tuned in to student voice as well as the board, and put those two together, and the care and the professionalism that you've shown was truly, truly, I admire you. I mean, I want to be you when I grow up. And I wish you all you're not going to need luck, but I wish you best wishes for your time at Stanford. Amazing, amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say, I've been so impressed by you. I mean, I remember us meeting several years ago, probably when you were a freshman. Were you a freshman through PTA? Yes, yes. And even then, you were very like on top of it, right? And really engaged and really know your stuff. But then, each year through the student senate, and then now here a board member. Yeah. I've just really, really, like Shelley said, appreciate your perspective, your efforts, your engagement, and your representation of your peers. Thank you.
Travis, you've been great to work with, and I've been really encouraged. Like you passionately care about your peers, and you have presented us all variety of sides and brought that to us, and you've helped our students, in various things to get resolutions passed and to do all these sort of things. I mean, they couldn't have asked for more. They couldn't have asked for a better, well-rounded representation from the student body. So good job. That's hard to do. And I know you're going to be successful with wherever you're going in life, and I hope you have fun doing it. And I really hope that.
Not to be repetitive, but I've been so impressed with your articulateness and your professionalism. We've had some tough topics, and you've held your own with all the adults. It didn't seem to slow you down that you're the youngest person in the room, and you're thoughtful. And I remember a couple times you passed me a note. Do you know what they're talking about? And I'm like, ask that question. That's a good question. I can't whisper the answer to you on that one. So you've really risen to the occasion. I know you're going to do so many great things in your following adventures, and congratulations on Stanford. That's an impressive achievement in itself.
Yeah, and I want to say thank you for all that you've done, and specifically how you've really engaged the student body across SRVUSD with your trustee hours and various things with Senate and whatnot. And I really appreciate that. And you've kind of leveled up the student trustee position. And then just even tonight as an example, it was your idea for that amendment. I really appreciate that. I think it allowed us to, while not everyone's happy, it got us a step closer to a bridge. And so I appreciate that. And I know that Stanford and ROTC at Stanford is going to be, part of your vibe. And when I'm 90 and you're 45 or 48 or whatever, and you're either in the Joint Chiefs of Staffs or you're a congressman, I hope you invite me to the White House so that I can go to a state dinner. So.
And because it's required, we will need to, for like the 40th time, come take a picture where Travis is the tallest person in the picture.
think maybe before we close this agenda item, I'd also like to thank the rest of the board. I've learned a lot from being in this position and from each and every one of you. It's been an incredible honor to serve the public. And again, like, Mr. Kamick, thank you so much for setting up, monthly meetings with me. All of you have taken a lot of time to mentor me and help me grow on the board and make me into a better leader. And so I really thank you all for the investment you've made in me, and then also all the assistance you've made in helping me be a better representative and also grow individually. And so again, thank you. I've learned so much from all of you. It's been an immense honor, and yeah.
Okay, yeah, no problem. All right, so we're on to 11.3, consideration of approval to vote for or against the Danville 2025 Lighting and Landscape Assessment. Assistant Superintendent Danny Hillman. And me.
Very much, President Clark. So this item is consideration of approval to vote for or against the Danville 2025 Lighting and Landscape Assessment, also known as the LLAD. In the interest of time and given the hour, basically the LLAD provides funding for streetlights, public facilities, parks, and landscaping. The current LLAD was created many, many years ago. It does not have a cost escalator in it. The details of this item are in the packet, but essentially, because the district owns a certain number of parcels within the town of Danville, we get to vote for this, which means you as the trustees get to vote for this or not. Every property owner in the town of Danville will have an opportunity to vote this up or down. It is not if you're not a parcel owner or a landowner, you don't get a vote. So if you're just living in the town, but you don't own property, you won't be given a ballot. But essentially what's going on with the new LLAD is that the current one doesn't have a price escalator on it. So it's been collecting, much like our parcel tax, the same dollar amount every single year per parcel. And that has been used to pay for certain improvements and amenities within the town. Those costs have increased, but the amount being collected has not increased and has not kept up with the prices that things cost these days. So what they are proposing is a new one. The new one does have a price escalator built into it. Based upon the town's assessment, the district would see an initial drop in our assessment from about $42,000 down to $36,000 in the first year. And then based upon the CPI or 3%, whichever one is less, that would be applied each annual fiscal year. And then our assessment would go up from there, just like everyone else's would in the town, if this passes. If it does not pass, I believe the current LLAD stays in place. It's just a flat rate and gets collected to make those improvements and continue things like landscaping and lighting within the town. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, trustee, and see if you guys have any questions or any comments from the community.
I would like to move approval. We can still discuss, but it's actually a smaller assessment. And I think we would be hypocrites if we couldn't support a cost escalator. So those are my two reasons.
I agree. And I think it would take like, I don't know, 12 to 30 years, or it was some great number of years for us to get to the point where it would cost more. So, yeah.
Motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote, Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so we're on to 11.4, approval of elementary ELA screener. Our Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Debbie Pettish.
Good evening once again. So I'm up here tonight to ask you to approve our K-2 screener for reading difficulties. So I'm really, really proud of the work many people in this district have done. And I really want to hold up Deanna Zapia Cabral, our ELA and EL coordinator, because she's just done absolutely fantastic work in this area. So the state of California recently passed legislation saying that we have to adopt a K-2 screener in order to better understand students who may have difficulties learning how to read. Fortunately, we have been using a K-2 screener, DIBELS, which is one of the 4 that the state approved. We've been using that for several years, again, due to the leadership in this district, especially Deanna Zapia Cabral and other members of our community. So I'm asking you to formally approve this, which is something the state is now requiring, even though, again, we've had it in place for several years.
I would like to move approval, but I would like to just change the way we refer to dibbles because the approved screener is actually listed as M-class dibbles, which is what we're using.
Yes.
But just that way, so the community who's comparing things might not have any confusion that we're actually following one on the list.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll second. I just want to make a little comment before we go to vote. So my kids, we didn't start in this district until my youngest kids were in third grade. And in the other two school districts that they were in, dibbles was just normal. And I was very surprised in this last year that we did not have dibbles as a requirement. So I'm just throwing that out there. Long time coming. I second this.
Motion was made by Board Member Hurd, seconded by Board Member Bratt. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. 11.5, consideration of approval of the 3-year expanded learning opportunities plan, 2025 to 2028. Director, Instructional Services Elementary, Annabelle Prober.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Kamick, and members of cabinet. So I'm here tonight to present to you our Expanded Learning Opportunities Program Plan. A copy of the plan is in the board packet and also the slideshow that I'm going to give you now, just to give you a quick reminder of what ELOP is, what it looks like in San Ramon. So ELOP stands for Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. This is a state-funded program that supports TK through 6th grade students beyond the instructional day. There are specific guidance around what ELOP needs to look like. It needs to focus on academic, social, emotional, and physical development. It includes before school, after school, summer, and intercession programming. So intercession is 30 additional days outside of the regular school year calendar that ELOP is provided to our students. Ultimately, it prioritizes our unduplicated students. As you know, those are our socioeconomically disadvantaged, foster and homeless, and English learners. And so families in those groups are able to get free or discounted childcare through the ELOP program funded by the state. So who are our providers? We are very proud of the relationships that we have with our providers here in San Ramon. So we have 7 different organizations that are providing care to our students before and after school. In elementary, we have 5 providers on 22 different elementary campuses. And for our 6th grade, we partner with the city of San Ramon and the town of Danville to run their teen centers on our 7 middle school sites, 7 of our middle school sites. Finally, our ELOP program must be updated, revised, and reviewed and approved by the board every 3 years. And so that is what we're bringing to you tonight. It was created in collaboration with our ELOP providers with input from staff, students, and families from our LCAP committee. And that is it. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
How many students are participating in this program?
So right now, this year, our unduplicated total is about 214 students. Altogether, participating in all of our childcare programs, about 2,800 students.
Wow, that's a lot. Excellent. Okay, any other questions?
The percentage, so the unduplicated students, what percentage of our unduplicated population is in that age range
Is actually participating. It's a small percentage at this point, definitely below 10%. So we're working on increasing that. We send out offer letters, which will be going out in the next week to all of families who qualify, and we're hoping to build those numbers. We do have a challenge in terms of space availability with our childcare, so we're kind of working in tandem with that too.
And are there other like touch points for those families, whether it's teachers can reach out to them, it's not just a letter in the mail?
Absolutely. So yes, all of our principals can personally make recommendations and share information with families. We do send out the letters in people's home languages so that they have that, not just in English, but in many of the languages that are spoken in our district. So yes, lots of opportunities. Thanks.
So we have a second?
I'll second. Oh.
Sure, I'll second the motion.
Who made the motion? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I didn't hear the motion.
Oh, yeah, I didn't. Shelley asked for, you asked for a second, but maybe there wasn't a motion. So I will make the motion to approve.
12 o'clock.
Yes, I will make the motion to approve the ELAP.
Yeah.
And then I will second.
Okay.
Great. The motion was made by board member Bratt and seconded by student board member Hodges. Roll call vote, student board member Hodges.
Aye.
Board member Bratt.
Aye.
Board member Hurd.
Aye.
Board member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board member Ordway.
Aye.
Board member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, informational items, 12.1, first reading of revisions to board policies and administrative regulations. Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Christine Huarda.
Thank you, President Clark. Tonight, we're bringing forward the first read of several revisions to several policies that have been reflected to reflect the changes of Ed Code and recommendations from the California School Board Association. We have several of us here tonight to answer any questions you might have.
Can I start?
Sure.
So with the student records, should the policy include gender identity and sexual orientation, or is that listed somewhere else in terms of the public records that we hold, the student records that we hold around those two pieces of demographics?
We followed what has been recommended to us federally, and so this comes straight out of the California School Board Association, so we took it directly from there. So there were no reflected changes for that right now, but I could go back and double check.
Is there an opportunity to add that, or would it belong somewhere else, or?
I would have to check.
Is that a question that we?
Yeah, I would maybe
could
have to
ask you
check. I
ask?
could
Yeah.
absolutely check.
Okay, any other questions? Well, this was an informational item, so we have no public comment, right? So does anybody want to do their board member report, or do you want to adjourn?
I don't have much, although I would love to hear a report on the DC trip for Rachel, but I don't know if we want to
Well,
table
to
that.
do a longer one on that, I did have one thing that's timely that
Okay,
I wanted to invite
sure.
you all to. There is a 988 Sign of Hope event on
Yeah.
Thursday, May 15th at Central Park at 5 o'clock. I hope you'll all come. My leadership class project is
Right.
all about awareness about that, and they put this event on.
Anybody else? Or you want to talk about your trip?
No, I think I can talk about the trip. Well, I could do it really quick. I did attend the Coast to Coast federal advocacy trip that's sponsored by CSBA and AXA. It was 3 days. It was really, packed. It was exciting. It was great to be in Washington, DC. The issues we talked about were, keeping federal funding for schools, IDEA, working towards the 40% commitment was a top item. Supporting reauthorization of Rural Schools Act. While it doesn't affect us, it affects significant parts of California. So in a sense, it would help us indirectly. There were issues related to impact of technology in schools, particularly related to cybersecurity, and then also expanding access to conductivity, which we've been hearing about since COVID. So those were kind of the key things they asked us to talk about when we met with our Congress members. Sharice Cowden and I met with Congressman DeSaulnay. It was like meeting your old friend, and he has a huge office. He was really kind of down in the dumps that day because he had just come from the higher ed subcommittee that he's on, and they're just destroying everything. And he had offered an amendment that got turned down. So he was like, "It's so nice to see your friendly faces," but we'd seen him at Advocacy Day like 3 days before, so it was, or 4 days before, so it was kind of funny.
He offered to come to one of our meetings. So maybe.
Well, and when we did talk to him about special education and IDEA, I did tell him about CJ and my recent visit to the inclusion program for TK, and he was really interested. And so I think we should invite him out to come see that. I think that would be right up his alley.
Well, I have the card of his
Scheduler.
his scheduler, so I can try to set that up.
But he definitely was, very much invite me out to see your great programs. It helps me articulate, what's out in the field.
Yeah.
It helps. So that's it.
Okay, anybody else?
I'll add in one thing, because I know some of us, maybe all of us have been approached by students doing the generation sort of, project that's coming up soon, right? The actual presentation. So,
Those are always good.
yeah. So.
Okay, with that,